What would have happened without Naruto? He was reborn with all his memories and powers. Naruto, just when he was 5 years old, he was running through the forest because he wanted to be as far away as possible from all the people in the village. Well, he had just been insulted by a big group of people. For no reason this would have made Naruto tell them that one day he would become Hokage and everything would change, but people would only make fun of him, telling him that someone like him would never be Hokage, and after that some boys would beat him like that. Naruto, he would have ended up running away. However, while he was running, he had tears in his eyes. Therefore, Naruto would not pay much attention to the road, and without realizing it, he would end up falling down a ravine. When he saw this, he would not think that it would be the end of him, but at the same time in that moment he would see all the memories of his past, but he would also see moments of his future. He would see his entire life in a few seconds. This would surprise Naruto, and he would go from having tears in his eyes to having a smile. However, at that moment Naruto would crash, hitting the ground and being in the forest. No one would have noticed, but also since it was Naruto and he was the most hated and rejected person in the entire village, no one would care about him, so the hours would pass, and for the people everything was normal. And don't worry, thus the hours would continue to pass until a full day would end up passing. Anyone would have died with that fall and that blow that Naruto had taken. But miraculously he had not done it, because at this moment, after a day of having fallen, Naruto would begin to react and open the doors eyes and begins to say, "What happened? Where I am?" But at that moment he would observe everything and see where he was, but at the same time he would feel great pain throughout his body. This would make him wonder if it had happened to him, but at that moment he would feel a great headache and would fall to the ground, kendo on his knees. But at that moment he would manage to remember all of his current life, but he would also remember his other life. This would make Naruto have many questions. However, thanks to his experience gained over time, he would end up realizing of everything that was happening, thus recognizing that in some very strange way, and that he did not know what it was, he had managed to recover the memories of his current life and a past life that was the one that had all the knowledge. But despite this, Naruto, he had many questions since he did not understand how it was possible for this to happen, but he also did not know what to do now, because having a 5-year-old body was something very strange for him. Although at that moment he would have the idea of changing many things because he could improve his life in great way, but above all, it could also help many important people for whom he did not yet know or who had died, like Gaara, Sasuke, Nagato, and some more. So Naruto would make the decision to do that. However, for now he would have a bigger problem already, that the place where he was a very difficult place to get out of. So at that moment Naruto appears in front of the Kiwi, saying, "Kurama, I need your help to get out of this place. Please lend me your chakra." This would leave the Kiwi very surprised because he did not expect Naruto to talk to him about that way. It was very friendly, as if they had a lot of confidence, but above all he would be surprised if I knew his real name. However, after a few moments of complete silence, the Kyuubi says, "Who do you think you are to talk to me like that? You should respect me, brat." And after that the Kiwi would hit the fence with his claws. This would surprise Naruto, but he would still try to calm him down and talk to him, telling him that he didn't understand why he acted like that if he really wasn't that bad, so he didn't have to pretend with him after they were all friends. However, whoever was there would bother even more. Hearing that, the conversation between the two of them would end and Naruto would end up observing the sky, but while doing so, he said to himself, "It's true, I think he should act different after all. Myself at this age had never had contact with him, although well, I will talk to him later. After all, you and I are and we will be friends, Kurama. Well, then I have to try this, I just hope to achieve it." So Naruto begins to gather natural energy, waiting enter Sage mode, although he had doubts that he could use it because at this age he had never trained. However, after a few minutes Naruto would get a big surprise because he would manage to use Sage mode. This would make Naruto, it would excite and surprise, but moments later I would test if I could use it, and the test would be done by performing a Raz on Suriquin, which would work perfectly. This would excite Naruto even more, who ends up saying, "It's good to know that I can still use everything else, but still it's not the same without you, Kurama, although we will talk later. Now the most important thing is to get out of this place." And thus Naruto would manage to get out easily thanks to using the wise mode. However, once outside his stomach would roar because this he would be hungry, so Naruto would make the decision to go for a bowl of ramen, but when it came time to pay for the bowl, he would be surprised because he had nothing to do with it, because he had forgotten that he had no money and he almost always used coupons, but he didn't have any in this one either. However, Tucci would manage to realize the situation and tell him that there was no problem about the money and that he would pay it later once he was Hokage. This would surprise Naruto, while Tucci, seeing his face, says that this is what is happening, Naruto. Perhaps you no longer want to become Hokage. So Naruto would be thinking about his life in the future and smiles and then says, "Of course not, I would never abandon my old dream. I was simply thinking about how good you are. There is no doubt that you are the best, Tucci." And after that Naruto would leave home, but on the way he would be telling himself that there was a better person than he. remembered, so Naruto would be happy. However, everything would change from one moment to the next because Naruto would begin to receive insults as well as feel the gaze of the girl. People rejecting him. This would make Naruto remember everything he had suffered, and this would be painful for him. However, at that moment he would remember that things would not always be like this, so Naruto smiles and runs out of the place, but while doing so he says to himself, even if I have to live everything again, it will be difficult to endure this, so I have to do something to make everything change. I will show everyone in the village that I am not a monster. And after that a month would pass. During all this time Naruto had been trying to have a better relationship with the people of the village. For this he was trying to help the people. However, things were not going as expected because the people of the village would still treat him badly and would try to prevent Naruto from helping them. Because they did not trust him like that too. At this moment, Naruto felt that things were more complicated than he thought, but he had no plans to give up. Besides that, Naruto was also trying to have a good relationship with the Kiwi, but just like with the people of the village, things would not be going well. The Kiwi would not understand Naruto's attitude and his change, which would have him very confused, but even so, feeling that something was happening and seeing that Naruto knew things that he should not know, he did not trust him at all, so he would avoid talking to him for now, but in furthermore. During this month Naruto had been looking for Hinata and Sasuke, but so far he had not been able to get close to Hinata. Well, he would not find Sasuke because Naruto did not know where the Uchiha neighborhood was. And the military police would not let Naruto. He brought him closer to his neighborhood, which is why things were going very badly for Naruto. But besides that, he was happy to know that one day he would see Jiraiya again. But also during this month that had passed, Naruto had tried to talk to the third Hokage. Well, he also told him he was looking forward to talking to him since he had been someone very important in his life, but he had not been able to talk to him since the third Hokage was always busy and his guards would not let Naruto enter their office because they did not trust the blonde like that. Naruto at this moment would be on Mount Hokage observing the village, and while he was doing so he was telling himself that things were more than he had thought, especially because he didn't remember people being like that with him, this because he had forgotten about it. However, despite recognizing that all this would be very difficult, he had no plans to give up. Because he was confident that he could make the change. Because many people and lives depended on it, but at that moment Naruto would get a big surprise because at that moment he would hear a voice saying, wow. It seems like someone beat me. Naruto observes the person who had said that, but he wouldn't recognize her, so he would ask who was it, to which he responds saying, my name is Shisui Uchiha. You are Naruto, isn't that? The latter is surprised. I'll hear his name, and he says, wait a moment, then you are, said Itachi. You are a good person and ninja, so it is an honor to meet you. Shisui is surprised hearing that. And says, wow, so you know Itachi. For him to have told you about me means that they must have a good relationship, to which Naruto says, well, something like that, a little complicated, but Itachi is also a great ya. I hope I can help you with what Shisui says. You mean by that maybe he's in trouble? Naruto gets a little nervous because he didn't know how to explain this, and after that he says, no, calm down. Don't listen to me, I usually talk too much, but the point is that I'm glad to meet you, Shisui. The latter felt something strange because Naruto was a 5-year-old boy and apparently they knew many things. But besides that, his attitude was not normal. So if he tried to find answers, he would try first. Gain Naruto's trust, so Naruto would reveal that that was his favorite place and that he used to go to that place every day, and Naruto would reveal that that place was also his favorite because there he could observe the entire village and take care of the people. This Shisui would be surprised because he knew that the people of the village did not like Naruto, which is why he suspected that Naruto was lying or there was something else. However, despite this, Shisui would continue trying to gain Naruto's trust, and after that the two of them would have a relationship. They talk about how much they cared about the village, and so a few minutes would pass until everyone ended up leaving for their home. However, from that day on, every day they would meet there and talk, but above all, Naruto would tell Shisui how the village was. People of the village rejected him, but also that he had no plans to give up and would continue trying to make everyone trust him, and so a week would pass. By this time, things were still the same for Naruto. Everything is wrong because people still didn't trust him, but something had changed. Well, Naruto had to find Sasuke, and without thinking or hesitation, Naruto would try to become his friend, which would turn out well because it would make him feel that he was a good person. So on that day that they had met, the two boys would start a friendship and even they would play together, but after a few hours like this, the time would come when he had to leave. However, before doing so he would promise Naruto that they would see each other again and play like that again. After that Naruto would be left alone, and once like that he would be alone. He says to himself that this is how Sasuke was at this age. I must say that he was more different than I expected. Even so, I am very happy to meet him, but this is just beginning. However, at that moment, Naruto would get a big surprise because Itachi would appear right in front of him. Next to Shisui saying, now what do you want, Naruto, what are you hiding, and you better tell us the truth, otherwise we will have to force you. This would surprise Naruto, who says, what is happening, Shisui, what is all this? I think you are getting confused. Shisui responds by saying, don't try to fool us, you act very strange, you say things that don't make much sense. You even once mentioned that Itachi told you about me, but the truth is that he had never talked to you, and now you're with Sasuke, we're sure you know it's his younger brother, so you must be with him for some reason. That is what you are looking for. Don't think that we will have mercy because you are a child. And after that he activates his Sharingan and says, I must say that I like you, but I don't know if you are a good person or a bad person, pretending be good. Also, if you try something against the people important to me, it doesn't matter who you are, I won't forgive you. Naruto is even more surprised hearing that, and then he looks at Itachi, managing to see that he was also using his Sharingan, so Naruto would realize that there were only two options. One, tell them the truth, although he doubted that they would believe him. Well, he knew that it was something that made a lot of sense, and the second option was to show it to them with facts, and to do so, he would have to face them, so Naruto would think about it for a few moments, but at the same time Shisui, not having any answer, says, what's happening, don't you plan to respond? If so, don't leave us any other option, so he takes his weapon and prepares to attack Naruto. However, before that, Naruto says, very well, I'll tell you everything, but it has to be somewhere else. So follow me. And they can. Being calm is not a trap, so the three move from place to place, arriving at a part of the forest where there was no one could see or hear them, so once there, Shisui says, why have you brought us to this place? That is special about what Naruto says. I have brought them to this place since they probably won't believe what I'm going to tell them. So I'll have to prove it to them, and to do so, we'll have to face each other. This would surprise the two Uchihas because they didn't expect that response from Naruto, but above all they would also be surprised because they could see Naruto very safe and confident, and so after a few moments Naruto says, very well then, it's time to start. So Naruto would tell them that he was a Naruto from the future. He had lived his life and knew everything that was going to happen. However, somehow, after dying, he had recently awakened in his 5-year-old self because somehow he had been reborn. This surprised the two Uchihas, while Naruto would reveal to them that in the future he had managed to become Hokage, but especially now when he was, I had thought there help all those who had died without deserving it, as well as prevent many people from suffering, but to start with it he had to gain the trust of the people, so he had been trying this for the last month, although things had not gone well so far. But at that moment Itachi says, what Sasuke has to do with all this, to which Shisui says, it's also true that there are us, to which Naruto says, Sasuke, he's my best friend, he's like a brother. We've been through so many things together, good and bad moments, but no matter what happens and I would never abandon him. This surprises Itachi, but Naruto continues telling Shisui, the truth is that I didn't get to know you. The only thing I know about you is that you were a good person, but above all a great ninja of the leaf. After all, those were Itachi's words. Well, you are one of the most loyal ninjas to the village, capable of doing anything for it. I am sure you suffered a lot, but still you always stood firm. Besides that, I can say that you were someone very intelligent, an amazing and powerful ninja, plus you gave me one of the best selections, knowing that sometimes you don't have to do everything, and you can also trust your companions and let them help. After all, if you try to solve everything, only one can fail or lose your way, just as it happened to Madara. This surprises the two Uchihas, while Naruto says, but above all that I know that the most important thing for you is Sasuke. So after hearing that, Itachi felt that he could trust Naruto because he felt that he was sincere, but still it was something very crazy what he had just told them, especially that he was a reincarnation of himself. Shisui agreed with Itachi, so he ends up saying, very well Naruto, it seems that you were right. In the end you will have to prove if what you say is true, and there is only one way to do it. After all, if you are a reincarnation of yourself, and you have all your memories, and you became Hokage, you will be able to face me. That's not what Naruto says. Well, I can try because of what I know you are very strong, besides I don't have all my can, but still I'm not going to give up, so let's not waste time. After all, maybe you can help me save all those who died unjustly. So Naruto gets into battle position, while Shisui says if you tell the truth, he can count on our help. After we would all be allies and companions, but at that moment Naruto says, now I would really like your help, Kurama. I know you are listening to me, and I know we don't have the best relationship, but one day it will be. I know it's hard to believe what I say, but you can trust me. After all, we are companions. You are Kurama, a member of the Leaf Village, and even if you don't see him now for a few days. That's how he would have everything that Naruto had said, but he wouldn't answer him. Although he had also heard the conversion between Naruto and the two Uchihas, drawing a lot of attention to know that this one had renation in itself. Therefore, Kurama believed that perhaps it was possible that after all, if that were the case, it made sense that he knew his name and that he was so good to him in addition to his change attitude after that fall. However, I would have doubt, so I would only be silent, very attentive to the battle, while Naruto, not having a response from Kurama, says, I see. Well, even so I know that I can trust you, we cannot lose this battle. But while saying that, Naruto began to put together natural energy, although on the other hand Shisui says let's start, and after that he would launch against Naruto, although he would start without his Sharingan using only Tuluxo, so the battle would begin, and to Zix's surprise Naruto could fight at the same level, surprising him, the fact that a child could do that, since no one should be able to do it like that. Maria Suido heard distance and would recognize this to what Naruto says, physical strength is not everything, because although with this body I don't have much, I can use my chakra to make him my attacks are stronger is something I learned a long time ago. Shisui smiles hearing that and says maybe what you said is real, however this barely activates his Sharingan and says now show me what you can do, and thus he launches himself once again against Naruto, this form continuing with his battle. However, to Shisui's surprise Naruto could still fight at the same level, showing him how vile he was, but at that moment despite the battle being evenly matched, Shisui would manage to knock Naruto down, and after that he says what happens, that's all, what can you do? I expected more from you, but Naruto stands up and says this as soon as he begins, and at that moment his eyes change color because he had managed to gather enough natural energy and right now he would enter wise mode. Itachi would be able to give, he notices Naruto's change, but after a few moments Shisui says that's it, maybe it's some kind of skill that Naruto says you could say, but now in this state you won't be able to beat me, so let's continue with the battle. Like this Naruto launches himself against Shisui, resuming the battle, but unlike before, now Shisui could not do anything because Naruto would be far superior to him. In this state, Naruto would completely dominate the battle, but despite this, Shisui did not plan to surrender. Well, for Itachi this was more than enough. Well, the fact that a 5-year-old child surpassed it was more than clear that he was not someone normal, because his movements and skills were something that should not have been worked on for years. However, Shisui, despite losing the battle, and just like Itachi, was sure that he could trust Naruto's word, no matter how strange or weird what he said. He was having fun in the battle like he hadn't in a long time, so he would continue the battle. However, after a couple more minutes of combat, Shisui says let's see what you can do against that, so the Uchiha would use a genjutsu managing to trap Naruto and leaving him paralyzed. Like this Shisui says wow, so in the end even you, no matter how strong you are, can be stopped by a genjutsu, but I still recognize your great strength. If it weren't for this, maybe the battle would have turned out differently, but still I recognize that you are sincere and told us the truth. I trust you, Naruto. But at the same time Naruto heard the voice of the Kiwi saying wow, it seems they managed to stop you, boy, would say after everything you showed you will be defeated. In such a simple way to what Naruto says this is not over, yet he just caught me, discovered well, where do I come from, you and I are a team, and thanks to you, no one can catch me in a genjutsu. I know that right now things are different, but I trust that the day will come when we will be a Kurama team again, so now it's up to you. Yubi looks at Naruto and says don't think that's why we're friends, I just wouldn't like to see you defeated for an Uchiha, and so on. Kiwi would free Naruto from the genjutsu, but despite what the Kyuubi had said he had really helped him, since after what he had seen from Naruto and everything he had heard, he began to trust him because he would begin to believe that they could be a team, although he didn't want Naruto to realize it, but at the same time now that Naruto was about to continue his battle, the Kyuubi would be with a smile watching everything, while on the other hand, Shisui would be surprised, since at that moment, Naruto says seriously, do you think that you can beat me with that genjutsu? Don't work on me, after all I'm not alone, Kurama is with me, that's why we are the best duo. But the time came to finish this, so Naruto launches himself against Shisui, while the latter was even more surprised than before. However, before Naruto finished his attack, Shisui would surrender, accepting defeat and recognizing Naruto's strength, but the latter would do the same, saying that he was too strong, so things would be calmer. But at that moment, the Uchihas, they would ask who Kurama was because they had not understood that. To which Naruto would reveal that it was the Kiwi, telling them that he was his partner and that he was not a monster as everyone in the village thought. This would leave the two Uchihas even more surprised because they did not expect something like that, although coming from Naruto after everything they saw, no matter how crazy it sounded, they knew they could believe. And after that Itachi says I'm glad to see that you will have a great friend like you. Thank you, Naruto. But Naruto rides, saying that it was the second time that I told him that this would surprise Itachi. But at that moment Shisui says Naruto, before you mentioned that many people had lost their lives and did not deserve to do so. And you also said that you planned to save them. What did you mean by that? I know that maybe I shouldn't ask this, but what? It happens in the future like this. Upon hearing that, Naruto would tell them about Orochimaru as well as what happens with the two of them, as well as with the Uchiha clan, omitting Obito and Nagato, because he wanted to take charge of the two of them, because he knew that he was the only one who could handle them. Besides that, I would also tell them about Sex and Kaguya. All of this would surprise the two Uchihas. Well, they didn't expect all of that to happen in the future, especially the war and the death of the entire Uchiha clan, because this was what they couldn't do. Believe however now knowing it both would ask Naruto for help to avoid this, because since he knew everything that was about to happen, he could save his clan however, to the surprise of both his daughters, Naruto says he would really like to help him well better said I want to help them, but I don't know what to do, since I never had all the information on that topic, however. Don't think that I will let you die, I plan to help you and save your entire clan, and we still have time before that happens, so we must find a way to do it. They would accept this, but to Naruto's surprise, they would also tell him that they helped him with everything he had to do well. Now they were partners and a team after all. The three wanted the same thing, and thus time would pass until a year would end up passing. This time Naruto would continue meeting with Sasuke becoming good friends, but he would also be meeting with Itachi well. The three would begin to train together, in addition to looking for a way to avoid problems between the village and the Uchiha clan. In addition to that by this time Naruto already had a good relationship with the Kiwi, managing to use his chakra and working together, but without being able to use the chakra mode and Kurama mode, since he did not have the key to the seal, since the one who had it was Jiraiya. In addition to this, Naruto had stopped trying to make the people of the village like him. Well now he would be more focused on his mission of saving the people important to him, although he knew that it would not be easy. However by this time, a year had already passed, things had not gone well at all because the problems of the Uchiha clan and the village had started, since they had not been able to avoid this Naruto Shisu Itachi, because Danzo did not trust the Uchihas, and they, feeling so pressured, would not last so long. Which is why the problems had started like this. Due to this the three would meet thinking about what to do because thanks to Naruto, they knew that they had a little less than a year until the tragedy of the Uchiha clan would arrive, so they had to do everything possible to avoid it. Therefore in the following months, the three would continue searching the way to prevent the clan massacre from happening. In addition to searching for information about everything Naruto since being a child, no one took him so seriously, but at the same time, Itachi would also start training his little brother Sasuke in his free time, because he was a way in which he would be prepared for anything, well he would be at his best, because on the one hand he had his best friend Naruto, and on the other hand he would be training with his brother Itachi, the person he admired so much, while Naruto would take advantage of his abilities to spy on Hiruzen and the old men of the village including Danzo, although with this one, he would have more problems since whenever he found him brute force, he never got any valuable information. However, until now Naruto he had never wanted to go in, because he knew that it was very risky for him since he knew that this was Danzo's territory, and so the time would continue to pass until it would end up being a week before the massacre of the Uchiha clan. By this time with the Hokage to help fix the problems between the clan and the village, however, so far they had nothing besides them keeping it a secret from the Hokage that they were working with Naruto. This because the two of them were the only ones who knew the truth about Naruto. In addition to that, at this moment Naruto had made the decision to completely investigate Danzo. He was sure that he was the key to everything, so on this day Naruto would follow him without anyone noticing, but for the first time Naruto would get into the route because even the moment had not happened, and once there Naruto would be surprised because, just as he suspected, he would discover that Danzo was the one behind the whole problem. But in addition to that, he would discover that Danzo had planned to take over Shisui's eyes in order to obtain L power of the Koto, Damatsukami the most powerful genjutsu, and then being able to take control of the village and become Hokage. Naruto would be surprised to find out all this, and now he would understand why Sasuke had eliminated Danzo in the future, so at that moment Naruto was about to leave. However at that moment he would get a big surprise because the name of Orochimaru was why Naruto would wonder why he had contact with him if Orochimaru was a traitor, so because of this Naruto would take the decision to stay in the place to discover more information, and after a few minutes Naruto would find out that these two had a good relationship and were allies to take the village like this. Hearing that Naruto knew that things were worse than he thought, but he also knew that he already had enough information, so Naruto would make the decision to leave. However, just before leaving the route, Naruto would be discovered by an Anbu hunter, so he would give the alert that they had an infiltrator. But before could do something else, Naruto would leave him unconscious after hitting him with the Rasengan, and thanks to the fact that Naruto had more face and cover, they would not know that it was him, but at that moment a couple of Buma hunters would arrive at the place, so Naruto would jump in, using part of his strength because he knew he couldn't waste time. Leaving Naruto would attract attention, but he would manage to leave free and without anyone following him. But on the other hand, Danzo would reach the place where his unconscious men were. After being attacked by Naruto, however, once you are there, observing his men, Danzo would be surprised because he would be able to recognize on the chest of one of them the marks created by the Rasengan after receiving it. This would make Danzo wonder who had entered. Well, only very few people I knew were capable of using that jutsu, being two Jiraiya and Minato, but other than that there was no one else, and Minato was dead, so only Jiraiya remained, but as far as their sap is known, the Sannin was not in the village, so Danzo was not. I understood how this was possible. Although I would think that maybe Jiraiya was in the village. So I would send 10 Anbu hunters to search the entire village for Jai. But in addition to that, Danzo would go to Hirasan's office. Well, I would also try to find out why. This part if Jiraiya was in the village because after what happened Danzo thought that Hirasan might try to betray him to join the Uchihas, and that is why he was so determined to help them and was working together with Itachi to avoid problems like this having all these doubts. Danzo would now leave in search of answers and after that a couple of hours would pass and Lanko would arrive on one side. Danzo had discovered that Jiraiya was definitely not in the village and had even ended up telling Hirus what had happened. At the root, blaming the Uchiha clan, saying that it was most likely them trying to take the lead in order to take the village without them expecting it, so they had to act before them and eliminate the Uchihas. It would leave Hirasan very surprised, who could not believe Dan's words. However, by trusting him so much, he believed that there were many possibilities of it. However, he also trusted Shisui and Itachi, who had told him just that day that despite the problems his clan had not planned to do anything for now, this would make Hirasan have doubts about both Shisui and Itachi, and that Danzo was making a mistake, so he would ask for time. Danzo would accept this, although he would tell him that he couldn't take too much time, since he was the leader of the village, he had to think about the entire village, and not just about a clan that had become a threat to everyone, and in the event that he did not have the courage to do what was necessary, he would do it without it doesn't matter that he was going to be punished well, for the village I would do whatever was necessary. This would surprise Hirasan while Danzo says you better take advantage of the time since I am not going to let this turn into a war. He jumped and after that Danzo marched while Jiru who was supposed to meet Shisui and Itachi as soon as possible, but on the other hand Naruto would be meeting with Shizuya Itachi and there the blonde boy would be telling them everything he had discovered confirming that Danzo was the real culprit behind the problems between the Uchiha clan and the village, but also that he planned to take the village with Orochimaru and then tell them that in the future, Sasuke would end up with Danzo. Although he had never really known why, but now he was clear about the reason, this would surprise the two Uchihas, because although they knew that Danzo was a very special person and did not completely trust the Uchihas, they did not believe that he was capable of being the one behind the problems and that he would even think of betraying the Hokage. So they knew that they had to do something. Although they also needed proof because without them the Hokage would not believe them, since Danzo was one of the most important people for him, since he had known him since he was a child. But at that moment the two Uchihas and Naruto would get a big surprise because a message would arrive one time with a message from the third Hokage to Shisui Itachi, in which he told them that he needed to see them as soon as possible. This would get their attention, since they knew that it was not something normal after all. It was not normal for the Hokage to call them at that time, so they knew that something important had to happen, so the two Uchihas would make the decision to go, although they would take Naruto secretly, because he would use a transformation jutsu to go hidden like a kunai, so the three of them would leave, and after a couple of minutes, they would arrive at the Hokage's office, where he would be waiting for them, and upon having them in front of them the Hokage says Shisui Itachi, I need you to be honest with me after all the future of the village and your clan may depend on this, you two are with the village or with the Uchihas. This would leave the two Uchihas surprised, however, in order to respond. They would ask the Hokage what was happening because it was not normal for him to call them at that time, and then when they arrived, he would ask them that question before anything like that. After saying that, the two Uchihas would ask the Hokage that if he had anything against him, be it doubts or suspicions, it was better that he tell them at once because otherwise it would be a total loss. What they were doing would make Hirasan surprised. But when he saw the two Uchihas could see that they were sincere and really only wanted the best for both parties, but above all to avoid a war like that, Hirasan would apologize for his attitude at the beginning, but after that he would tell them what had happened in the first place and later tell them about Danzo's suspicions, believing that it had been the Uchiha clan who had attacked him and because of this Danzo did not want to wait any longer to end the problems, but he only saw one way to do it. This would leave the people speechless while after a silence, Hirasan says, however, you two know well that I don't want that, so if you don't believe it was someone from the Uchiha clan, we need to find whoever did that, since it's the only way to get more time and try to avoid a war. Among us, the Uchihas would remain silent because they did not know what to do at that moment. Since the two of them knew that it was Naruto who had caused all that, however, they did not want to betray him since he was their partner, but despite not wanting to do so for a moment, they would think in doing so since that could prevent them from giving their act now, which would mean that they had more time to avoid a war or something worse. However, at that moment, both Uchihas would think that a kunai would fall out of Shisui's weapons bag. This would call the Hirasan's attention. However, at that moment the combo would transform and for a moment the room would be covered in smoke, while Hirasan would think that the two Uchihas were really betraying him, so he would quickly take his distance and prepare to fight, while that Itachi and he would be very surprised since they knew what it was about and they did not expect something like that. However, after a few moments the Hokage would be even more surprised than he already was because he would see that it was Naruto, and this he was the person I would have least imagined to be there, but besides that I would have many doubts, so at that moment, Hiruzen says, what does this really mean? Is it really you, Naruto? What is happening here? Because you are with him, Shisui Itachi, what is happening here? But at that moment who would answer? It would be Naruto saying, don't worry old man, everything has an explanation, although it is not easy to understand, but I only ask that you listen to me. You can trust them and also me, to which Hiruzen says, I don't understand any of that, as I know that I don't. Is it a trick or that they are manipulating you? After all, you are just a child. I don't even know if I can trust what you say. But Naruto says, I understand you, I would be the same as you, however I only ask you to listen to me. After all, not only do I have to make a big revelation, but I also know who is behind everything and who is provoking the war, since there is a traitor here. But it is not even Shisui Itachi. Hiruzen is surprised hearing that, and despite not trusting and not being completely sure, this would end accepting to listen to Naruto, so Naruto would begin by telling him that despite being in the body of a child, he was not a child because it was him, but in an adult version. Since in some way that he still did not discover or understand, he had returned to Reborn, but in his 5-year-old self, and with all his memories of his previous life, saying as if he had somehow traveled in time. Therefore, he knew everything that would happen in the future, and in many years Hiruzen would be extremely surprised, although with more doubts and distrust than before, because it was difficult to believe what Naruto was saying. But Naruto would continue saying that he already knew that all this would happen between the Uchiha clan and the village, but he also knew how it would end. However, he planned to avoid that because that way he would save many lives and everything would be better. Hiruzen would be even more surprised when he heard that and would ask why, if things were really like this and he knew that this would happen. He had not contacted him since then, he could have done something like that, and he would also ask him why. But he was working with Itachi, and since that didn't make much sense either, after all this, it would end up being something that would incriminate the Uchiha clan more and create more distrust if they were discovered, like right now, to which Naruto says, I know, but you would never have believed me afterwards, there was no basis for anything, and besides, they never helped me. Things just happened that way, but in the end I realized that they wanted the same thing as me, to avoid a war and save everyone, although this is not easy. After all, there are people who does not want that. There are those who want a war, but also those who seek to end the others without mercy. To which Hiruzen says, who are you referring to, because a moment ago, you had mentioned a traitor. Who it is about? To which Naruto says it is about Danzo. He is the cause of the problems with the Uchiha clan since Kurama's supposed attack. Danzo distrusts the Uchiha clan, but also without you realizing it, he was manipulating everything to bring them to this point, because his objective is to end the Uchiha clan, take the Shisui's eyes, and then take over the village to become Hokage. After all, Danzo is just using you, old man. Well, at this moment, he is working with Orochimaru. Hiruzen were extremely surprised after hearing Naruto say, are you sure what you are saying? All those are very accusations grave. Danzo is my trust, I've known him all my life, it's hard to believe that he did all that to him, so do you have any proof of it? And you also mentioned Kurama's supposed attack, who is he? To which Naruto says, it's not true, no. Do you know the name Kurama the Kiwi? And I said supposed attack since the one who was behind everything that night was Madara Uchiha. This surprises everyone in the room, because not even Itachi knew that well Naruto would use Madara's name, despite knowing that I was trying to die since I was thinking of helping him at some point. But at that moment Hiruzen says, wait a moment, how do you know? It's Madara. How much do you know about what happened that night? To which Naruto says, I already told you, old man, and somehow I have the memories of me past life. I am coming back to life, and thanks to that I know everything. Madara will become a threat to the ninja world, but at that time only one person realized it, that was my father. That's why I sealed Kurama inside me, since I trusted that I could control Kurama's power, and so with that power I could confront him and defeat Madara. This leaves everyone even more surprised, especially Jerusalem, who says, wait a minute, you said, your father, do you know who that is? Naruto laughs and then with a big smile says, of course I know, I have even managed to talk to him and mom. I am Naruto Uzumaki, son of Kusina and Minato, the 4th Hokage, and in the future I am also known as the 7th Hokage. This surprises the two Uchigas, because I did not expect Naruto to be the son of the 4th, but above all, Hiruzen was the one who was the most surprised because he couldn't believe that Naruto knew all that. However, he knew that only very few people knew that information, which is why he began to believe in everything that Naruto had said. So after a moment of silence, Hiruzen he says, wow, so in the end you managed to fulfill your dream. I'm glad to hear that, although I imagine that many things happened in the process. That's not the case after all. You're the 7th. To which Naruto says, that's right, many things have happened, or well, many things will happen, but now we can avoid all of that. Although going back to Danzo, that I discovered today because I was the one who entered, but we know that no one from the Uchiha clan did it. Please, old man, trust me, trust us, we only want the best. To which Hiruzen says, I'm very surprised, but despite there are things that are hard for me to believe, so I will have to do something, but to make a decision I will have to talk to Danzo first. I hope you understand, I know there is not much time, but this is what I have to do before making a decision, but I would also like to apologize with you too, Shisui Itachi. You are true shinobis, however, there is also something I would like to do before all this. I would like to check your abilities, Naruto. After all, you said that you will be the 7th Hokage is not like that. Besides, it is a way to ensure that you are telling the truth. After all, a simple child couldn't have a good battle against me, to which Naruto says, are you sure about that, old man? I wouldn't want to hurt you, to which Hiruzen says, don't worry, I can surprise you, to which Naruto he says, very good, then let's do it. So the four of them would leave, reaching a hidden part of the forest, and there the two Hiruzen and Naruto would be face to face about to start the battle. But while that was happening, Shisui says, wow, this is really surprising. Battle between the 3rd Hokage against Naruto, son of the 4th and the one who will one day be the 7th Hokage, to which Itachi says that's how it is. However, despite being excited about this, I can't stop dancing after all, it seems like it's a bigger problem and we thought. And not only that, there is also Madara, to which Shisui says, I know it must not be easy for you, but we know that he is not an easy enemy to defeat after all. He is a legend, however, we will not let him do what he did in the future. Now that Naruto is with us, things will be better. But just by saying that the battle between Naruto and Hiruzen would begin, in which neither of them would use all their power, but despite this it would be a very even battle, and after a few minutes the battle would come to an end. Ending like this, having finished everything, Hiruzen would recognize Naruto's great ability, saying that he was a very skilled and strong Hokage, and that he was sure that the Leaf Village was in good hands too. After that, he would say, very good. Now I'm leaving you, I still have a lot what to do and not we have a lot of time, so Hiruzen would leave. Well, Naruto tells the two Uchihas it seems that things didn't turn out that bad, however we must be prepared for everything, so we must create a plan in case Danzo wants to get ahead, and if necessary I will stop him, to which Shisui says, Naruto, wait, there is still a way to avoid all this. If I use the Kodomatsu Kami it could fix the problems, or at least we could buy more time, to which Naruto says, I know, but in the end it would only be an illusion, and I preferred to stop to Danzo, but don't worry, after all it seems that things are getting better, now we have the old Hokage on our side, and so the three would leave because it was already too late. But while that was happening, Itachi would be looking for a way to help or solve everything without going to war. Well, he knew he didn't have much time, but no matter how much he thought, he always came to the same conclusion: Danzo was the problem and had to be eliminated. But while all this was happening, Danzo was preparing his men, preparing everything to start soon the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Well, nothing would change Danzo's mind, not even Hiruzen, and so the night would pass, the sun would rise again and the morning would come, but Hiruzen would call Danzo, sending him a message telling him that it was urgent that they meet, and after a few minutes Danzo would arrive at the Hokage's office. So once there, Hiruzen would tell Danzo that he had discovered that the Uchiha clan had nothing to do with who had taken root, so he had nothing to worry about and they could continue looking for a solution. Way to settle the problems with the Uchiha clan without having to resort to violence. But to Hiruzen's surprise, Danzo would respond by saying that he didn't care about that because he had already made his decision, even though the Uchiha clan had been the ones or not that they took root. This had been done to him when he realized what a great threat they were, which is why he believed that it was best to finish them off now, because if they had not been all of them who attacked, they would never wait for his attack, so they could be taken by surprise. And it was his opportunity. However, Hiruzen would continue saying that it was not necessary because there were more ways, but Danzo would not agree, so these two would end up arguing, and after a few minutes Danzo says, I have already made my decision. He jumped, and so do what you have to do. If you think stop me for not following your orders, you better do it now, because if I don't plan to continue, but if you don't get in the way, you'll see how you'll end up thanking me for this. Hiruzen didn't know what to do, and he would be very confused, but after a few moments of silence, he would remember everything that Naruto and Hiruzen had told him, despite it being difficult for him to gather the strength to confront his friend, questioning Danzo about the hatred he had for the Uchihas, as well as why he wanted to eliminate them without mercy, since they were companions for many years. In addition to that, I would also ask him about Orochimaru, and after that he would end up saying, Danzo, be honest with me, what are you planning to do with all this? Enough of games and hiding things. Danzo, he looks at Hiruzen, but for the first time he would notice something different, so Danzo smiles and says, wow, something has happened, hasn't it? Like that you have changed by balance, the test is in. You doing this, it seems like you have discovered something. It isn't like that after all, they are very specific questions, although you know now that I think about it, you still haven't told me how you know that it wasn't anyone from the Uchiha clan who broke in. It seems that you also have things to hide, isn't it, old friend, so why don't we stop wasting time? The only thing I'll say is that you already know the answer to those questions. However, I know you, Saratov, I know that despite that you will not do anything since you are weak, you do not have the strength or determination to be whatever is necessary for the village, that is why you are not going to Stop me, I will end the Uchiha clan, and then I will become the 5th Hokage, and you will not be able to do anything to prevent it. You are weak, Satobi, just like our master, but now the village will be in better hands like this. After that, Danzo turns around and starts to leave, however, after taking a few steps, Jirisan he says wait, and this would do. Danzo stops and says that's what you want. If you're thinking of giving me a lecture, it's better to continue on my way, but Hirusen says no, things aren't like that. Rather, since I've already verified what I wanted, you don't leave me any other option. This hurts me, Danzo more. But you don't leave me any other option as Hokage for the good of the village. I will have to stop you. Danzo is surprised because he did not expect to hear that, and they observe while at the same time he says wow, this does surprise me, but no, you just have to say it if you love me, arrest more than doing it with your fists. To which Hirusen says that is what I plan to do, and thus he would launch himself against Danzo, while the latter would also launch himself against Hirusen, starting a battle between these two for the future of the village and the clan. Uchiha, while on the other hand Shisui and Itachi were gathered there, he would be telling him that he planned to use the Matsukami Preserve if they could not avoid a war, because he believed that it was the best for everyone since this way they could buy time to avoid this, while Itachi I would tell him that I understood, but I would also tell him that there was an even quicker solution although it would not be so easy, and this was to eliminate Danzo. Shisui I believed the same, although I would recognize that doing that could bring them problems, especially if the Hokage did not agree, since if the clan Uchiha discovers this will start a battle that cannot be stopped, to which Itachi says I know that's why we have to do this, and we can't waste time. Today is the day we have to be prepared for anything, while on the other hand Naruto was observing the sky, and he would be waiting for everything to end that day, and after that a few hours would pass. By this time the battle between Danzo and Hirusen had ended and Danzo had won, this despite the fact that Hirusen had been superior. However, the Hokage he would not have attacked seriously because despite everything he still saw the Danzo who had grown up with him, which is why Danzo had taken advantage of this. In addition to the fact that at that last moment a large number of Danzo men had appeared, who upon seeing that there was no arrived their leader and knowing that he had a meeting with the Hokage, they had made the decision to look for him, since they knew that this was not normal, and, despite being ninjas of the leaf, they were more loyal to Danzo than to the Hokage. Which is why they would have intervened in the battle, and they, along with Danzo, would have taken advantage of Hirusen's doubt, thus leaving the Hokage unconscious and then capturing him, because Danzo had planned to end the Uchiha clan, but to look good in front of the village now. He had planned to blame this on Hirusen, and then to say that he had had to face him to stop him, because he had lost his mind, so with this excuse, Danzo would finally end the life of the one who had been his friend, and he could take the position as Hokage. But he would also remain a hero and savior before everyone's eyes, so his plan had improved, and now it was only a matter of hours until this would begin, because he had planned to end the Uchiha clan once the night came, and so the hours would pass by. Now Naruto, Shizaya, Itachi would be reunited, but these three would be in the Hokage's office, because they had already been waiting for him for a couple of hours, because they had to meet to find out what had happened to Danzo. However, he had not arrived and had not appeared. No one knew anything about him all day. This would alert Danzo. The three boys who, upon knowing that it was something strange, especially due to the situation with the village, would separate to look for Jirisan, because they knew that they had to find him or make a decision against Danzo. However, Naruto would not want to do the latter because he was confident that the third Hokage would be alive, and a few minutes would pass like that, but no matter how much they searched, no one would find anything, not even a single trace of the Hokage. This would make the three of them especially alert when they knew what Danzo was planning to do, which is why these three would take the decision to look for the Hokage en route. Well, they believed that maybe Danzo would know something about where the Hokage was, and after a few minutes the three would arrive at the route. However, once there the three would begin to surround the place, securing the area well before. In any case, they had to make sure that there were no Danzo men around, because knowing him and more knowing the situation, they imagined that he must be very safe. However, the three of them would be a big surprise because there was no one. This would be something strange, although he would feel that they had luck, so now they would move on to the next phase to enter the route, and who would enter first would be Naruto, and then the two Uchihas were once inside they would get a much bigger surprise, because they would discover that there were ninjas. At the route, they couldn't believe this, and they would even think that it was some trap. So they would start investigating by going all over the place, but no matter how much they searched, they wouldn't find anything or anyone. When they saw this they would feel a bad feeling, but at that moment Naruto he would make the decision to enter Sage mode, since this way he could search in a better way to see if there was someone in the place or not, since everything was very strange, and once using Sage mode Naruto would be able to feel a chakra, but to get to it, he would have to breaking some walls. This would attract the The tension of the two Uchihas, but once they arrived at the place they would be surprised to find the third Hokage who was in poor condition and totally immobilized, but upon seeing him in this state they would quickly help him, but while they did so they turned around. He would tell them to stop because there was something more important to do. They had to stop Danzo since he, just as Naruto had told him, had betrayed him and had not even tried to hide it. But he had also made the decision to finish off the Uchiha clan. Once the night came I had everything ready, and therefore there was no one in the place. This would surprise everyone, but Hirus kept saying, come on, you must have it. I know it is asking a lot of you, in addition to something that will be nothing easy, but we have no choice. If we don't stop him, he could start a war, or worse, this would be the end of his clan, so go, don't worry about me. To which Naruto says, very well, leave everything in our hands, old man, we will stop Danzo, but we won't stop you either. I will leave here like this. Naruto creates a clone, because he had planned for his clone to go with Shizuya Itachi, while he helped the third Hokage, so the two Uchihas and Naruto's clone would leave as soon as possible. While Hirusen says, why are you doing this, Naruto? It is more important to stop Danzo. A clone will not be enough. To what Naruto says, my clones are different, also you are important too, old man, but there is also something I want to try, and so Naruto would stay together with Hirusen trying to help him, but on the other hand Danzo, he was with all his men on the outskirts of the Leaf Village where they were preparing everything to start their attack against the Uchiha clan, so they would only be waiting for midnight to arrive, but at that moment, after having searched for a couple of minutes, the two Shizuitachi Uchihas would arrive at the place along with Naruto, who would be masked. In this way, he hid his identity. Once there, the two Uchihas would tell Danzo that they had discovered him and that they would not let him continue with his plan. Well, they were thinking of stopping him and finishing him off in that place, but Danzo responded by saying, so it's you too, well, I see that you've saved me the work. After all, I wanted to see you, Shisui, so let's start with this. Everyone attack. Don't leave them alive like that. Hearing that, the 40 hunters who had ships were with Danzo would launch a fire attack at the same time against their 3 enemies, however the 3 would manage to avoid the attack. But this would only be the beginning, since by doing so the ninjas would launch themselves against them, going 15 against and 15 against Shisui and only 10 against the masked man. Well, Danzo wanted to take advantage of his advantage of being the majority, since he knew that the 2 of them were not simple girls, so the battle would begin, but while it was taking place, Danzo would only be observing, waiting for the best moment to act. Although to his surprise, that masked individual who had arrived with Shisui and Itachi was better than he expected, because he was capable of facing the 10 Anbu hunters who were attacking him. But not only would be that, but also that Danzo would realize that that masked guy did not want to hurt them. This would draw his attention since they were fighting that way. Therefore, Danzo would focus on him, but while he was watching, Danzo's would begin to ask who that guy was. Well, I couldn't imagine who it could be, since, due to his fighting style, he must have been someone very skilled, but his size helped him hide his identity. Therefore, at that moment, Danzo would give the order to remove the most expensive part of that subject, because they had to discover who he was, but above all eliminate him, so that he does not cause problems. However, upon hearing that, the two Uchihas would think about helping the Naruto clone, since they had realized what a great help he was. Even though he was a clone, he was capable of fight at the same level as the 2 of them, so the team would meet again, but this would only make the 40 Anbu hunters take them by surprise and end up surrounding them. When they saw this, Shisui would ask what to do. Well, now they were in trouble, but at that moment the clone of Naruto says, don't worry, I'll take care of this. However, once I do, you'll have to endure fighting them for about a minute. It's the only option we have, otherwise we could get hurt badly on their part, so I trust you. To what Itachi says, what are you going to do? But Naruto responds saying, calm down, everything will be fine. So Naruto creates a Rasengan in both hands, having 2, and after that he would launch himself against all the Anbu hunters, managing to catch them by surprise and knocking down a large number, but after a few moments Naruto would create a Rasen Shuriken which he would throw against the ground to create a distraction, but just after using it Naruto says, we'll see you soon. They have to resist, and at that moment it would disappear. This would leave Danzo surprised. Well, now with more doubts he would be asking who that guy had been, because he was capable of using the Rasengan in such a way, in addition to that other unknown YouTube. But above all, Danzo would be surprised to see that it had been a clone all this time, therefore he would be wondering even more than before who he was and how strong he was, because someone like that was not normal. While on the other hand, Shizuitachi had been surprised when they saw the Rasen Shuriken, because they had realized the great power of that YouTube. Without, however, he had taken advantage of what Naruto had done to take his distance and prepare a counterattack against the Danzo men, and after a couple of minutes the battle would continue to be very similar to the previous one. Only thanks to the Naruto's efforts, 10 of the Danzo men had ended up unconscious, so there would only be 30 left, and they would launch themselves against the 2 Uchihas, who would be fighting seriously and using all their power. But in addition to that, they would be fighting together, showing that they were a great team. Well, even though they were outnumbered, the two Uchihas managed to prevail, demonstrating why they were one of the best ninjas among their clan and the village. Thus, after a couple of minutes, they managed to leave 5 of the Onbu hunters on the ground. Therefore, now there were only 25 left. However, despite having achieved this, the two Uchihas would not be unharmed. Because in the process of the battle, no matter how skilled they were, they had received some wounds, but despite this, the two Uchihas could still fight and could not fight. They thought to give up while he danced. He continued only observing everything because he was still waiting for the perfect moment to act and take Shisui's eyes, but to do so, he had to make sure that he was weak, since that way he wouldn't cause problems, and after that would be a couple more minutes, in which the two Uchihas would continue to demonstrate their great power, and manage to defeat 7 more Ambu hunters, giving only 18, but by this time the two Uchihas would already be exhausted and would realize that they could not continue for a long time like this, which is why they had to end the battle right now, although this would not be easy at all. However, Danzo would also see this and knew that the moment had arrived, so at last the battle would enter, managing to take the man by surprise. Shisui knocking him down and then saying it's time to end this, while Itachi, seeing this, knew he had to help his friend. However, at that moment 18 of the hunters would attack him, thus managing to stop him. Well, Danzo says it's time to end this, and he launches himself once again against Shisui, but the latter would think that the moment had come and he had to use the Kotua Matsukami because it was the only way to stop Danzo, although he would also think that if he did so, he would no longer be able to use it on his clan, therefore I would have doubts at that moment. However, Danzo would take advantage of this and would be very close to taking one of his eyes, but at the last moment Shisui had managed to react and would have protected himself, but despite preventing Danzo from taking any of his eyes, he would still receive some attacks, because of which Shisui would end up on the ground again, and after that Danzo says no matter what you do you will not be able to avoid what is about to happen, and so he would launch himself once more against Shisui, but before he could get close enough Naruto would appear stopping Danzo's attack and saying it's late, but calm down, now I'll take care of this rest Shisui. Danzo, you'd better give up, because otherwise I'll have to finish you off. To what he says, who do you think he is, and they'll never be able to defeat me, I'm the one who will become the next Hokage. But after saying that Danzo would take his distance, but the surprises would not end yet, because Jirisan would arrive at the place and he would be recovered and would help Itachi, demonstrating why he was the Hokage. While Danzo seeing this, he says, how is it possible you shouldn't be able to move, what did you do? To which Jirisan says that it doesn't matter Danzo, you have lost, you better accept your defeat and stop all this, everyone give up or else they will leave us no choice. But to end this like this, upon seeing the situation, Danzo's last men would end up giving up since they had no more chance and they knew it. But Danzo, upon hearing that, said, no, this can't be done. I was so close, if it hadn't been for those two, not for a moment, who was really to blame. Of this is that masked subject, if only I hadn't appreciated I would have managed to complete my plan, I will not forgive him for this, and so he danced, he created a wind sword and launched himself at Naruto, saying you will pay for what you did. Well, Naruto would manage to stop his attack with a kunai, and then he says he didn't dance. You are the only one who will pay for his crimes, but at that moment he would only be able to take Naruto by surprise because his true intentions with that attack were to discover who was behind that mask, and just as his plan had planned, it had worked, because at that moment he would manage to destroy Naruto's mask, so his face would be revealed, but upon seeing him he would only be able to recognize him. However, he could not believe it since he did not expect it to be Naruto. Although above all he could not believe the power he had, being so just a child, but at the same time Naruto says this doesn't matter, and then he would hit Danzo with a Rasengan, thus managing to leave him on the ground unconscious, because Naruto would have taken advantage of the fact that Danzo was surprised to attack him, and this way Danzo would have fallen, and Jirisan says it seems that everything is over, we have avoided the war, but Naruto says no, this is not over yet old man, we still have to fix the problems with the Uchiha clan, to which Jirisan says you are right. However, now I'm sure things can get better because Danzo will no longer be a problem, and with the help of the three of you, I am sure that we will be able to make this work. And after that a month would pass by. Now things would have changed greatly, and for the better, since they had been able to fix the problems between the Uchiha clan and the village. So these two parties would be at peace, and even the Uchiha clan had planned to unite and work more with the other clans, since until now they had been very lonely, but now things had changed. In addition to that, the Hokage had exposed Danzo, so he would have been punished for everything he had done and was now in prison paying for his crimes, while Itachi had become second in command at the root, leaving twists in how their leader now. But this was something that would give the Uchiha clan more security, because they felt that now one of their own had a lot of power and responsibility, which would make them feel safer. But in addition to that, by being key pieces in the union and solution of problems, the Uchiha clan saw Shisaya Itachi as heroes, while on the other hand, Shisui had rejected all the positions that had been offered to him because he wanted to remain a simple ninja and one day have his own genin team as well as become a teacher at the academy. He wanted to help the new generations so that they would be better ninjas, but above all, so that they would not make the same mistakes, while on the other hand for Naruto things would be very calm, because during this month he had been helping Hiruzen with the things of the village, but this without anyone knowing. He would also continue meeting with Sasuke, and they had become even more friends than they already were. However, by this time Naruto would begin to feel that he was wasting time, because he knew that there were people important to him who needed his help, as well as some more threats that were waiting for him. As he was thinking this, Naruto would make the decision to continue with his mission and help those who still needed him as a Nagato with Amabito, so a couple of days would pass. Then Naruto would meet with the third Hokage telling him that he had to leave the village because he still had some things to do and people to find, but Hiruzen would not be sure of this. Despite everything, he knew that Naruto was important as well. That he was just a child, but Naruto would remind him that he was no longer a child. The only thing he had as a child was his body, but other than that there was nothing, so the Hokage would realize that he would not be able to stop or prevent Naruto from leaving the village, so I would tell him that at least I wanted him to be accompanied since then he would be calmer. Naruto would tell him that it was not necessary, but Hiruzen would insist, but at that moment Shisui would arrive at the Hokage's office. This would surprise Naruto. While Hiruzen says, "Come on, you're here in a good moment, Shisui was planning to give you a caretaker mission, but it seems that things have changed. I would like you to go with Naruto on his mission. He didn't want to give me the details, but maybe with you it will be different. What do you think?" From what Naruto says, "Wait man, don't do that Shisui, you don't have to do it, you're free. What I have to do is something I want to do, even for some it could be selfish. Also, I think you'd be better off if you don't get involved. It's for your own good." But if he puts his hand on top of the head of Naruto and says, "What are you saying? We are a team and you would never leave yourself alone. I know you and I know you wouldn't have told me anything, but remember that sometimes you have to let others help you, otherwise you could get lost on your way. You were the one who told me that, Naruto." This lastly he would remember that moment to end with a smile on his face, and after that Naruto says, "Shisui, think about it well, this trip will not be easy, even things will be more difficult than what happened with Danzo, think about it well." But Shisui responds saying, "Don't worry, I don't have nothing to think about. We are fellow allies and friends, so my answer is obvious, but even if you don't want me to go with you, it is too late, because I am not going to let you go alone." To what Naruto says, "It seems like you don't leave me any other option. I will have to accept, however it will be better keep this a secret from Itachi after all. Now he has a lot of work and is so important to the village, he has to be here." To which Shisui says, "I know, I think the same as you, that's why it will only be you and me on this trip." But at that moment Hiruzen says, "Wait a moment, I have an idea, I know of someone who can go with you." Naruto would say no, but Hiruzen would insist, telling him that it was the only way that would let him leave the village, while Shisui would acknowledge that if things were going to be so difficult, maybe it would be best to take him as someone. And after the Hokage sent a message, a couple of minutes would pass, and after that Kakashi would end up arriving at the office. At that moment, Hiruzen says, "He is Kakashi Shisui, you should already know him. As for you Naruto, you can trust him, he is one of the ninjas." Greater confidence. Kakashi did not understand the situation, but at that moment, Naruto would say, "It's really you Kakashi. Sensei, you look the same as always." But this would surprise Kakashi, who says, "What do you mean by that?" To which Naruto says, "No, nothing, forget it." But Shisui he would be able to figure out when he knew who Naruto really was. But at that moment, Hiruzen says, "Naruto, I think it's best to tell Kakashi the truth, after all he will go with you and he better know the situation. But well, that's I'll leave the rest to you." As to what Kakashi says, "What this means, sir? Naruto is just a child. He also said that he had an important and dangerous mission, so he wouldn't want him to go on it, or else it's best for him to think about things and Naruto will decide. I stayed in the village, after all he is just a child." But Naruto says, "You are wrong, Sensei, things are not as you think." "Well, it seems that you are right, old man. I think I will have to tell him, at least I know I can trust him, after all he taught me a lot about what I know." Kakashi didn't understand any of that and he would ask what he meant by all that because they never had, but Shisui responds saying, "You better sit down Kakashi, what you are going to hear is going to surprise you. It will sound very crazy, but you have to trust everything is true." And so Naruto would tell everything to Kakashi, and then in a couple of minutes, Kakashi would be extremely surprised. It was difficult for him to believe everything that Naruto had told him, but at that moment, Naruto would say some of the things that he had learned from him, such as that it was more important to help his teammates, that the rules and more things that Naruto knew only from Kakashi. This would leave this Bulismo extremely surprised, and he would begin to believe that Naruto was telling the truth, and also seeing and hearing that both Shisui and the Hokage trusted him. This was also a reason to trust in him, so he almost ends up saying very well I will trust you Naruto after all. I also trust Hokage however, don't expect me to act like your teacher well, even though you know me, I don't have anything to say about you, because it's the first time we've spoken to him what Naruto he says calmly. That's not a problem. You'll see how that will change. Also, maybe the fact that you come is the best because you can help more than you imagine, but I'll tell you along the way. For now, the best thing is to move forward and start with the path because we have a lot to do. We will start with the rain village to which Jirasen says be very careful, I will be waiting for your return to which Naruto says calm down old man, you will see how it will be, and so Naruto Shisui Kakashi would begin their journey leaving the village and moving towards the village of rain, the road would be very calm no one would be talking, everything would be just silence. But after having advanced like this for a while, Naruto ends up saying well, it seems that we have already advanced a great part, although we still have a long way to go, the truth is that I would like to find the old man. Jiraiya before starting with the plan, but I don't know where he could be so we don't have any more left, but I also think they should know this, especially your Kakashi, since you know one of the people we have to make react very well. Kakashi is surprised when he hears that and asks who it was because even though he thought he didn't know anyone who was in the rain village, Naruto says what happens is that it's someone you can't imagine, after all, it's someone. You think he died a long time ago, but the truth is that he wasn't, he was found by Madara Uchiha and Setsu, the two of them were in charge of manipulating him, controlling his mind, and thus making him change, but deep down he is still the same Kakashi couldn't believe what you heard, but only one name would pass through his mind, however he couldn't believe what he was thinking, he had many doubts. So he ends by saying who are you talking about? Who is that guy? To what Naruto says, it's about death, Uchiha. He's still alive, he'll almost be paralyzed. He would put his hand on top of his Sharingan and say no, this can't be Naruto I don't know what you mean by saying that, but I can't believe something like that to which Naruto responds saying I understand you, but it's the truth Obito is still alive and if we don't stop him now cause a big problem in the world, so something has to be done now there's a lot more I can tell you since sex and swimming have been involved in more things than you imagine I know you can distrust me, but it's just a matter of time before I can check it, but I understand if you don't want to continue with this, so it's time for you to make a decision. Kakashi didn't know what to do he was confused with doubts and many questions, well Shisui says to himself, it's true Obito is the one who gave his Sharingan to Kakashi but it seems that this is more complicated than it seems however if things are like Naruto, we must have Madara and Setsu for the world, while on the other hand, Kakashi would make his decision and says very well I will go after all, if it is true what you say I have to check with my own eyes, so the three would continue on their way, but on the other hand, Obito was in the rain village with Nagato and these two would be talking about recruiting more members for Akatsuki, since at this moment they were very few there were only Pain Konin Setsu Sasori Kakuzu and Orochimaru being only 6 members, but they needed to be more to ensure their mission, since they could not fail what Nagato says I know it is also something that I have thought, and even though no one can defeat pain it is necessary to look for new members, and I already have 2 of them in mind, so I trust that you will take care of the others, to which perhaps you tell me so it will be after all. I already have one person in mind, and if everything goes well, we will also start to collecting the ones to which Nagato says very well, then I will send Pain and the others to start the work, and after that Obito would leave the mist village because he had planned to use the 4th Mizukage to initiate contact with Kisame well, by manipulating Yagura, Obito had been observing all the ninjas in the village, looking for prospects for Akatsuki, and among all of them, only one had managed to meet his expectations, and this was Kasami. But on the other hand, Jiraiya was advancing on his own path, doing research for his new book, but in addition to that he had also heard rumors of a group called Akatsuki, in which there were very powerful and dangerous ninjas like Orochimaru so the Sannin also planned to investigate them, since he believed that they could be a threat to the world now. And after that a few days would pass by this time Naruto Shisui and Kakashi were still continuing on their way, and they were 3 days away from the rain village, but right now they were in a small village, which it was a very touristy place. Because when the ninjas or people traveled, they always came to that place to rest, recover energy and continue with their paths. Because they had been traveling for several days, Naruto and the others would make the decision to stay in that place for a day, because this way they could rest and be ready to continue on their way, since the difficult part was just about to begin, so they would be eating in a restaurant, but at that moment the 3 of them would get a big surprise just while they were eating Jiraiya would arrive at the restaurant he was also going to eat and he was just in that place, however, the bloodthirsty would be so concentrated on his own thing that he would not even realize that the leaf ninjas were there, but Naruto would manage to recognize him and would even stand up. But I wanted to talk to him since it was important to him, however, Shisui would stop him saying wait, Naruto, you can't come and introduce yourself, the best thing would be to wait I must say that we have been very lucky, but we cannot be sure that we will help. What Naruto says, calm down, I know him, I know how I can convince him alone, leave this in my hands, but he almost says I could also help. After all, Master Jirai already knows me, and we have a good relationship, so there is no reason to wait, we can make contact now. To what Shisui says, they are sure about this. We will draw attention here, but Naruto says, don't say any more, leave this to us, Shisui, you'll see how he will join us. That way he would stay watching while Naruto and Kakashi would approach once in front of him. Jiraiya would be surprised to see them and says, wait a minute, it's really you, Kakashi, to which he responds, saying, that's right, it's me, Teacher Jiraiya, it's been a long time since we last saw each other, it's a pleasure to see you again, to which Jiraiya says the same. I say the same thing, I say Kakashi. However, I must say that this is a big surprise because you are very far from the Leaf Village that you are doing. Here I can also see that you are not alone, and while I was saying that I was watching Naruto, but I would be watching him, and at the same time he would be remembering Minato. For a moment Jiraiya would think it was Naruto, but then he would think about it and tell himself that was impossible because Naruto had to be in the village since the Hokage wouldn't let him go out even with Kakashi, so he would be wondering who it was. But at that moment Kakashi says, Teacher Jiraiya, we have to talk because the fact that you were here has surprised us, but it would also help us a lot if you came with us, since it is about something important. To which Jiraiya says, I see you have a mission because almost really I would like to do something for you, but I can't, I'm here doing important research, but I was very happy to see you again. However, hearing that Naruto says it seems that I have no choice, it's time to use this, and at that moment use the sexy YouTube. This would surprise everyone, especially Aya, who would be exhausted and delighted while Naruto said, are you sure you can't come with us? It's very important if you listen to us, I'm sure you'll be interested. Eri already ends up saying very well, I will go with you, but on the other hand Shisui says that's it, I didn't think Naruto had a jutsu like that, I just hope he knows what he is doing, and at that moment Naruto returns to normal, but Jiraiya says, hey, what did you do? You couldn't stay like that, if you do I will listen to what they have to say, otherwise I won't. Kakashi lowers his gaze and says, I can't make him do these things, but Naruto says, you will never change, wise pervert, it seems that you will always be the same. This would attract the attention of the Sand Knight, which says, what do you mean by that? Maybe we already knew each other, so Naruto says something like that, it's a little complicated, I'll tell you, however, you must come with us, we're on an important mission, and Nagato and Konan need our help. This would leave aside. And paralyzed, Jiraiya couldn't believe what he had just heard, even his gaze would change, and after a few moments of silence, he looked at Naruto and said, how do you know those names, who really are you? To which Naruto says, there are many things I know. You just have to. They have to trust us and come to whatever turns there. He says, very well, I mean, they have caught my attention, so the three of them would begin to leave the place, but once outside, Shisui would join them. This would be something strange for the Sannin, however, he had already planned to do it. But he had waited until he was outside, and now that he was outside, he would use his hair to try to capture the three leaf ninjas, trying to take them by surprise. However, Naruto would manage to realize it, so he would move Shisui, Kakashi saving them, but at the same time being the one captured by Yuyaya. After that the Sannin says, who are you, and tell the truth, after all it is difficult to believe that you are Kakashi. There is something very strange here, I don't know what you are planning, but it won't work, it would be better if you give up. Tell me you are Orochimaru's men. Yes, that must be it, after all, he is one of the few who knows those names, that was what gave them away. Since for your information Nagato and Konan died a long time ago. However, when seeing this Kakashi I wouldn't know what do. Well, he knew that everything was a misunderstanding while Shisui would get defensive, but at that moment Naruto, wait, don't do anything, everything is fine, don't worry about me, I won't get hurt, it's just a matter of talking. Old man, I understand that you think that, however you are wrong, they did not die, they are alive, but they have hidden from the world, that is why we must help them. Since there are people who try to take advantage of them, especially Nagato's powers, if we do not do something Nagato will be corrupted and will unleash his power against the world, and you know what, that it can happen if that happens. Jiraiya is surprised hearing that and says, why would I trust you, as I know they are telling the truth. To what Naruto says, because it is the truth, he is almost and that other one is Shisui, I am Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki. Jiraiya is surprised, although I couldn't believe it, and says no, that's not possible. To which Naruto says, I know it's hard to understand, but it's the truth, I am Minato's son, and he cooks. If you let me show it to you, I will try. Things are a little strange, but where from I have you trained me, you took care of me, you taught me everything I know. Jiraiya would be confused, I couldn't believe what I heard, and he says no, that can't be, but at that moment Naruto would manage to free himself from Jiraiya's hair, and then he says, it seems that I have no other option, I will have to show you, and thus having taken his distance and being face to face, Naruto would enter sage mode. Jiraiya would be surprised to see Naruto and says, wait a minute, that is How it is possible that you can use that power? Not even I have managed to master it, to which Naruto says I know, but like you I learned this thanks to Master Fukasaku. He told me a lot about you, so Naruto would mention some things that Fukasaku had told him, which Jiraiya had experienced during his training. Thanks to this Jiraiya would realize that Naruto would not be an enemy, and even though everything was very strange and confusing, he would make the decision to listen to it and try to believe in what Naruto would be happy. Upon hearing that, and so the four would go to the forest. However, once there they would leave them alone because they had realizing that Naruto and Jiraiya's relationship was not normal, and so once they were alone, Naruto would tell Jiraiya everything, starting with who he was and how he was that at that age, he was capable of doing everything he did and knowing everything he did. Had said because he had already experienced it, the Sannin would be surprised, however he could notice that Naruto was not telling him any lies, because when he saw him he also looked confused. He also did not understand how that had happened, but after that Naruto would tell him how they had met and some of the things that they had lived together, including his training and the fact that he had managed to meet his parents, as well as becoming Hokage and all that. Thanks to him, his teacher Jiraiya couldn't believe it, everything was very surprising to him without feeling that it was true, but despite that, the Sannin would mention to Naruto that he couldn't have the same relationship with him as that Jiraiya he had met because he barely knew who he was, so it was strange for him, but Naruto would tell him that there was no problem. Well, he understood that, but after that he would mention why they needed his help. Mentioning once again that Nagato and Konan were actually still alive, but Yaeko had not had the same luck as the two of them. This would leave Jiraiya very surprised because he could not believe that his students were really still alive, however he would also remember Naruto had previously mentioned that they needed his help because they had been manipulated, so he asks what had happened to them or what their current situation was, to which Naruto would tell him that possibly to stop him. At this moment they were both part of Akatsuki, where Nagato would be the leader, or at least the leader that others saw, since behind him was Obito who, like Nagato, was being manipulated by Madara. Setsu Jiraiya did not know who Setsu was, but he did know Madara, although just for stories, so I would ask Naruto for more information. Well, if they were thinking of helping Nagato and Konan, they should be prepared for everything. Naruto is surprised hearing that and says, wait a moment, so are you thinking of coming with us? To which Jiraiya says that's right, after all, it is a way to save the world as well as helping Nagato and Konan, since in the past I couldn't help them, but now things will be different, plus I was also after Akatsuki because Orochimaru is with them, and according to information I discovered he will be here tomorrow, so maybe we could take advantage of this, but first I want you to finish telling me everything about Madara and Setsu. And so the Sani and Naruto would continue talking about it, even about Kaguya, while on the other hand, Orochimaru was on the way to the village where Jiraiya, Naruto and the others were. However, Orochimaru was not alone because he was being accompanied by Sasori Kakuzu and the Path of Virginia because they had planned to meet with Haiden and Kondador in that place, and thus they would spend a few more hours too. At this moment Naruto and Jiraiya had finished talking, and now the four of them would be gathered. Once there they would make the decision to stay and be prepared to ambush Orochimaru, since this was a safer way to know where it would be Nagato, and hopefully tomorrow they could also meet with Anahi because Naruto knew that Nagato wasn't coming out. But at least this was a way to locate him, so these four would start working on a plan, but at that moment Naruto says it's true, I have to do that, and after that he stands in front of Jiraiya and then says, old man, I need two things. The first is for you to leave me the Toad Scroll. I need to make a contract, since being in this body I don't have it, and more than once they saved my life. Jiraiya surprises, I'll listen to that, but I would respond by saying very well that I can do it, after all you have shown to be able to use and control the Sage Mode, so you must also be a good Toad user, after all you learned from me. So Jiraiya would take out the scroll and Naruto would make the contract with the Toads, but once this is finished, Jiraiya says, what is the second thing you wanted? Forgive me, Naruto, to which he responds saying it is true, I had forgotten I need the key to the seal. Jiraiya is surprised when he hears that and would ask him if perhaps he had managed to control the power of the kiwi, but he would also mention that not because in the future he had managed to control that power he could do so now, since having the body of a child, he would have lost many things such as resistance to use that power, but Naruto would respond to him, saying that he had not controlled power, but rather had formed a great team because he had become Kurama's friend and partner, so Naruto would tell Jiraiya and the Kiwi that they were one, and given the situation he preferred not to have the seal since that way, he could use all his power, but besides that, Kurama would be better since being in the cell was uncomfortable. Jiraiya would be surprised hearing that, he didn't expect something like that, and then he says, there is no doubt that you are and will become a great ninja, Naruto. Doubt the Jiraiya you met must be proud of you, however you still have to prove to me that you are worthy. Show me what you and Kurama can do well. If you want me to give you the key. Naruto is surprised when he hears that, but after a few moments of silence, Naruto says, very good, old man, get ready, because we are stronger than you imagine. And so while Shisui and Itachi were working on the plan, Jiraiya and Naruto would have a confrontation, and so the day would pass and the next day at dawn everyone would be ready separated into groups of two, waiting for the arrival of Orochimaru to the village. On one side would be Jiraiya and Naruto, while on the other Shisui Kakashi. These would be hidden without attracting attention, because what they wanted was to take Kitsuki by surprise and being like this. A few hours would pass. By this time, Orochimaru had not arrived, so everyone would begin to believe that possibly no one would appear. Therefore, everyone would be a little more distracted and relaxed. However, at that moment, Orochimaru would finally appear, but he would not come alone. They would see him first. They would be Shisui Kakashi, who could not believe how many people came with Orochimaru. In total there were 4, however, thanks to what Naruto said, they would be able to recognize Iva's path and know that he was the one. The most dangerous of all in the place because he had the Rinnegan, so they would wait for the one who did not know where they were going. However, at that moment Orochimaru would stop because a small snake would come out of the ground and it would say something to Orochimaru and then he would leave, but at the same time, the Sannin of the snake says wow. This is very interesting, and after that he says in a low voice so that only the members of Akatsuki would listen. This is what he says: it seems that we have unexpected guests and they are just watching us. It's about too subject to what Combs says. I see, then it would be better that we discover what they want. So at that moment the path of baptizing the Tenin glass, in order to attract the 2 subjects who were spying on them. In this way they would be attracted in the process. They would be surprised because Naruto had told them about those powers of pain. But witnessing and feeling it was even more surprising. However, thanks to Naruto, at the last moment they would manage to avoid being completely attracted to pain. They would end up freeing themselves. Although in the process they had already used a fireball jutsu to do so, this would be nothing for Akatsuki, while Pain would recognize that they were very skilled. They had managed to react at the last moment. However, that would not be enough because they would not be able to defeat him. But what Akatsuki wouldn't know is that he had done this for 2 reasons, one to avoid Pain's attack, but the second reason was to use it as a signal to alert Jiraiya and Naruto, so the latter 2 would be able to see the signal. Shisui therefore knew that his companions were in trouble, so these 2 would try to advance as quickly as possible to the other end of the village, while thus being in front of the 4 Akatsuki. These 2 had taken their distance, and thus this would be no talking to each other, but at that moment, Orochimaru would manage to recognize them and says wow, but if you 2 are Kakashi, this is indeed a surprise. What they are doing here. They are not very far from the Leaf Village. However, given that they were hidden watching us, I imagine that they were waiting for us, or at least for me, which I cannot understand, since no one should know where I am, but somehow you know, so now you will have to tell us everything you know, although I must also say that this is a great opportunity since I have wanted to take over the Sharingan for a long time. I was thinking of taking Itachi's body, but your Shisui is an even better prospect, so Orochimaru launches himself against them, but would almost be paralyzed for a moment. Well, he knew that he was no match for Orochimaru without. However, Shisui would intervene, managing to protect his partner and stopping the Sunning attack. But in addition to that, thanks to Shisui's great skills and power, he would manage to leave Orochimaru on the ground, and after that, Uchiha says, Kakashi, you should calm down. I know it shouldn't be easy, but trust in yourself and your companions. Everything will be fine. I will not let anything happen to you, but above all, remember why we are here. Remember your motivation and do not give up. Fight for your friend. Kakashi would manage to react after hearing the words of Shisui, and so he ends up saying, you're right, I can't doubt, and especially now, excuse me Shisui, and after that, Kakashi shows his Sharingan and says, I'm ready for anything, but at the same time Orochimaru stands up and Sasori says, wow, it seems like you're not so strong as you thought in the end. That boy managed to defeat you, to which Orochimaru says, that was nothing, I'm not defeated, so shut your mouth. But Kaku says, if I'm not mistaken, those 2's heads are worth a lot of money, especially Shisui's is a renowned ninja and feared world level, so if we can get his body that will give us money. To which Orochimaru says, I'm sorry, but his body will be mine. To which Combs says, it's best to finish this as soon as possible, to which Orochimaru says, that's how it will be, and after that this would launch against Shisui, thus starting a battle between these 2, while on the other hand, Kakuzu says, very well then, I will take care of Kakashi, so this would launch against him, and a second battle would start, Kakashi against Kakuzu, while on the other hand Sasori would be observing both battles, and after that a couple more minutes would pass. Kakashi was no match for Kakuzu, who would be dominating their battle, while on the other hand, Shisui had the advantage in their battle, showing that even though Orochimaru was one of the strongest ninjas, this was no match for the Uchiha because he was currently the second most powerful Uchiha in the Leaf Village, only being below Fugaku. However, by this time Shisui would also realize that Kakashi was in trouble, so he would try to help him, but this would not be completely good, because in the end, in a battle 2 against 2, Shizuka almost had the disadvantage, so the 2 members of Akatsuki would take advantage of this, and after a few moments they would manage to leave their opponents on the ground. Hatsuki believed that they had won, especially Orochimaru, who thought that even though Shisui was stronger thanks to Kaku, he could take over his body, and thus these two would launch one last attack to knock out their opponents. However, before they could complete their attacks, Naruto and Jiraiya would appear, managing to save their companions, but at the same time both Orochimaru and Pain would be surprised to see Jiraiya, especially Pain, while the Sannin of the Toads. He would be even more surprised because just as Naruto had told him, Jiraiya's comb would be so much the same that he would even ignore Orochimaru, but at the same time the Sannin of the snake says, I see. So you were behind all this. Now everything makes sense. However, in the end your plan will be counterproductive. Well, all of you will die in this place. But Jiraiya says, Orochimaru, you better not get in the way of this. Even if you don't have it now, I have something more important to do, and that is make you open your eyes, Pain, or rather Nagato, since even though you have the Rinnegan you cannot see the reality of things. This would surprise everyone, especially Pain, who says, how do you know that? Well, Orochimaru said to himself that wanted say Jiraiya with that what he knows, maybe there is a secret behind Pain, but at that moment Jiraiya says, seriously, you are surprised that you have already forgotten that I was the one who taught you everything you know, although well it doesn't matter in the end I will find out after. You are no match for everything, but Jiraiya says that we will see. However, at that moment Nagato, thanks to his Rinnegan, would feel through Pain the presence of the Kiwi in that place, thus discovering that the Biju was inside that child who was on one side of Jiraiya, and after a couple of moments of silence, Pain says, wow, it seems that this couldn't be better. You yourself have brought me the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. I will not let this opportunity pass today. We will begin the capture of the viruses. Listen well, the priority is to capture that child and bring with Jiraiya alive, so we will find out everything he knows, while with the other two they do what they want. So all the members of Akatsuki would prepare for the battle, although Orochimaru would be very alert because he felt that perhaps he could take advantage of all this to have something better than the Sharingan. However, at that moment Naruto says that will never happen. I will not let any of my friends get hurt, and that includes you. Well, I plan to make your Yubito get out of Madara's influence. This surprises Orochimaru, in addition to calling still more his attention. Well, leave his path, says finish them off, and then uses the Tenin glass to attract Naruto towards him. In this way the battle between the Leaf Ninjas and Akatsuki would begin. However, before Naruto was completely attracted, he says, are you ready, buddy? It's time to show them what we can do, to which Kurama says, come on boy, the time has come, and at that moment he would enter chakra mode. This would surprise everyone, even Jiraiya, and well, none of them had seen this state of Naruto. Well, Pain would wonder what that was, but once in chakra mode, it would not be a problem for Naruto to avoid Pain's jutsu, because he already knew it. And after that, Shisui Kakashi says, old Jiraiya, stay away, be careful. These three would move away, taking their distance. Well, what Naruto would do, and he would launch them, one against Kakuzu and the other against Sasori Comb. However, the latter would appear his puppet of the third Kage and say, seriously, do you think that a jutsu like that can against me? So Sasori would use his puppet and his ability to protect himself, but at that moment he would get a big surprise. Well, Naruto's YouTube would manage to destroy the barrier created by his puppet of the third Hokage, but he would also hit his puppet and then the Sasori himself. However, at the same time the other Rasen Shuriken would hit Kakuso, so on the one hand, Kakuzu would be on the verge of death because thanks to Naruto's attack and the way the Rasen Shuriken attacked, he would manage to destroy almost all of their hearts, leaving only one of them. Well, the other three had been destroyed in the process, but also because of this Kakuzu would be left on the ground, while the puppet of the third Kage would also be shattered into pieces, and in an irreparable way, although at the same time Haruko's armor would also have ended up being destroyed, although thanks to this, Sasori had managed to survive without receiving damage, although this would surprise everyone. Orochimaru couldn't believe what he had seen and said, I had never seen an attack like that. I must be careful with that brat. He seems to be a simple child, but his destructive power, it's very big. Well, Pain himself says, wow, that's surprising. You're not just a child, but it still doesn't matter what you do, and you'll never be able to defeat the power of the new god of the shinobi world, my power. Although on the other hand, Shisui would remember that Naruto had already used that jutsu before, but on that occasion, he had used it as a distraction, but now he saw that its power was much greater than he imagined. Well, Jirai would already be able to recognize it as an improved version of the Rasengan, and he says to himself, wow, that's it. Surprising, there is no doubt that he is very strong. Minato, I know that everything is very, but I am happy to see this your son Naruto. He has managed to surpass us in all aspects. I wish you could see it, though well, from what Naruto said you managed to see it, and you will do it again, but then of that. Jiraiya says out loud, we can't let Naruto do everything, we must also help in this battle. But at the same time Sasori says, wow, you do have great power, however, don't think you can take me by surprise again. Now I will show you my true self power. I will finish you and all of you. So Sasori, being upset about having lost his puppet of the third Kage, would use his 100 puppet jutsu, but after that Kakuzu would start to stand up and says, were you able to take away 3 of my puppets? My hearts, but now I will use yours as a replacement. This will not stay like this. Well, Orochimaru would continue watching because he did not want to make the mistake of underestimating Naruto because from what he had seen that boy was stronger than he seemed and he along with Jiraiya had a lot of important information. Therefore the Sannin did not want to make mistakes, although he also knew that he could not run away because otherwise Akatsuki would consider him a traitor and that would also be something bad for him, so he would make the decision to fight, but he would do this carefully because his priority would not be to win or get Shisui's body as before, but now he had changed and wanted to survive to see what happened, and thus the battle would begin. Naruto and Kurama Shisui Kakashi against the path of Sasori Kakuzu and Orochimaru. The battle would be very big in terms of powers, but in terms of time, it would not be very long, because Naruto would fight seriously since he knew that his opponents were not simple ninjas, and he knew that he had to finish them off, because they could be a great threat like that. After a few minutes the battle would come to an end, ending with Naruto and them as the winners, this especially thanks to Naruto's great power and the fact that he already knew his opponents and their abilities, so the boy would manage to take them by surprise, including pain like this. The three of them, Kakuzu and Sasori, were on the ground and the three of them had ended up lifeless, while Orochimaru had been very close to ending up like them, but at the last moment he had transformed into a small snake. Thus the Sannin would have managed to escape and hide, but what the Leaf Ninjas did not know is that this was part of his plan. Well, this way, he could follow them and gather more information without anyone noticing, but on the other hand, Nagato could not believe what had happened. However, Konan, who was with him, would notice his worried face as well as see him a little agitated. Therefore, she would ask him what had happened because it was not normal for him to be in that state, and he would respond by saying the way of Eva was defeated. Konan could not believe that because Eva's path was too strong, so he would ask who had done it, but his surprise would be greater hearing Nagato say that it had been Jiraiya and the Kiwi Jinchuriki, but then he would tell him that it wasn't all because the two of them were waiting for them at the place and knew everything about them. Even that he was the one behind everything, as well as they would also know about Madara. Konan couldn't believe what he was hearing since no one knew that, not even the others. Members of the organization, to which Nagato would respond saying that he knew, but in addition to that during the battle, they had mentioned another name which he did not know, but probably made her like that. However, after saying that Nagato would come out of his machine, saying it is likely that they will soon come to this place, and when that happens, I will be waiting for you with all my power since I do not plan to lose again, but on the other hand, Naruto would be removing the black bars from Yako's body, while at the same time telling the others that that comb had been raised with the body of Yako himself, because Nagato had done this as a way of remembering and feeling that his friend was still with them, since after all, Nagato had changed at that moment that Yako had died, and later from that Naruto would use one of the black bars to locate 100% the place where they were, and after that he would use 3 scrolls to seal Jaiko and the other 2 Akatsuki members who had fallen. In this way he made sure that no one will use their bodies, and after that the 4 Naruto, Shisui, Jiraiya, Kakashi would be resting, recovering energy and preparing to continue on their way because they knew that it would not be easy at all. Especially now that they would most likely be waiting for them, and it will not be an easy battle like the one in now. This will surprise everyone, but at the same time they trusted Naruto and his victory because the fate of the world and many lives in the future could depend on this. But on the other hand, Obito was still in the village of Mist. By this time he had already managed to establish contact with Kisame and had even introduced himself to him as Madara Uchiha, and after that they had had a talk in which he had convinced me by accepting the offer to join Katsuki, but a few moments after that Sex would appear. Saying, I finally found you, we have problems, you better come back, Nagato needs to talk to you, things are worse than we imagined. By this time a few hours had already passed since the battle between the Leaf Ninjas and Akatsuki, and so on. After listening to Setsu, Obito would leave with Kasami, and after that these two would appear right in front of Nagato and Konan, where Obito would take a big surprise because they would see Kat standing up, which had not happened for a long time, and after that ask him what was the situation and if it really was so bad that he made the decision to fight himself. But after hearing that, Nagato would tell him everything that had happened, and once he finished telling him everything, Madara would be extremely upset. Surprised because he did not imagine that things were so bad since they had lost the option of gathering the new members they were looking for, as well as the rest of the members had fallen, leaving only those who were gathered right now. But in addition to that, he had discovered that the Jinchuriki of the Kiwi was able to control his beast, and they had great power in addition to knowing information about them, information that no one should know, such as Nagato's name or the fact that Madara was also involved. Everything this would leave Obito with many questions and doubts. However, at that moment, Nagato would ask him who Obito was. This would leave the supposed Madara frozen for a few seconds, who would respond by saying, where did you hear that name? To which Nagato would respond by saying, it seems like you know who that Jinchuriki is. I mention it along with our names, and since I had never heard that name, you should know who it was, so tell me who Obito is, to which Madara responds, saying that it doesn't matter, he's been dead for a long time. He died myself, I took care of it, but if they know that name they know more than we imagine, so we must capture them. We need to know how they know all that information, we cannot expose ourselves or underestimate them. To what Nagato says, I know it, for that reason I plan to face them personally next time, and I know it will be soon, to which Madara responds saying very well then, once they appear here we will take them by surprise, now they are our priority above all the Jinchuriki. But while saying that to at the same time, after a long time, he would be worried because he did not understand how they knew his real name. Therefore, now Obito would have more doubts and questions than before, and for a moment he would also feel afraid, but it would only be for a moment, since later he would think that it was impossible. That they knew his identity, however, despite that, he should not trust himself, but after that, having finished his talk, Obito would leave to now meet with Setsu in the lair that had once been Madara's. The place that only the two of them knew. Like this, once there Obito says things, these are strange, it is possible that our enemies will come looking for us, that gives us an advantage, plus Nagato will fight, so it is almost impossible for us to be defeated, but just in case I also want you to prepare some white sets, will surely not be useful. To what Setsu says, very well, leave that to me, I will try to release the greatest amount, while on the other hand in the Leaf Village Itachi would be with the third Hokage, and the Uchiha would barely be discovering that Naruto and Shisui had left on a mission, this because he had not seen them for a few days, and he knew that this was unusual for them, and after that he would look for them, but he would not find them, so he would use his last resort to go to the Hokage, who would tell him all this would leave Itachi a little alert, because he would worry about his friends, although Hiruzen would explain to him why they had not told him anything. Well, now Itachi was a ninja with a lot of power in the village, and a great pillar for both the village and the Uchiha clan, and if something happened to him the problems could resurface. Itachi understood that, but after a few more moments Hiruzen says, but they also said something, they promised that they would return no matter what, and after hearing that Itachi would remember everything they had experienced since they met Naruto, and after thinking about it for good moments a smile would appear on his face, and he says sure, that's how it will be, I trust them. While on the other hand, Naruto would be observing the sky. Well, it was already night, but while he was doing it, he was thinking about his past life in his family and in his friends, but also how everything had changed since he had woken her up in her current body, because things were now very different from the history he knew. But at that moment Jiraiya would arrive because he had noticed Naruto a little strange, so he told her. The man would ask what happened to him, because it was not normal for him to be distant and silent. But Naruto would respond by saying that he was just wondering how everything would change, since there are many things that have changed with great difference from the history that he already knew lived, although he would also admit being afraid of losing people important to him. But Jiraiya would respond by saying, I understand what you are saying after everything, because of what you told me. You met me many years later now, and just like with me, there are things that will change, but regardless that there are things that will not, well, one way or another you and I would meet, and I'm sure that's how it will be with other people. Naruto, there are feelings that will never disappear, besides that there is also something that I have, of course it certainly had a one day you will become Hokage, so don't be afraid, just live and enjoy life. You are a hero, a miracle, and thanks to you many people who had not had the opportunity have met you and will be able to have a life, so instead of being afraid and doubts you should look up and remember something very important, never give up, but above all remember that you are not alone. Now you can count on me too, and although we don't know each other very much, I would still like to meet you after all, in some way we are family. To which Naruto says, you're right, and I want that too, old man. But while he was saying that, Naruto was also saying to himself, on this occasion I won't let you die, old man. And so the night would pass, and the next day would arrive. By this time Naruto, Shisui, Jiraiya, Kakashi were ready and about to continue with their path, because they were already completely recovered. So at this moment the four would advance towards the Rain Village, and after that 3 more days would pass, and by this time Naruto and the others would finally be arriving at the Rain Village. At this moment they would be on the outskirts of the village, and they would be observing the situation and all their surroundings. Well, before entering the village they knew that they had to be prepared because it was the enemy's territory, but at the same time, Jiraiya, being there, would begin to remember everything. Those moments he had spent there since he had met Nagato and the others until the moment he had left the 3 boys, and after thinking about it, the Sannin tells himself now the things they are different. Nagato, Konan, I am not going to abandon them ever again. I know that things will never be the same, and that this will be difficult, but as their sensei I will not let killing them manipulate them for their plans. Although on the other hand, and without any of the 4, Orochimaru would have realized that it would be in the form of a small snake, and it would be hidden inside Naruto's backpack. Well, in this way he was gathering information, but also advancing alongside the Leaf Ninjas. Well, in this way he would obtain more information, but he was also waiting for his opportunity to take either Shisao's body if possible from the same mater to Uchiha, and so after having done reconnaissance and being ready, Naruto and the others would finally enter the Rain Village, advancing on their way in search of Nagato with a Mayabito. However, at the same time, once they entered the village, Nagato would realize this thanks to one of his, and after realizing this they have already entered, they will soon be here, to which Obito says very good, then it is time to prepare, maybe they see me with me. So Obito leaves with Setsu and Kisame, while Konan, left alone with Nagato, says, "Are you sure about this, Nagato? It's about Jiraiya-sensei, the man who took care of us, and if it hadn't been for him, we probably wouldn't be here today." Which Nagato responds saying, I know it must not be easy for you, but we have no choice. If it were up to me, I would like Jiraiya-sensei to join us, but you know how it is, and I would never accept this, plus he is with her in the Kyuubi Chiriki, and after what they have done it can't be done anymore. He provoked it, so he will pay for it, to which Konan says I understand, but it's still a bit sad. However, I would like to ask you something, let me take care of him. Nagato is surprised hearing that and stares at Konan, but after a few moments he says, are you sure this will not be easy? Remember, he is not a simple ninja, also I would not like your feelings to betray you, to which Konan says, this is something I must do, so trust me, you know you can do it, I have never failed you. Nagato says very well. Then Jiraiya-sensei is yours, I will take charge of the Ginchuriki, and so after that a few more minutes would pass. By this time Naruto and the others would already be outside the lair, where Nagato and the others were once there. He says, this is strange, there is no one, this being their territory, it would be normal for them to have everything under control, but that is not the case. It even seems that they invite us to enter, to which Kakashi says, you are right, this is very strange, it is most likely a trap. That we must be prepared for whatever it is, and after that the four would enter. However, just upon entering a seal would be activated, which like a trap, and from this 100 white sets would appear. This would surprise the four ninjas of the leaf. Well, there were a large number of enemies, but Naruto says don't worry, they are not very strong, we can beat them, to which Jiraiya says I see, but they still use this, then there is only one reason for it, they plan to exhaust us and weaken us, for when we have to face the real ones battles. To what Naruto says I see, then that is your objective, however you don't count on me, everyone stay behind me, I will take care of this. And after that Naruto creates some clones, and he alone together with them would launch against the 100 white sets, but without anyone realizing it, Setsu, the original, would be watching the battle, and after that a few minutes would pass, and everything would be over. Naruto and the others would continue on their way, while on the other hand, Sex would meet with Obito and tell him that I had seen, which would surprise Uchiha, who would end up saying there is no doubt that that child is very strong. I would never have imagined that he would get that power, if only I had gotten the Kyuubi on that occasion, but the fourth Hokage got in the way of my plans, if not it would have been for him now we wouldn't have these problems, but luckily we have Nagato, I'm sure he can stop him, but well it's time to continue with the plan, the moment of maybe has come for me, and so the four leaf ninjas continued advancing, going up a tower in which they were, but after advancing for a few minutes they would end up meeting Kisame because he was waiting for them, so the Minai of the Leaf would stop in front of him, while the latter says wow, so you are the ones that I have to stop, they have told me a lot. Above all, about Tamakoso, I must not underestimate you. Although it is difficult for me to believe that I can be stronger than the Sand Knight, there is no doubt that this will not be an easy battle, but I cannot let them advance, and after that, perhaps I will. He uses a U-tube of water, however the four leaf ninjas would manage to avoid him, and after that Naruto says, be careful, he is stronger than he looks. But above all, he has too much chakra. He is known as the Tailless Biju. It's an easy enemy to defeat, not even for me, but if we all go together, I'm sure we can do it. It's the best opportunity for us, to which perhaps he tells me it's better not to underestimate me, since I'm not going to make that mistake, to which Jiraiya says. Alright then, get ready, but at that moment Shisui stands in front of everyone and says no, I will stay and face him, you keep moving forward, we don't know how many more enemies we will have to face, and this could end up being a strategy to vote us all out, especially you two, Master Yuri and Naruto, so we won't fall into their trap, so you guys move forward, to which Naruto says no, we can't do that, I won't risk something happening to you, Shisui, we have to all go back to the village together, to which Shisui says I know, but also this it's more important than us. Naruto is for the village, and for the future, you know it better than anyone, so trust me, I don't plan to lose. At that moment, Naruto would be surprised, well, there could be great determination in Shisui's eyes, he says very well, we will trust you. And so Naruto, Jiraiya, Kakashi would advance, continuing on their path, maybe he would try to stop them, but if his thread would avoid managing to confront the Katsuki, and thus these two would end up being alone, and maybe he would tell me I know you, I have heard a lot about you, if I am from the body blinking a feared ninja, but don't think that's why you can defeat me, those eyes of yours are nothing. Against me I will be with you, to which Shisui says that we'll see, since I don't plan to lose this battle either. After all, my friends trust me and I have promised the one that I will win after all. This is a battle for the future. And after that Shisui takes his sword and says it is time to start. So the battle between Kisame would begin, while on the other hand Naruto would say they were almost continuing to advance on their way. But in that moment Jiraiya says, "Are you sure about this, Naruto? Do you really think we should leave Shisui?" To which Naruto says, "Yes, no problem. I trust Shisui, I know he can win. So we should concentrate on our objectives, find Obito, Nagato and Konan." But after advancing through a few more moments like this, these three would get a big surprise. Right in front of them a cat would appear. This would make the three ninjas of the leaf be paralyzed, and both Jiraiya and Naruto say, "Nagato, it's you, finally we find you." And after that, "Jiraiya, Nagato, we have to talk, you should listen to us. I know it's not easy, but there's really something you should know. You can trust us, you can trust me, you know it." Well, Naruto says, "It's true, it's Nagato, please just listen to us." What Nagato says, not to fall for his tricks, and then he would use the Shinra Tensei, with which he would make the three ninjas fly, although this would not be a problem, since the three would manage to land on their feet. But what they did not know is that Nagato's true intention with this was to separate them, in order to after that start their attack against Naruto, which would start a battle between Nagato and Naruto, in which the Akatsuki would have all the advantage, since it had unexpectedly attacked the child, in addition to Tanya taking advantage of the fact that Naruto only wanted to talk. So the latter would be receiving a lot of damage, while on the other hand they would almost recognize that they had to help Naruto, but just before they tried it with Anna, he would seem to say, "I'm sorry, but I can't let them interfere." Jiraiya is even more surprised at what he was already, and Konan says, "It's really you have to listen to us, we have to stop this, we just want to help." What Konan responds saying it's too late for that, Jiraiya, since, and after that Konan would start his attack against the Sanding. When he saw this Kakashi, he didn't know what to do, because he wouldn't know who to help if Naruto was Jiraiya. But at that moment, before he made his decision, he managed to see a masked man in the distance who was watching the battle between Naruto and Nagato. But upon seeing him, Kakashi would remember the conversation he had had with Naruto about death, in which Naruto had told him about the one who now posed as Madara, as well as using the name Tobi. But in addition to that, the one who also always wore a mask to hide his face, but above all he would also tell him about his abilities with the Sharingan, informing Kakashi that he had a similar power. Only that he had not yet discovered it like that. After having remembered that and continuing to look at that masked individual, Kakashi says to himself, there is no doubt that it must be him, so he would almost launch himself against him. And while Jiraiya was avoiding Konan's attacks and Naruto was receiving Nagato's attacks, Kakashi would end up in front of the masked individual, and once there Obito says, "Wow, so you are still here, but it is your chance, you can still escape from this place." To which Kakashi says, "I will not leave this place until I bring you back, Obito." The latter is surprised hearing that, and then he says, "It seems that you have managed to discover it." And after that he shows his face and says, "It's been a long time, Kakashi, but do you seriously think that you can do something here? You are just a nuisance, after all you are a fake." To which Kakashi says, "You can say whatever you want, but it will be useless. I know what happened to you, I know everything that you have suffered, and I know that it must not have been easy for you, but you are not alone. That is why I have come to show you that, and that you can still return to the village, you can still fulfill your dream, it is not too late. Yet do not trust Madara, he is only using you." What Obito says, "Close your mouth," and then he would throw himself at Kakashi, managing to knock him down, and then he would take him by the neck to tell the truth. After that, "The truth is that I wasn't planning on finishing you off, but now you don't leave me any other option. I let you pay for what you did to Rin." So Obito would start hanging Kakashi. His old friend, but almost with a weak voice, says, "No, things were not like that, I wanted to protect her, but I couldn't, I failed you. However, there is something that you don't know, Obito, Rin's death was planned." Obito gets upset hearing that, and he would free Kakashi, and after that would take distance and says, "Seriously, do you think that your lies will do something to end you? But before that I will let you suffer." But he almost stands up and says, "You can't see it, Obito, you are totally blinded. But it's true, Ring's death was planned by Madara, please just trust me." But Obito says, "Shut your mouth, that's enough of your games." And after that Obito would launch himself against Kakashi, thus starting the battle between these two. But at the same time the battles of Shisui against Kisame Konan against were taking place. Jiraiya Naruto against Nagato, and after that a few minutes would pass. By this time the Sannin was still avoiding Konan's attacks, although he couldn't do it with all his attacks. However, while he was dedicating himself to this, Jiraiya would be trying to reason with Konan, telling him that they were coming in peace. "Well, I just wanted to help him," until after many attempts the Sannin managed to say, "Here for you, we come to help you kill those he is manipulating. You have to open your eyes, Konan, this is not what you wanted, nor what Nagato wanted, and less what Yako wanted. You wanted to bring good, but Madara took advantage of it, and especially Nagato. I know that in the past I failed you, but I don't plan to make that mistake again, so please listen to me and trust me." But just when I say that with hand he would have his attack. Jiraiya would be surprised to see this. Well, Conan says, how do you know that, sensei? How do you know about Madara? Where they got that information from? To which Jiraiya says it is difficult to explain and even more difficult to believe it. That's why I ask you to trust in me, for please, and just as I am here with you. We plan to do the same with Nagato so that he sees the reality of things and realizes that he is only being Madara's puppet. But on the other hand, Naruto had managed to keep his distance. However, he already had some injuries. So Nagato says, I thought you would be stronger, at least a challenge, but in the end you are just a simple boy with the power of a beast. This will be easier than I thought. But Naruto says, you are wrong. First of all, Kurama is not a beast, he is my partner, is my friend, and second is not, no matter what you do Nagato, I will not lose, since I am not fighting for me, this battle is for everyone, for Jiraiya, Sensei, for Conan, for all the people of the world, Minya, even for you, also for Jaiko. Well, he would not want all this. You have become a puppet of Madara, but you can't see it. Open your eyes. To which Nagato says, shut up, you don't know what you're saying. But Naruto says, I know more than you imagine, and that's why as your brother I plan to save you and help you. Open your eyes, Kurama, I'm counting on you. And so on. After saying that, Naruto would enter in Kurama mode, but by doing so all his wounds would be healed, and after that Naruto says it's time to end this. Although at that moment Naruto would tell Kurama that this feeling is perhaps what Kurama says, it seems that we do have to be prepared. For every boy, but Nagato says it doesn't matter what you do, no one can beat me, and so the battle between these two would start again. However, unlike before, now Naruto would use all his power, because he knew he couldn't help Nagato just with words like this, what should I do, react with actions, and to do so, he had to defeat him. But on the other hand, Sax would be away from everyone watching the battles and waiting for the moment when Akatsuki managed to win, because he was very confident that both Obito and Nagato would be the winners. Well, despite everything, he did not believe that someone could beat them, but on the other hand Obito would be beating up Kakashi. The latter had no chance against the one who had once been his friend, this because Kakashi felt bad about himself for not having realized that his friend was alive, and that is why he would not fight using all his power and skills. Also, thanks to Kamai's death, he was much more superior, having dominance in the battle, but at that moment he would end up receiving a blow which would send him flying, but at the same time a voice could be heard saying, Obito, I have come here to help you, but I will not let you continue hurting my sensei. And after that Naruto Kakashi would be surprised to see him, but upon observing he would see that it was a clone. Well, I would see the real Naruto facing off against Nagato, while the clone says sorry. The wait must come first, Obito is stronger than I thought, he never ceases to surprise me, however together we will do this, Kakashi-sensei. After all, Obito is also someone who is hypothetical for me, and if I was already able to save him once, nothing will stop me from doing it a second time. But first, take this, so that Naruto could place his hand on Kakashi's shoulder, passing him a part of his power. Therefore, the chakra cloak would appear on Kakashi, while Naruto says, this way you will be able to fight better, don't worry about the waste of chakra. Also, remember what I told you. You also have that power, don't hesitate, this is for Obito's sake. But at the same time, the latter stands up and says, you are stronger than what I would have imagined. Naruto must end you that day. When I had the opportunity I may fail at that moment, but now the same will not happen. I will end you just as I did with your parents. Kakashi is surprised hearing that because he did not know that information. However, Naruto, he looks up and says, Obito, I already knew you had done that, but I forgive you, and despite everything my parents also forgive you. Kakashi is surprised hearing that, while Obito couldn't believe what he was hearing, and he says, how is this possible, who are you? But in that moment, Naruto would appear in front of him, saying, I am Naruto Uzumaki, son of the 4th Hokage, as well as the future 7th Hokage, and I am here to save people important to me like your Obito. No matter what you have done, I am going to save you from Madara's clutches. And after that Naruto would manage to take him by surprise. Well, thanks to his great speed in his current state, he would end up appearing from behind, and he would hit him with a Rasengan directly. However, at the last moment, Obito would manage to react, so he would use his Kamui to try to save himself, and he would succeed too, although in the process Naruto's attack had worked because he had managed to destroy the seal that Madara Uchiha had once placed on him to death, while the latter, despite having been saved, would still have received a little damage, so Obito would end up falling to his knees, while Naruto's clone says, death, you can see things now, Kakashi and I are here to save you. But right at that moment Naruto's clone would disappear, because Nagato had just used the Shibaku Tensei. At this time, he had managed to capture Naruto in the large sphere he had created, which had caused his clone to disappear, while at the same time the chakra cloak would disappear from Kakashi. Although his wounds would have healed and his chakra he would have recovered, but both he and Obito would be surprised to see that Naruto's clone had disappeared, because neither of them understood the reason, because they would not have realized what was happening in the other battle. Although on the other hand Jiraiya and Conan did. They would have seen everything from the first moment because these two would have managed to stop their battle, and with Anna, she had made the decision to trust her teacher once again, however moments after that she would have recognized Nagato's YouTube. Which would warn Jiraiya too they would try to advance as fast as possible for them to stop Nagato and help Naruto, but they would not have achieved this because during their battle Naruto and Nagato would have gotten far away from the others and now these two Jiraiya and Konan they would have been paralyzed after seeing how Naruto would have been locked up but after a few moments of paralysis. After seeing this Jiraiya says I can't abandon Naruto, he needs me to which Konan says wait sensei, it is very dangerous if Nagato uses, that's because he felt very pressured right now, no one will be able to make him see reason if we go now, even I could lose my life to him. Jiraiya would be surprised, but he ends up saying, even so, no matter how dangerous he is, I'm not going to abandon Naruto. I'm sorry Konan. But he also needs me I hope it is not the last time we see each other and after that the Sannin continues on his way however after advancing meters he would be surprised that Konan had joined him and upon seeing her she says we are together in this, now it's not like that sensei, so let's go save Naruto and also save Nagato, to which Jiraiya says very well that so be it and thus the two would continue on their way, but on the other hand, Shisaya still continued his battle against Kisame, but at this moment both had each other because they would be seeing in the sky the large sphere that had been formed thanks to the Shibaku Tensei, but when Shisui was seeing it, he would be distracted because he would worry about Naruto for a moment and then say Naruto. You cannot be defeated. Remember, one day you will be the Hokage. I trust you, but maybe I would take advantage of this moment of distraction to attack Shisui, leaving him on the ground, and after that, maybe he tells me, it seems that the Uchiha clan is not as amazing as it was thought, just like you. You are simply a legend to scare the ninjas, but you are really not that strong, but don't worry, this will soon be over I will end that legend, so you won't live a lie, so maybe I will prepare to attack Shisui however, the latter would manage to avoid the attack at the last moment, and he would have done it very barely well. By a couple of centimeters he would have been badly injured, but after that Shisui would move away taking his distance, and then he says that's enough. The time has come to end this, and then he takes his sword again, but after that he activates his Manjutsu Sharingan and says I will show you the true power of the Uchiha clan and the Sharingan, and so Sui launches himself against Kisame in this way resuming the battle, while on the other hand, Kakashi would face Death and says Death, you can finally see reality don't be a puppet of Madara, it's still time to get back on track. Obito looks at him for a few moments, but after that he gets up and hits Kakashi, saying no, this is not over yet you and I are not done yet battle so come on stand up Kakashi face me show me that what you say is true, so he almost stands up and then says very well, if that's what you want Obito, I'm not going to lose nor abandon you, I'm going to bring you back and just like that he almost throws himself against Obito this way these two would also resume their battle while on the other hand, Nagato said to himself in the end, not even you were a match for me Naruto, although I must admit that you put up a great battle you are the strongest rival I have ever had, but in the end, no one can against me like this, Nagato would end up sitting on the ground to observe the sphere. That had formed but also recovering energy because it had almost reached its limit during the battle. But on the other hand and without Nagato having noticed, Naruto despite being trapped, he was still conscious, he had protected himself at the last moment and so once there, he says, it seems that I was careless, however, this will not be the end, Kurama, I need your help. This will not be easy, especially because it will be the first time we do it, but we have to use all our power are you ready to which this responds, saying count on me boy I don't plan to lose this battle, and thus both Naruto and Kurama would begin to gather natural energy, and after that a couple of minutes would pass, and to stop at this moment, both Jiraiya and Konan would manage to reach the place where they were at Geto and once there Konan would ask him to free Naruto, well Jiraiya would say the same and then try to make him react by telling him that he was only being manipulated by Madara, but when seeing and listening this Nagato says so you ended up falling into his games Konan do you really believe in his words to what Konan says like this, I really believe in his words you should do it too Nagato it's time to stop this there is more options and we have a new opportunity to what Nagato says I am disappointed to hear that, but you don't leave me any other option, so Nagato was preparing to start his attack against Jiraiya and Konan, but right at that moment these three would be paralyzed because they would feel a strange sensation and after that they would hear a great scream coming from the sky. Therefore the three would realize that the one who was causing this was Naruto, and right at that moment, their surprise would increase especially for Nagato, because he could not believe that Naruto he could still stay awake, but this would not end yet, because rocks would begin to fall from the sky, and upon seeing this Konan says, but how is this possible while Naruto says This can't be, no, I won't let you free yourself. But by this time it was too late, because Naruto would make the sphere explode from within and from the sky. Only Nagato could be seen, and Conan could not believe what they saw. But at that moment, their surprise would be even greater, because they would see the Kiwi vanish and transform once again into Naruto, which from the sky would begin to fall, but in the direction of the place where they were. Well, Jiraiya said to himself, "You are amazing, Naruto." But on the other hand, Shisui would manage to see Naruto free in the sky, and upon seeing this, Shisui said to himself, Naruto himself, very well, now it is time for him to also end this, and thus he would launch himself one last time against Kisame. But by this moment the two were badly injured, because both had received a lot of damage from the other during the battle. Likewise, Naruto would continue to fall until he would be close enough to end up hitting Nagato in this way, leaving him on the ground, because Nagato had not done anything to protect himself since he was extremely surprised and still could not believe that Naruto had freed himself from his jutsu. Now Nagato would end up in the ground, while Naruto would remain standing right next to him and says, "Nagato, this battle has to end, we are here to help them help you." But Nagato was still totally confused, and Naruto would take advantage of this to touch Naruto's arm, Nagato, and thus show him his memories of everything they had gone through in the future together, and of him, as Nagato had recognized him as his brother, as they were both students of Jiraiya. Therefore Nagato would be paralyzed for a few moments, and then some tears would begin to come out of his eyes, which would surprise Conan, while Naruto says, "Now you can see it, Nagato, that is the truth." To what Nagato says, "Who are you, how is this possible?" To which Naruto responds, saying, "My name is Naruto." After hearing that, Nagato would remember the first novel of his teacher, in which the name of the protagonist was Naruto, as well as he would remember that Jirai wrote that to create the character he had been based on him, while Naruto would finish saying, "Naruto Uzumaki, and I have come to help you." Nagato the latter knew that he lost the battle, but he had also realized that he had made a mistake by believing in Madara, that Zaina Cat would observe the three Naruto with Annie, Bahia and while he saw them he said, "I'm really sorry, I'm so sorry, but also thank you for this above all. To you, Naruto, and you too, Jiraiya-sensei." To what the latter says, "You are not the only one who made a mistake, Nagato, I did it too a long time ago by abandoning them. If only I had made a different decision, if only I had taken them with me, this would be something else, even Yahiko here would be with us. But we can't do anything to change the past, however we can improve the future, and now we have the power to make better decisions." So Nagato stands up and says, "Thank you. But this is not over yet, we still have to have Madara, so let me take care of him." But Naruto says, "No, Kakashi is already doing it." To which Nagato says, "I know Kakashi is strong, but he won't be enough to stop him. Madara is very strong too." Which Naruto says, "Calm down, I trust Kakashi, furthermore, he is not the real Madara, his real name is Obito." Nagato is surprised, but at the same time he would remember his first meeting with Naruto, in which he had mentioned that he had also planned to help Obito, so Nagato ends up saying, "If Obito, where is Madara?" Which Naruto says, "It's a long story, but out of everyone here, Obito is possibly one of those who have suffered the most from Madara, in addition to being controlled by him. That's why I can't abandon him." Nagato is surprised hearing that, and then he says, "Very well, then I will trust you, and I will leave him in your hands." To which Naruto says, "Thank you," and after that he leaves while Jiraiya would stay. But the Nina Cat and these three would start talking about what they would do now, while on the other hand the battle between Shisui and Kisame had ended, and both they would be on the ground after having received the final attack from the other, and they would remain like that for a few minutes, and by this time Naruto would finally arrive at the place. First he would find Kisame's body, which upon seeing it Naruto says, "Wow. It seems that he did it, he knew that he would. He would undoubtedly be very strong, but where he is, I can't see him anywhere." So Naruto would search for a few moments, and finally he would end up finding Shisui's body, but upon seeing him, Naruto would be paralyzed and unable to believe what he saw. He starts to say, "No, this can't be Shisui, no, you don't react, you can't die," and after saying that Naruto would jump in to try to help him, however, when he was in front of him a smile appeared on Shisui's face, and he managed to say, "Calm down, I'm fine, Naruto, I just need to rest, I spent all my chakra during the battle, but remember, I made you a promise, I told you I would win, and that's how it was, but now tell me how it turned out, you did it all, you did." To which Naruto says, "I'm so glad you're okay, I always knew you would, and if everything ended well, so calm down, now you can rest, I will take care of you, but if I would try to stand up despite being in a bad state because I don't have chakra." And he says, "Who do you take me, for I can still continue." However, when trying to stand up he would start to fall, but before it hit the ground Naruto would manage to hold it, and then he says, "Calm down, I'll help you." And at that moment the chakra cloak would cover Naruto, however it would not only cover Naruto, but it would also expand until it ended up covering Naruto. Shisui, and once this would be covered by the cloak of chakra it would disappear from Naruto, but at the same time the Uchiha would be surprised as he would feel how his wounds began to heal, and his chakra returned, so the only thing Shisui could say is, "This is surprising, thank you Naruto, and you too, Kurama, are undoubtedly extraordinary." What Naruto says, You are our friend Shisui and we would never abandon you. But on the other hand, the battle between Kakashi and Obito would also have come to an end, and Kakashi would have managed to prevail against his friend. Which is why Obito was on the ground, and after what happened with Naruto and now with Kakashi, he would feel very guilty, especially for having been the puppet of Mater Uchiha and believing that his friend was a traitor, which is why at this moment Obito he would be asking Kakashi to finish him off because he felt that he did not deserve to live any longer. However, Kakashi would tell him that he would not do that and that things were not like that because he had come to that place in order to save him, and not only him, but Naruto too. And the others were not going to allowing Mater to continue manipulating them and ruining their lives even more. Besides that, he had a debt to pay. Since in the past he had saved him and now it was time to return the favor. Obito is surprised. Hearing that and then thank you Kakashi. You really leave me speechless, although I don't know if I can return to the village after all. I caused a lot of damage, I was the culprit of the Kiwi attack, as well as the culprit of Minato's death. Sensei Kakashi lowers his gaze hearing that, but in that moment they would both be surprised, since they would hear Naruto say death that is not a problem. I know it will not be easy, but if I and my parents manage to forgive you I am sure that everyone in the village will also do it, plus killing is the real culprit of all those acts, and that's the truth, everything will be fine. The important thing is that both you and Nagato have managed to open their eyes and can now see things as they are, and they can also return to the path of good and pay for what they did, trying to make a better place. For everyone Obito smiles hearing that and says there is no doubt that you are someone unique Naruto. However, this is not all sex, he is still out there and he is more dangerous than you imagine, to which Naruto says I know very well who he is and what are his intentions, that's why at this moment I'm looking for him with my real body. Besides that, Orochimaru was also in the place, but from one moment to the next his chakra disappeared. I don't know what's happening with those two, but I don't have a good idea. Feeling to what Kakashi says I see, so I know it's about a clone, while Obito says we have to find them, but on the other hand, the real Naruto was roaming the entire place in search of sex and Orochimaru this was possible, since when he left Jiraiya and the others, he would have used the multi-clone jutsu of shadows. Therefore, with both Shisui and Kakashi, two of their clones had arrived. While the real Naruto and some more clones would be searching all over the place, but what Naruto did not know is that he would not be able to find anything. Well, right at the end of the battle of Naruto against Nagato, Orochimaru, who was watching and listening to everything, had left in his snake form in search of Setsu, and once he found him Orochimaru would resume his real form, and he says it's a shame it's not like that in the end. Your plan was stopped by a simple brat, an old man and two simple girls. Well, as difficult as it may seem. Not even the Rinnegan was a match for them, what Setsu says, but you managed to get out of there, and now you are here knowing. Or I imagine that you are up to something, that's not what you mean. Orochimaru says how you know me. Well, I will tell you I know that you are the one behind everything. I do not know what your plan is, but from what I see it has been however not all is lost, you still have a choice, trust me, you and I can come together as long as take me with a real Uchiha. Swim to what Setsu says, because you want to see his body, to what Orochimaru says, because if I manage to get a little of his DNA I could discover the secret of the Rinnegan, the greatest power in the world, and if you help me with it, I will help you eliminate all of them. After all, I have the definitive YouTube jutsu capable of bringing to life those who have died and using them as puppets, and in my power, I have the previous Hokages and bullfighting other ninjas, so we could work together. What do you think? You help me get the Rinnegan, and I will give you the most powerful army in the entire Setsu world. Would be surprised hearing that, but at the same time he knew that he had no choice. He also knew how dangerous Orochimaru could be. So it was better to have him as an ally, so he would end up accepting the proposal. Sunny after that these two would leave together, moving away from the place without anyone having noticed. Therefore, Naruto would now be looking for one of the two of them, but no matter how much he did, he would not find anything, and after that it would be a while until this moment everyone would be gathered: Naruto, Shisui, Konan, Nagato, Death, Jiraiya, Kakashi. But once there Naruto would reveal to them that Orochimaru had escaped and then tell them that they should find them, above all, a Setsu, because he could become a great danger to the world since he only thought about one thing: bringing back his mother Kaguya Otsutsuki, and as long as that was the case he didn't care about anything. But Naruto would also recognize that at this moment going to look for Setsu was not the best, since these battles had just ended and they had to rest. Therefore, he believed that the best thing was to return to the Leaf Village altogether, including Nagato with Death. These three would be surprised to hear that, although none of the three would accept because they did not believe they deserved this, but Naruto told them, I would say yes, also the Leaf Village would need us if something were to happen, but at that moment both Jiraiya and Kakashi would support Naruto's idea, because in addition to that they were important people for them, and they believed that they deserved one more chance, while Shisui would say I fully trust Naruto, and if he believes it is the best so do I, and so after that in a few hours the seven would begin their journey towards the Leaf Village with a little fear, especially those three who had been members of Akatsuki, especially Obito for what he had done years ago, but they also felt that it was a way to help and pay for what they had done, and thus the seven would be advancing on their path, and after that time would pass, and the days would also pass the trip, Naruto would tell the three. Nagato with Onibabito how he knew all the information about them, as well as about the visions that he had shown them in this way. The three of them would be surprised, a little confused and doubtful, because hearing Naruto's story was not easy, especially because it seemed invented, and they would think that, however. What made them believe and trust him was what they had seen and what he had shown them, but even so, they would not stop being surprised by everything that Naruto told them. I would also say that during the trip things would be calmer. Thanks to Naruto, everyone would end up talking to everyone like good friends, forgetting at times what had happened previously, until they would end up arriving at the Leaf Village once they're outside the village. Everyone would be watching her, especially Nagato with Amayabito, who had a lot of nerves, but at that moment Naruto said, "Come on, we don't have to waste time, you'll see how everything will be fine. I won't let anything happen to them," so everything would go in and advance through the village, but while they were doing it. Obito remembered one of the conversations they had had along the way in which Naruto had asked Jiraiya Shisui Kakashi not to say anything about what Obito had done in the past because the best thing for him and for everything in the village was keep it a secret because otherwise it could create a lot of problems which the three of them would accept while Obito couldn't understand why Naruto was so good to him knowing that he was the culprit of his parents' death. However, it was something that was not known. He had dared to ask since he was afraid, and so the seven would continue advancing along their path in the village until they ended up reaching the Hokage's office, but once there they would not find the Hokage alone, because Itachi would be with him and upon seeing each other. The Hokage and Hitachi would smile because they were finally seeing Naruto and the others again, since they had not heard from them for just over half a month, while on the other hand, Naruto and Shisui were also happy because it was good for them to be back together. Seeing Itachi, however, both the latter and the Hokage would notice the presence of three new people, but after observing them for a few moments, Hiruzen says for a moment, "Maybe you are Obito, is it really you?" To which he responds by saying, "It's been a long time, Lord Hokage, yes it's me." I imagine that he will have many questions after all. I'm sure he thought he was dead, to which Hiruzen says, "So the truth is that it is surprising to see you again, although seeing that you are with Naruto, that would also explain many things. Well, there is nothing more strange than him." What Naruto says, "Hey. Calm down old man," but Hiruzen responds saying, "What I want to say is that I am happy that you are with us. Naruto after all has been a great help to both the village and to everyone. The proof of them is that they are here. However, I also think that we have a lot that's not what to talk about. So why don't we start at once?" And then Naruto, Jiraiya and the others would tell him parts of what had happened, although leaving it clear that he told Uchiha and they were the ones behind everything, and then after that said that although everything went well, it had not been perfect because both Setsu and Orochimaru had disappeared, but after that and to finish. Naruto would ask the third Hokage to allow Nagato and Konan to stay and live in the village, as well as the one who would accept one more time if he died in the village. This would surprise Hiruzen, who would respond that he could not make a decision at that moment because he still had to have more details about things, such as he would also like to talk to the three of them. But he would do that later because later from everything they went through they deserved to rest, so for now they could stay in the village, to which Naruto says, "Well then for now let them stay in my house, it's not very big, but I'm sure we'll be fine there." But Kakashi says, "What do you think if you stay with me Obito at least for now?" To which the latter would accept, and after that Hiruzen says, "It's better that they go to rest, I have to talk a couple of things with Jiraiya after all, I haven't seen him for a long time," and so they all start to leave. However, just when they were about to leave the two Uchiha Itachi Hiruzen say, "I would like you two to stay here after all. I would also like to hear what you think about Obito and the others." To what Jiraiya says, "So you made him leave for this? I see he doesn't lose his mind old time." To which Hiruzen says, "This is not a normal case. Well, nothing in the last few months has been normal with Naruto, plus there are a couple more things I would like to know." And so these four would stay talking about both Madara and Nagato with Obito, but for on the other hand, Naruto and the others would be advancing through the village. Even though the Aiko almost lived in different places, they had to take the same route to get to their house. However, along the way, Naruto would see Ichiraku and his eyes would shine. But at the same time he says, "You don't know how much I miss you Nagato Konan. What would you say about trying the best ramen in the world? I invite Obito Kakashi sensei. What do you say you also join?" And what Obito says, "The Ichiraku, it's been so long since I ate a bowl of ramen." To which Kakashi says that memories, it was not difficult to make you eat something else, you were always there. To which Naruto says, "So don't say any more, let's all go together, I'll invite." And that way everyone would come and eat delighted by the great taste of the ramen, while Tucci would be happy because he saw Naruto with friends and with a smile on his face. But in addition to that, seeing the death of one who had once been one of his best clients also made him happy, and so in that place, everything would be laughter and happiness, while some funny anecdotes would be told, and after that a week would pass. During this week everything had been very calm in the village of the Leaf, and both Obito, Nagato and Conan were managing to get along very well in the village, but the moment had arrived and the three are meeting in the Hokage's office because he had something important to tell them. Naruto was almost sure that he would tell them that they could stay in the village since they had not shown anything for the opposite to happen. However, despite knowing that, he was afraid because of no matter how minimal the option was, he knew that the third Hokage could reject them, and so a few minutes would pass, the three of them would be talking like the third Hokage, while Naruto would be outside the office waiting to know the answer, and so on after a few minutes. Plus the three would leave the office, and by doing so Naruto would get a big surprise, and a smile would appear on his face while the three Nagato, Obito and Conan would come out with the ninja band of the leaf on their forehead, being a sign that they were now members from the village. Naruto, upon seeing this, would be extremely happy and would want to celebrate and then thank the third Hokage. But he would respond that he should not do this. Well, if this was happening, it was thanks to him since he was the one who was giving him a chance. To them and the rest of the people. But after that Hirusen says, by the way, I also have a message for you, it's from Jiraiya, he wanted to see you, he said to look for him at the training ground. Naruto is surprised, while Hirusen continues saying I will stay with the three of them, referring to Nagato and the others, because now that he was part of the village and ninjas, he had to present them as such. So Hirusen would leave with them while Naruto would leave in search of Jiraiya, but on the other hand, Sex would be taking Orochimaru to his lair where Madara's body was located. This was the first time he had taken him to that place, because during all this time, despite having agreed to form an alliance together, he had been trying to verify Orochimaru's actions and his intentions. In addition to that, he began collecting DNA from ninjas who had already died to create his army, but right now Sepsu felt confident and believed that he could work with Orochimaru, and together they could achieve what Obito and Nagato had not been able to do. Now in his lair, the first thing Setsu would do is show the white Setsus as well as tell them about his special abilities and how Madara Uchiha had managed to get the Rinnegan after obtaining Hashirama's DNA. This would surprise the Sannin because it was information. But she did not know and would appreciate it if Sepsu informed him of this, because it showed that there was trust, and that was the most important thing for his alliance, and to which Setsu would respond by saying, I have been testing you all these days, Orochimaru. That's why I brought you to this place, because I trust you, and as a sign of this, I will let you obtain DNA from Madara Uchiha himself, and thus these two would advance until they reached a secret room where Madara's body was located. Orochimaru would be surprised to see it. And then he says in a low voice, at last I have you now, nothing will be able to stop me soon, my revenge will fall before the village of the Leaf. Setsu is surprised when he listens, but just when he was going to say something he would get a big surprise, because Orochimaru would treacherously attack him passing through his body. Setsu couldn't believe what was happening, and says you are a damn traitor. But what Orochimaru says, all this time I knew what you were doing, that's why I set out to gain your trust, and finally I did it, finally you brought me to the body of Madara Uchiha, besides, you gave me more information than I expected, there is no doubt that you are a fool for it and you would never achieve your goal. But I am different from you, I will achieve what I set out to do, and after that Orochimaru would end his while he says to himself, the greatest army and the greatest, very soon I will have both. No one will be able to stop me, and the Leaf Village will pay for what it did to me, while on the other hand, Naruto would be arriving at the training ground, where he would meet with Jiraiya. Once there Jiraiya says you finally arrived, although it took longer from what I expected, to what Naruto says, well that's something normal after all, you didn't tell me anything, who told me, this was the Hokage. To which Jiraiya says you're right, well the important thing is that after all there is something I wanted to tell you, but there's also something I wanted to ask you. Naruto is surprised hearing that and asking what that was, to which Jiraiya says, well the first thing is for me to make a decision, after so long I plan to stay here in the Leaf Village, after everything that happened I think I could help here, besides that, having met you made me understand something, I should have met you before, that's why I want to continue doing it. But I would also like to train with you because although I know that you have the skills of a Hokage and you don't need help, I think that, but before he could finish speaking Naruto jumps in and hugs him, while at the same time saying, old man, I would like to train with you again, there is nothing I would like more. Jiraiya is surprised hearing that, and there will also be Naruto, and says very well then I would like that too, and so time would pass, things would be calmer than ever. Naruto would be in the village and would spend most of his days with Jiraiya, with Anina Cat, as well as with Sasuke, although at different times also from time to time when would meet with Shisui, Kakashi, Obito. Although this would not be so common since the latter three would end up forming a special team, which, as the months went by, would dedicate themselves to searching for information about Orochimaru, since they still had to stop him. However, it would only be the three of them since the Hokage. He wanted to keep Naruto low profile because he didn't want the village to know the truth about him since it could be dangerous, so Naruto was currently only dedicated to training and having fun, and thus time would continue to pass, and the years too. They would pass until Naruto would be 12 years old, at which point things would continue to be very calm. Because the special team formed by Shisui Obito and Kakashi had not found a trace of either Setsu or Orochimaru, which was strange. Although also thanks to Jiraiya they would know that Orochimaru was capable to hide without attracting attention, but he was also sure that sooner or later he would come out. But on the other hand, Nagato and Konan had managed to adapt very well to the village, both had become loved people and had become close. Became instructors at the academy, although they also used to do missions as ambu hunters, but only in special cases, while Naruto continued with his life having a great relationship with Jiraiya being practically family, but in addition to that he had also formed a good relationship with Sasuke being best friends, but in addition to that Naruto had become much stronger since he had spent this time training with Jiraiya and also with Nagato, while on the other hand, Sasuke was also stronger than in the original story, this thanks to the fact that since he was little he had started his training with his brother Itachi, and later he would also train with his father, who, thanks to Itachi, would be able to recognize the great talent and ability that Sasuke had well. Despite not being like his brother, he was more skilled than an average Uchiha, likewise things between the Uchiha clan and the village would be better than ever, while at the same time the Uchiha clan after a long time felt that they could have a member of their own as Hokage, and this would be Itachi, who was practically the right-hand man of the Hokage, and thanks to this, the relationship with his clan was the best in all of history. Although by this time in the Leaf Village they had arrived on the day of graduation from the academy, their Sasuke and the rest of his classmates had managed to graduate without problems. However, that same day at night Naruto would meet with Jiraiya, and the latter says Naruto as well. You should know today at the academy the graduation of your generation at the academy took place. However, you were not with them since you made that decision, but in order not to attract people's attention, you couldn't become a ninja. However, since your generation has become ninjas, I think it's time for you to do it too and show people of the village, just as you showed us that one day you will be the Hokage. I know that this shouldn't mean much to you, but I wanted to give you this, and so it will go. They already give Naruto a ninja band, when he receives it he would only see it, and after a moment of silence Naruto says, even if you don't believe it, it means a lot to me, old man, it's the best gift, to which Jiraiya says, I'm glad to hear that, however. You have to take care of Naruto because like that ninja band, there aren't two of them, after all, that's the band that your father once used. Maybe it wasn't easy to find it, but I had to do it after all. You are the only person besides Minato who can remove that band, and I don't say that because I am his son, but also because you have done it. Naruto would have a smile on his face, but at the same time some tears would come out his eyes and says thank you old man, but at the same time he would remember those moments in the fourth Ninja War when he had fought alongside his father and they had both formed a team, as well as that moment when they had said goodbye. But after that he would remember a conversation that had had with Sasuke in his other life, in which he had told him that in order to bring the Hokages to life with the Tensei finger, they had gone to a temple on the outskirts of the village, in which there was a mask which was a form to free the souls sealed by the Reaper. So Naruto puts on his father's band and then says, old man, I have to do something, I need you to come with me. Jiraiya is surprised because Naruto had become serious from one moment to the next, so the Sannin would respond saying sure, but everything is fine. What happens to what Naruto says, yes, I only remembered one, and we must help my father. Jiraiya is surprised when he hears that and says, what do you mean by that? To what Naruto says, I will tell you on the way. So the two would advance on their path, and already after in a few minutes they would be able to reach the temple. Once there, he would say he would be surprised because Naruto had already told him what he was planning to do. However, it was hard for him to believe that everything would be so easy, but once inside the temple, Naruto would manage to find the right mask, and then he says, old man, Jiraiya, please don't stop me, I know what I'm doing, trust me. Jiraiya is surprised because he didn't understand what Naruto was saying, but at that moment, he would get a big surprise when sunning, because he would see how Naruto would put on the mask, and then he would stab himself in the stomach, and then cut himself. When he saw this, Jiraiya already moves forward and says, wait, Naruto. Why are you doing that? But Naruto says, stop, trust me, I know what I'm doing. This would make them feel bad, but his surprise would not end, and since a kind of soul remaining right in the middle of him and Naruto, so once this happened, Naruto would take off his mask and fall to his knees due to the large wound he had caused himself. He would be full of blood, but Naruto would be using all his willpower to not fall, and at that moment, looking at the soul that had appeared, Naruto says, now you can meet with mom, rest and tell her that I'm fine, so the soul would disappear, while Naruto would fall to the ground. Well, He couldn't take it anymore, but on the other hand Jiraiya seeing this would try to help him however at that moment the cloak of chakra would begin to cover Naruto's body and this way his wound would begin to heal quickly. Well the Sannin says this must be Kurama's work, but you still took a lot of risks Naruto, but I understand what you did without however, now rest you have earned it and so. Jiraiya leaves Naruto in his hands while on the other hand Kurama says to an unconscious Naruto, you should not do that kind of crazy thing boy a little more and things would have been bad since I don't know if he would have managed to save you and after that the night would pass. The next day Naruto would spend it sleeping because even though his wounds had healed his body still needed to rest, but one more day later, Naruto would finally wake up, but in doing so, he would be taken with a great surprise that he had to leave as soon as possible for the academy, because on the day of the formation of the teams of recent graduates he had arrived, however, he had been late. So he would leave his house as quickly as possible, managing to arrive just when they would mention his name as part of Team 7, along with Sasuke and Sakura. Upon hearing that, Naruto says yes, I managed to arrive on time, however, the rest of the boys who were in the place would feel upset. They had never seen Naruto at the academy, so it made it strange that he was a genin, but in addition to that they would call him weak as well as a false ninja, however Naruto would ignore them all while Sasuke, being the only one who knew a little about Naruto's strength, ends up saying to all those who insult Naruto if they really think they are weak because they don't challenge him to a battle like this, they will be able to see how strong he is. This would surprise everyone since Sasuke didn't used to be like that, but Naruto would say thank you Sasuke, but it's not necessary, that's what'll show you what I am capable and like that, but Iruka says that's enough. We have to continue and like that the Chunin would continue mentioning the teams and after a few minutes Naruto Sasuke and Sakura would be gathered in a room waiting for the arrival of their sensei although for Naruto, this would not be a surprise well he was sure that it would be about Kakashi. So while he was waiting he would begin to remember when he had lived that moment and how he had played a prank on him by making an eraser fall on his head, however at that moment the door to the sun would open and Naruto would get a big surprise well, who he would see would be Shisui who would say hello. Nice to meet you my name is Shisui Uchiha and I am going to be your teacher and leader of Team 7, but on the other hand Orochimaru was in his lair and at that moment he said to himself very well, he is almost ready. Just a little more and I will be able to start with my revenge soon the Leaf Village will pay for everything, although on the other hand, Naruto couldn't believe that Shisui was there and says wait a minute what is happening here, because you're here Shisui you shouldn't be in this place, where Kakashi is Sakura and Sasuke are surprised because they did not understand what he meant by that, but Shisui responds saying Naruto you better calm down I know you are a little confused, but if you have any questions or doubts you can talk to him at any time. Naruto says well that's just what I'm planning to do right now so Naruto would leave, well Sakura says what's happening seriously, they plan to let him leave that way we just met and he leaves that's not fair, but Shisui says calm everything okay. He'll come back but for now because we're not going out after all it's time to get to know each other and so the three would leave and start with the introductions, while on the other hand, Naruto would arrive at the Hokage's office because Kakashi was there and once there Naruto says what's happening, because Shisui is the leader of Team 7, you're supposed to be your Kakashi to which Hirusen says so you already found out we wanted to talk to you before, but we couldn't to which Kakashi says Naruto I know you had an idea, but I'm sorry the truth is that the third Hokage proposed it to me, but I couldn't accept it with death here things have changed and I'm the only one who has the confidence and trusts him, that's why I can't leave him alone, so I'm sorry, but no, because I am not the leader of Team 7 it means that we cannot see each other or train after all we are teammates and friends. Furthermore, I am indebted to you. I hope you understand but things are not as you know them after all because of what you have told us. Life was very different until this point is not like that, but no matter what you can always count on me. Naruto understood Kakashi's words well, no matter how difficult it was for him. What Kakashi said was true because things were different, while Hirusen says since Kakashi was not going to be the leader from Team 7, he asked me for the position after all. He is someone who has always wanted to have a team and guide the new generations, also you and him a good relationship is not like that, so don't see the bad or the different Naruto better look at the good things still you almost have here, but now you also have Shisui to which Kakashi says well the Hokage is right, but with all this that you shouldn't be with him now. Naruto is surprised when he hears that and says it's true that with all this he ignored it completely and I came without thinking about the others well I have to go after all I'm still part of Team 7 and so Naruto would leave, well Kakashi says I'm sorry for Naruto, it seems that the changes to what he knew come to surprise him a lot to which Hirusen says that's just it, I hope those changes don't bring us big problems after all, history has changed. Although, well, I trust that no matter what, we will always be united and after that a couple of minutes would pass and Naruto would finally manage to reach the place where Shisui and Sasuke were. But when Shisui arrives, he says, "Well, you finally arrived, it was faster than I thought," but at that moment, Naruto apologizes and says I'm sorry, leaving like that won't happen again, to which Sakura says, "It's better, after all, you made us lose." To which Shisui says calm down guys, no problem, also I understand Naruto and his confusion, so everything is fine, but now that you have arrived, why don't you introduce yourself Naruto, only you are missing, so your classmates will know you, to which Naruto says very well, my name is Naruto Uzumaki ramen, I love it, it's my favorite food and I could eat it all day and one day I really plan to become Hokage. Sakura is surprised hearing that, while Shisui says very good, well what do you think if we make one small practice to test his skills so I can see his strengths and weaknesses, plus babies, the best way to start the relationship it's with a fight, it's not like that, Naruto this last one. Remember the first time he faced Shisui, then he ends up saying, you're right, Shisui-sensei, and so the four of them would leave for the training field. Although on the way Sakura would realize that Shisui, Sasuke and Naruto would be talking as if they had known each other for a long time, so she says wait a minute, maybe you already know each other. What they knew is that from the way they talk, it doesn't seem like it's the first time they've seen each other, to what Naruto says that's right, I have known Shisui Sasuke for a long time as well as they have known each other for a long time, after all they are both members of the Uchiha clan. Sakura is surprised to hear that, although at the same time she would feel less since she only knew Sasuke, but had never spoken to him since at the academy. Sasuke was not one to have friends because he was focused on his training, however Naruto Sakura would realize what Sakura saw when she saw their expressions. Therefore, he would try to get Sakura to join the conversation. Therefore, Sakura would begin to discover that Naruto was a strange boy but also a good person as well as someone who helped his classmates a lot and friends, and so after a few minutes they would arrive at the training field, but once there without anyone noticing, Shisui would ask Naruto not to use all his power and try to stay out of it because it was the best way to be able to check the power of both Sasuke and Sakura. Likewise, demonstrating their great power could make their companions feel less, which is why Naruto, upon realizing this, would accept what Shisui asked for, and thus a battle would begin between the three, Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura against Shisui, where the one who would stand out the most would be Sasuke, while Sakura would show herself to get carried away by her emotions and lose control. So she could hardly do anything, however, Naruto would realize that and knew what he needed, so knowing maybe that she trusted him, but he would need help and a guide, because in the end he let himself go and ignored the others, while Sakura needed help to react. Naruto would take care of this in this way, becoming the leader of the team without Sasuke and Sakura realizing it. Naruto would manage to help both of them, and the three of them would end up fighting as a team against Six. In this way, the three of them would manage to knock down their teacher and leave him on the ground, thus managing to pass the Shisui test. However, once on the ground, Shisui, he says to himself, there is no doubt that you are amazing, Naruto, you managed to realize the weaknesses of your teammates and you helped them, you made them work together and you created a great team, managing to pass the test, and that without using your power, simply your ingenuity, I know what it is. This is strange, but I'm proud of you, I'm glad I met you, but at that moment Naruto stands in front of Shisui and would help him stand up, however after that he says it seems like we managed to beat you Shisui-sensei, so why don't we take advantage of this and you invite us to eat a bowl of ramen, after all we have earned it, don't you believe it? Shisui is surprised hearing that, while Sakura says yes. Naruto is right, we have earned it, I'm sure we surprised you isn't it sensei, to which Shisui says that what about you? What do you think? Sasuke responds by saying I think Naruto and Sakura are right, to which Shisui says very well, then let's not say more, let's eat, I'll treat, and thus at that moment the new Team 7 would have been born, and after that a couple of days would pass, Team 7 would begin to carry out missions, but these would be ranked like any other newly formed team, this being something that Naruto would not like because he felt like he was wasting time, however he had no other option, but at the same time at this moment people of the Leaf Village, not knowing the truth about Naruto, they would start talking about him because many of them did not like the idea of him being a ninja, especially because he had not been to the academy, and they believed that instead of being a ninja an ally, this could become a big problem for everyone. However, people said that, but no one would have the courage to talk to the Hokage. Likewise, there would also be many parents who would forbid their children from being with Naruto, with only a few who would not say anything, and they would remain neutral like Shikamaru's father, but one of the people who would tell him to try to avoid being with Naruto would be Sakura, who after hearing that from her parents, would refuse, saying that she would not do that because Naruto was a good person and a good companion, however, his parents would get upset. When he heard that, his father would slap him and then say, you are our daughter. You better stay away from that monster, we tell you for your own good, Sakura, there are things that you don't know if it's better this way. But this one would not put up with this and would leave her house with tears in her eyes. Well, her father says this is not easy, but it is for her good. Even if we don't like it, she is part of the team where that monster is. But since we can't avoid that at all, at least you have to try not to be with him as much as possible. Possibly it is for their own good, and after that a couple of minutes would pass. Shisui, Sasuke and Naruto would be gathered because they had to go to the Hokage to receive their next admission. However, they would be waiting for Sakura, who had not arrived and had already left. It took a long time. This would make them worry about her because it was not normal, so Naruto ends up saying, I will go look for her, you go ahead, and we will see the Hokage in this way. Sasuke would advance on their path while Naruto would look for Sakura, and after a few minutes Naruto would manage to find Sakura in the middle of the forest, who was crying and with the mark of her mother's hand on her face. Seeing this, Naruto would quickly try to help her and ask her what had happened to her and who had done that to her, but to stop her surprise, Sakura says, it was my mother. She and my mother don't understand anything, they don't know anything. For some meaningless reason they want me to stay away from you. I don't know what's wrong with them, I've never seen them like that. They even called you a monster, but they don't know you. What do you think? It seems that if you come with me, Naruto, let's go together with them, we have to prove them wrong. But at that moment, after hearing that, Naruto had been paralyzed. His gaze would become sad because he felt that he was to blame for Sakura being like this. However, he also knew what the reason was. Which is why his parents had told him that, and at the same time Naruto would remember everything that in his other life he had gone through and suffered when he was a child. This being something that had hardly happened in his new life, but at that moment Sakura, she would see Naruto's face and say, what happens to you, Naruto, and I have never seen you like this. But Naruto watches her and would remain silent, while on the other hand, Shisui would be receiving the mission from the Hokage to take care of a bridge builder on the road to her village, while Sakura, seeing that Naruto had remained silent, says, what is happening, Naruto, are you okay? Maybe something happened because of what I said. But Naruto reacts and says, no, calm down, I'm fine, it was nothing, forget it and don't think. The only thing what can I tell you is that you are my partner just like Sasuke, and for you, I would do anything good for anyone in the village, and I would never let anyone hurt anyone or even the village. After all, if I plan to become Hokage, I must be ready to protect everyone, since the village is like a family. Sakura is surprised upon hearing that and says, would you do that even for my parents, after what I said? To which Naruto responds saying, that's right, I understand what they are saying, but I won't let them keep that opinion for some day. I will show you the truth of things. Sakura is surprised to hear that, although at the same time, she couldn't help but feel that Naruto was hiding something. However, at that moment, Naruto says, well, it's time to go. Yes, Swiss women are waiting for us, we had a mission to carry out. To which Sakura says, it's true, with all this it's already very late. So the two were about to start their way, but before doing so Naruto says, wait, before we leave there is something I want to do. So Naruto puts his hand on Sakura's cheek. She is surprised and becomes a little nervous. Well, I didn't know what Naruto was planning to do, but at that moment I would feel something warm for a few moments, and after that Naruto walks away and says, ready, the mark on your face disappeared, so you look better now, we can go. Sakura is surprised when she sees what she had done Naruto and says, wow, you are amazing, never imagined that you could use medical ninjutsu. But Naruto says, well, it's not medical ninjutsu, it's something a little different, although it also works, but let's not waste any more time, we must hurry, and then both of us would advance without. However, while they were doing it, Naruto felt a little sad, while Sakura now thought even more than before that Naruto was hiding something, but she wouldn't tell him or ask anything for now. And so, a couple of minutes would pass, and finally Team 7 would manage to meet, and at that moment, Shisui would explain to Naruto and Sakura that they should prepare because they would have their first C-rank mission, in which they would have to be the guards of a bridge builder. Naruto would not take it too much importance, and the team would separate to prepare and get ready for the mission, since they would be out of the village for many days. So Sakura would return home saying goodbye to her parents, half fixing things. Although despite this they would ask her not to be so close to Naruto and preferably be close to Shisui in case something bad happened. Sakura would promise them that she would do it, although after that she says they shouldn't worry so much. Seriously, they can trust Naruto. If they knew him, they would realize it. After all, I start to believe that he could become Hokage, and after that Sakura would leave while her parents would make a nervous face and say in a low voice, if you knew the truth about him, you would understand us, otherwise you would think like that. Daughter, just take care of yourself. And after that Team 7 would meet at the door of the village, but once there the bridge builder would be waiting for them, and when he saw Naruto, he would make a surprised face and say, it's you, old man. This would make everyone surprised, but only Shisui would be able to realize what was happening. Well, Tazuna the builder says, what do you mean by that, boy, do you know me? Or have you seen me somewhere? Because I don't remember you like that. Upon hearing that, Naruto would react and say, oh well. Yes, something like that. I had seen a news story about builders and they were talking about you. They said you were very good. That's why I recognized you. Everyone is surprised to hear that except Chisui. Well, Tazuna says, or I see, I didn't know you were so famous, boy. It looks like you have good taste, although you're a little strange, but I like you. I wish the rest of the boys were like you. Well, Shisui says, well, since we are gathered because we did not start with a trip after all, it is a long road, it is not like that. To what Tasuna says, well said, then we can leave, and thus the four would advance on their path, but while they were doing it, Sakura would ask Naruto about that news. However, Naruto, upon hearing that, would get a little nervous and change the topic. Sakura would manage to realize it and would once again have that feeling that Naruto was hiding something, but she would be wondering what it was, since she couldn't imagine what he could do. And after that a few hours would pass and Team 7 would continue on their way, but after having advanced so calmly for a few hours things would change, and they would be attacked by two unknown ninjas. However, before they could take them by surprise, Naruto would take them by surprise. Surprise the ninjas, managing to stop them without much effort and without the enemy children realizing what was happening, everyone would be surprised by what happened. Well, the bridge builder says, wow, that's it. It was surprising, boy, you're more skilled than I imagined. The truth is, I thought you'd be some weakling, but I'm glad to see that I was wrong. Now I feel safe, but Shisui says, wait a minute, there's something strange here because these ninjas were behind you. Maybe you're hiding something. Tasuna. What is happening, and you better tell me the truth. I wouldn't like to use my Sharingan to find out what. Tasuna says, very well, I will tell you alone, don't threaten me, and I hope you can understand me. I know I ask for a den service for thieves or things like that, simple people, but the truth is that most likely there are some children behind me. This is due to the cat's fault, and so you are one. Would tell your story to Team 7, and once he finished he says, that's the truth. I understand if you want to return to your village, but I ask for your help. We don't have much money and building that bridge is the only thing that can help us survive, otherwise we will all end up being cat prisoners, so please don't abandon us. But at that moment Naruto says, calm down old man, no, you have to ask for it. More, we will go with you and we will help you, we will even defeat that cat. Everyone is surprised to hear that. Well, Tazuna says, you are serious, they would really do something like that? You don't know how much they would help us. To which Naruto says, of course you have nothing to worry about, after all you have before you the one who one day will become Hokage. But at that moment Shisui says, Naruto, we can talk in private, there is something I wanted to go talk to you, and so these two would walk away, but one separated from the others. Naruto says, what, I'm sorry, I know you should think about the others, but we can't abandon them, they need our help. To what Shisui says, I know, I think the same as you, I would also like to help them, however we are a team, so we will have to consider Sasuke and Sakura's opinion. You understand? Also there is something I would like to know, have you never read anything about him, right? Real Naruto, listen to that. Well, he says, you discovered me, it's true, I've never read about him, but I do know him in the past. We also carried out this mission with Kakashi-sensei, that's why I knew where those two ninjas would attack. To which Shisui says, I see, so that means that the mission went well, so we have a great chance of success. However, before asking the opinion of others, there is something I would like to know, how many more enemies we face. Naruto is surprised hearing that. At the same time I would remember that Sabusa and Haku, and after a few moments in silence, he says, we will face some more, although they will not be a problem. However, in the process you will appear Abuse, which is one of the catmen, and along with him is Haku, both of them. They are very strong, but they are not bad people. To what Shizu says, from what I know it is hard for me to believe that Sabusa is not a bad person after all, he is someone very dangerous. To which he says, I know it's also very strong, but deep down, it's not bad, trust me. To which Shisui says, very well, I'll do it. However, if any of you or the builder becomes in danger, I won't think twice. Naruto, your life is more important for me, and I won't let them be in danger. To what Naruto says, I understand that these two would have reached an agreement. Well, Sakura and Sasuke would be wondering what the two of them were talking about and why they were doing it so far away, but at that moment, Shisui would call them to ask them what they thought about continuing with the mission, now that they knew the truth. But both Sasuke and Sakura would accept to continue. Tazuna would thank them for this, and so Team 7 would continue on their way towards the land of waves, and after a few more hours of advancing the night would arrive. Therefore the team would prepare a small camp to rest and spend the night, so the first ones to fall asleep, Sakura, Sasuke and the builder. Well, Naruto would be watching the sky, but Shisui seeing him says, why don't you rest, it will do you good, you must be exhausted from the trip. To which Naruto says, no, the truth is that I would prefer to be the lair. But if Sui could realize that Naruto had something, it wasn't like that normally. Therefore, he would ask him what was happening to Naruto, and he would respond by saying that I can't hide anything from you, you know me. Well, Shisui, however, not all the people in the village are like you, because most of them when they see me alone come to Kurama no better, said come to the nine-tailed fox. Shisui knew what Naruto was talking about because recently he had heard many comments from the people of the village about it. Ends up saying, so you heard what they say, I imagine it must not be easy. To what Naruto says, Sakura told Her parents wanted her to stay away from me, they are afraid that I am on the same team, that I am a threat, but he defended. Even so, without knowing me, Sakura did it, but I know that won't change her parents' minds. There is only one way to do it, but now is not the time. Also, for a moment I forgot what this felt like because it has been many years since I felt so. To tell the truth, these are the hardest hits I have received. However, Shisui would look at Naruto and then hit his forehead with two of his fingers and says, Naruto, you are not alone, never forget it. Like you said it, there are people in the village who see you like that, but there are also other people who are happy to having met you. There are people who, thanks to you, are alive at this moment, so things may be like this now, but at some point it will change. Until then, you know that I will never abandon you, and you will always have my support. Naruto is surprised to hear that, but at the same time, he would be happy because I needed those words, and then he says, thank you Shisui, without a doubt you are the best, plus you are like the brother I never had. I am so happy to have met you. However, without the two of them realizing it, Sakura had woken up and had managed to listen to those last words of Naruto, but she would not attract attention and would pretend to be asleep, while Shisui would manage to convince Naruto to go rest because he needed it, so Naruto would go to bed, and after a couple of minutes Naruto would fall asleep and Sakura would wake up. Noticing this, she would get up while Shisui, upon seeing her, would be surprised and would ask her if she couldn't sleep, to which Sakura would respond by saying no, because there was something she had been thinking about for a long time and that wouldn't let her sleep. Shisui, he would ask what that was and if he could help her, to which Sakura responds saying, I think so sensei, after all it is about Naruto, and from what I have seen you and him have a good relationship, so maybe you could help me if you are surprised. Upon hearing that, but he would also remember their previous conversation Naruto, so he already imagined the situation, but at that moment he would respond to Sakura saying, clearly tell me what is happening to you, I will help you in any way I can, and thus Sakura would tell Shisui what had happened with their parents, telling her that she didn't understand why they were like that and she thought that way about Naruto, but after that she would also tell Shisui what she thought and felt, that Naruto was hiding something. She didn't know what it was, but she was afraid that her parents were really right, although she didn't want to believe that because so far Naruto had proven to be a great friend, but she was afraid and felt confused, so she needed advice since she didn't feel able to question Naruto head on. Shisui is surprised hearing that he would realize that Sakura was smarter than I thought, however, I also imagined what she felt. But knowing the truth about everything, Sakura says, Naruto is someone different from everyone, he is special, he is someone who always cares about others and leaves himself last, he is someone that he would do anything to help someone in need, no matter if he knows you or not. However, Naruto has always been alone. You know, he was not able to meet his parents because they died the day he was born. Naruto was always rejected, but with the passage of time and with a lot of effort he gained the trust and friendship of many people, among them is me, who truly considers him a brother. People may think, believe or say many things about him, but those of us who know him know what he is like. Actually, and that's what matters. Naruto has things to hide and things he keeps. Yes, that's true, but it's because he has never had a normal life. So I ask you what you think about Naruto. Do you believe what your parents say, or maybe, but Sakura interrupts him saying she didn't know. I never imagined that Naruto's life would have been like that. That explains a lot, and you're right, sensei, that's why. At that moment, I confronted my parents. Because I know what Naruto is like, he's a good person and a great friend, to which Shisui says like this. And that's what matters. Sakura sighs because she felt calmer. However, she was also surprised because knowing Naruto's life was something she would never have imagined, because knowing Naruto, she had never shown something like that. However, now thanks to Shisui, she could see the things in a clear way and she was sure that her parents were wrong, but at that moment, Shisui would tell her that it was best for her to rest because once the sun rose she would have to continue on her way, and the best thing for that moment is that everyone they had enough energy, so Sakura would leave while Shisui once and only this one says to himself, it seems that things are about to get complicated in the village. I just hope that Naruto doesn't suffer too much because of it. I wish I could do something to change this. And so on the night would pass and Shisui would be thinking of some way to help Naruto so that the people of the village would stop seeing him as a monster, but he would also be making sure that enemy ninjas did not appear, and thus the hours would pass and the sun would rise again. Team 7 would be awake and ready to continue on their way. So they would advance, having a calm and trouble-free day without any surprise from enemy ninjas. However, after a few hours of walking, they would end up encountering a white rabbit. Upon seeing it, Shisui would wonder why. What was he doing in that place, because it was not common to see a white rabbit in that place. Well, Sakura says it's beautiful. She had never seen a rabbit like that in person, but Naruto, upon seeing the animal, knew what was about to happen. However, before he could say something, a sword would appear and it would go towards the builder. However, before it could hurt him, Naruto would get in the way, managing to hold it with his hands, and then he says, so you are here, why don't you come out of your hiding place and show Yourself Sabusa Sakura Sasuke and Tasuna, they are surprised to hear that, but at that moment a voice is heard in the background saying wow, so you managed to figure out who would say it, you are a very skilled brat, and you also managed to have my sword without receiving damage. I haven't seen a boy like you in a long time, but Shisui he says of course we realize that rabbit was a bad distraction, plus it's easy to know that it's you after all that's your famous sword, so why don't you go out and show yourself, but just at that moment, Sabusa would show up saying so you're the ninja feared by all Shisui nations of the flashing body, this is indeed a surprise. I did not expect to meet a ninja of your level, however, do not think that I am like the rest of the pathetic ninjas who run away when they see you, I am not afraid of anyone, but I will give you a chance since I have nothing against you, besides, if I don't, I would have to finish you and those brats, and I know you don't want that, so why don't you hand me over to the builder, if you do. I promise to let you guys go, what do you think is a good deal, don't you think so? But Shisui says that will never happen, taking care of him is our mission. In addition to him, many people depend on him, so no matter what, we are going to get him to his village and keep him safe. Neither you nor anyone will avoid him, to which Sabusa says, it seems that I don't care. You leave more option than first I will finish you, but first I need my sword, so maybe he attacks me to get his sword back however Shisui stands in his way and says seriously do you think I will let you advance, I don't think so, you better leave this place later of everything you will never be able to beat me what Sabusa says seriously, do you think that well we will see, but before these two would start their battle Naruto says Shisui remember what we talked about to which he responds saying I know but you too remember it Naruto the most important thing for me, they are their lives to what Naruto says I know I only ask you to resist a little to what Shisui says what you can Sakura and Sasuke did not understand what the two of them were saying, but at that moment their surprise would be even greater since Naruto told them he says take care of the old man, I have something to do I'll be back soon, and so Naruto would leave, well Tasuna see this says what he thinks he's doing, that he's not supposed to be his partner, he should help them, it seems like he's a simple coward, to which Sakura says no, if Naruto does those he must have a plan I am sure of it would never abandon us to what. Sasuke says she is right although this is very strange what she is thinking of doing, while Sabusa says I don't care what you do I will finish you off, and thus he would launch himself once again against Shisui to this form starting their battle, but at the same time once no one saw Naruto he would enter chakra mode, and once in this way he would begin to look for Haku, because he knew that he was in the surroundings because he believed that it was the key to being abuse opened his eyes, and after a couple of minutes Naruto would manage to find Haku who was wearing the Ambu Hunter mask, but when they were face to face Haku says how did you discover me, I can't be a simple child, to which Naruto says I know that you don't know me, if you have no reason to trust me, but I'm not here to fight I just want to talk to you I know you're not a bad person too I know that abuse is not, that's why I'm here I need to talk to you Haku the latter is surprised when he hears his name, and at that moment without thinking he launches against Naruto, but at the last moment he would stop, remaining in front of him with his needles very close to his face. However Haku had stopped when he saw that Naruto had not moved and this would attract his attention, since any ninja would try to save themselves like this Haku, he would take his distance and then he says why didn't you move who you really are and how do you know my name to which Naruto responds, saying it's complicated, but you can trust me I know that right now we are on different sides, but we are not that different believe me the least I want someone to die in this battle, but I also know how it can end, that's why I looked for you, that's why I'm here I know that you are a good person and the only person who can make abuse speak your eyes and stop being a cat puppet alone come with me, let's talk to and avoid deaths we could even be friends, to which Haku says what's your name boy and Naruto responds saying my name is Naruto Uzumaki, but at that moment and to Naruto's surprise Haku says I see so Naruto Uzumaki I will remember your name what you are trying to do is something nice, something that no one had tried, so I will never forget you, however Sabusa would never accept something like that, I know him well, and my purpose in this world is to help him. I am a simple weapon and for that reason, as much as I would like to accept your proposal I can't do it because first for me you were abusive, so I will have to finish you, but I will never forget you Naruto the latter couldn't believe what he was hearing and would try to stop Haku telling him that he didn't have to do it because there were still other options, but Haku would ignore him and he would use his YouTube of mirrors surrounding Naruto so the latter would be trapped, despite this he would continue to insist that he stop, but Haku had no plans to do so, and once he was ready, Haku says goodbye Naruto Uzumaki, and after that Haku would start his bone needle attack against Naruto, but until the last moment Naruto would not back down or try anything against him because he believed he could convince Haku so Naruto would end up receiving all the attacks directly in his body and after that he would end up falling to the ground while Haku, upon seeing this, says I'm sorry Naruto, but I had no choice, my purpose is to help Sabusa, and regardless of whether it costs me my life, I plan to do it until the end of my life. life, but I recognize that if there were more people like you in the world, this would be a better place for everyone, but in this world things are not like that, and that is why people like you end up dying, but don't worry, I will never forget you. Naruto Uzumaki now rest like this. Haku was about to leave to help Sabusa because he believed that if Naruto had found him, it was most likely that the other Leaf Ninjas also knew where he was, which is why the plan he had with Sabusa would not work, and they had to improvise something new without embargo. Just when he would take the first step to leave, Haku would get a big surprise. Well, I would listen to Naruto says this is not over, don't think that I will let you leave that easily, I wanted to prevent this from happening, but it seems that there is no way of it. I wanted to save you and save Sabusa, but I can't let them hurt my companions, because they are the most important thing to me. But after saying that, Naruto begins to stand up, while the red chakra cloak began to cover his body, but at the same time Kurama says that was close, you were lucky that I got ahead of myself boy. What Naruto says, I know, thank you friend, if it wasn't for you I would have received a lot of damage, but thanks to you I am safe. I didn't want this, but I have no other option. While Jaco seeing Naruto he says, but how is this possible? You shouldn't be able to stand up. Who you really are? What are you Naruto? Or like this for the first time in a long time Haku would feel fear. Well, Naruto says, I told you I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the future 7th Hokage from the village of Blade, and I don't plan to be defeated by anything or anyone. But upon hearing that, Haku says, no, this can't be, I must concentrate, I can't lose this battle. Sabusa, trust me, so no matter what he does, I will defeat him. And so Haku locks up again Naruto in his YouTube of mirrors, and then he would start his attack against him, but unlike before, now Naruto would not stay without doing anything, which is why a battle between these two would begin. While on the other hand, the battle between Shisui and Sabusa continued, in the which one was there, he had the advantage throughout the battle, because Abuse was no match for him. Furthermore, until now he still couldn't get hold of his sword. Therefore Abuse said that he was not using all his power. Well, he was a swordsman and that was the only way to use all his strength. However, Shisui will insist that even if he had his sword, he could never defeat him, but he still would not allow him to obtain it because he did not want to give him any chance like that. If he would end up cornering Sabusa, leaving him on the ground, and then the Uchiha says, Sabusa, the truth is that ending your life is not something that interests me, so think things through. You have a chance, you can still go back the way you came, just don't show up again. What are you waiting for? You already realize that you are no match for me, so surrender. But Sabusa stands up and would take his distance and then say he would never do something so cowardly. I would rather die on the battlefield than surrender. However, I still do not plan to lose because I still have my ace up my sleeve. And at that moment Sabusa uses his jutsu of hiding in the fog, and when he did so, the fog would appear, which would cover the entire place, but especially the eyes of the people there, because this fog was too thick, which meant that a person could not see well in that place. Shisui would manage to realize, he realizes this, and says so he finally plans to use that, to which Sabusa says, that's how it is after all. For some reason they know me as the demon hidden in the mist. Well, you can't see anything in this place, I can move as if nothing is happening anymore. That I grew up in a place like that. With this the advantage is on my side and my victory is safe. I will finish you Shisui Uchiha. And so Sabusa, the first thing he would do was take his sword, taking advantage of the advantage, and after that he would launch himself against Shisui, taking advantage of his field advantage, so the swordsman would manage to do a small wound in Shisui's chest. This thanks to the fact that at the last moment Shisui would have realized the attack, and although he had not been able to dodge it, he had been saved because Sabusa's intention was to finish Shisui with that attack, so the swordsman would recognize Uchiha's great skill, because not everyone would have been able to save himself from that attack. But after that, Sabusa says, however, you won't be able to do that with all my attacks, so prepare to die Shisui Uchiha. But at the same time Shisui says to himself, Naruto, I'm sorry, but I have no choice, but I have to finish him off. But right at that moment, everyone would get a big surprise, because a big bang would be heard on the ground, and the mist would quickly begin to disappear. This would surprise everyone. But their surprise would be even greater when they saw it was Naruto. However, upon seeing him, Sakura and Sasuke would realize that the mist was disappearing thanks to him, because he was doing a very strange jutsu that they had not seen before. This was the Rasengan, and so on. In a few seconds everyone would see again, and Sabusa says, so you again thought you had escaped, brat, to which Naruto says, I would never do that. I just realized something. There are things that I won't be able to fix or people that I won't be able to help. I was trying to avoid this battle, but I have discovered that I won't be able to do it, so the only thing left is to fight for my teammates. Well, Shisui says, are you fine Naruto? To which he responds, saying, I don't know, but I imagine I will be, so don't worry, it's just time to end this battle. To which Sabusa says, no matter what you try, you will never be able to defeat me. I will finish you off. But just at that moment Jaku appears, saying, wait, Abuse, don't do it. That boy is not a normal person. He managed to destroy my YouTube. Sabusa, see, it's surprising when you hear that, but after that you say that it's surprising. I never imagined that that would Happen however I still don't plan to back down, you should already know Haku I didn't run away, and after that Sabusa throws herself at Naruto, while the latter says I don't plan to lose, and much less am I going to allow them to hurt my companions. So after a few seconds Naruto's Rasengan transforms into a giant Rasengan, but just before he managed to hit you, he abused it with it, Haku would intervene, saving that man's life. That in the past he had saved his because it was the last thing he could do, since he had lost his battle against Naruto, and as a last attempt to help Sabusa he sacrificed himself to give her one last chance. Sakura and Sasuke would be surprised when they saw what Naruto had done, while Shisui knew that this should not be easy for Naruto after all a day ago, he had asked him to let them live however. Sabusa would stand up and say so in the end you gave your life for me well I guess I have one thing left to do that's right. He abuses he would take his sword once more and after that he says let's continue with this but upon hearing that Sabusa says how can it be like this his partner just died and he is as if nothing had happened. He really is a cold guy while Naruto without saying a single word he would start to be a Rasengan because he had planned to end Sakura, but if Sui he would manage to realize it, and by doing so he knew that the best thing was to prevent Naruto from doing it well deep down, he must be suffering like this Yasuhito, and I would take the decision to be the one who would finish off Sabusa, and at that moment, he would launch himself against him taking everyone by surprise because he would use his great speed demonstrating the reason for the name Shisui of the flashing body, and thus in the blink of an eye Shisui would appear in front of Sabusa and after that he says this is the end now rest however Sabusa would not resist, he would simply let Shisui continue with his attack, but at the same time he says I'm sorry Haku Naruto would manage to hear that and somehow he would feel that both Haku and Sabusa had to go through this to be able to let out their true feelings, since otherwise they would never have done it. Therefore, Naruto would no longer feel so bad while Shisui would have ended Sabusa's life, and seeing this Sakura says you are amazing sensei there is no doubt that you are very strong, and so are you Naruto, what kind of jutsu did you use? I have never seen anything like this, it seems that you are stronger than I thought, well Sasuke said to himself, Sakura is right I have been many years knowing Naruto and until now he had never shown that how strong you really are while on the other hand you give a say, very well done now we can continue with the path to what Shisui says that's right, but first there is something I would like to do I would like to bury their bodies after all is something that every ninja deserves. Although Shisui really did this for Naruto because he knew it was important to him, but he would have said this so that no one would realize the truth and after that Shisui would ask Naruto for help and so the two of them would make the graves and bury Sabusa and Haku and after that Naruto would thank his teacher for everything and so once they had finished Team 7 would continue on their path. Everything being very calm from now on. Well, enemies would no longer appear. Therefore, the team would reach the land of the waves without problems and thus the days would pass. Naruto and the others would spend their time taking care of and helping the builder and his workers with the bridge, and in the process they would manage to defeat the Catmen. They were in the place so after that they ended up overthrowing Geto, who would be being punished by the people of the village, because they had managed to recover the courage they had lost. Thanks to Naruto and thus time would pass, everything would become calm and happy in the land of the waves, and after a short time the bridge would finally be finished. Therefore, the mission of Team 7 would have come to an end, so they would leave back to the village of the Leaf. But while they began their path to the same time a group of ninjas from the Sand Village would be arriving at the Leaf Village, and this was the group formed by Temari Kankuro and Gaara, while on the other hand, a small snake would appear in the cell where Danzo was, and the latter at the seeing her would start laughing, and after that a few days would pass and finally Team 7 would be back in the Leaf Village. Once there Shisui would meet with the Hokage to inform him of the situation and the results, while on the other hand Naruto and the others, they would be in the village touring it because they already had a lot that they were not in it. However in the process the three of them would end up separating. Sakura would be at home because she missed her parents, while Sasuke would be with his family. But on the other hand, Naruto would be only, however, as he advanced, he would get a big surprise because at that moment he would see how he was about to start a battle, however, upon observing better, he would see that one of the people who were involved was Hinata and another of them was why Naruto knew how things could end while on the other hand, Kiba would be insulting each other with Kangaroo, in addition to belittling the sand ninjas, but having already had a few minutes like this, Gaara would have gotten tired, so he would appear at a side of his brother and says that's enough I won't put up with those losers anymore, it's time to finish them off to which Kiba says. Let's see if you can what are you waiting for we have a battle right now, but Kangaroo says no Gaara don't do it, remember what we're up for here if you do this we will get in trouble we will have our chance later, but Kiba would make fun saying that they were afraid and that it was normal because he would be the next Hokage, so if they knew what they were doing the best thing was for them to run. The way to which Gaara says that's enough, so he raises his hand to attack, while Kankuro and Temari say don't do it Gaara please, but right at that moment, everyone would be surprised because Naruto would appear right in the middle of everyone, saying that's enough, I won't let them continue with this, and after a moment of silence, Kiba says what do you think you're doing? No one asked for your help why don't you leave, and how a weakling who didn't even go to the academy is capable of saying something like that, well Kankuro says they're lucky ninjas from the leaf his partner has saved them, but next time this will not happen, so they better be careful, but he was going to respond by saying that he did not need anyone's help because he was ready to defeat anyone but. At that moment Naruto says calm down you are just causing problems, you are so stupid that you do not realize the situation, but Kiba gets upset when he hears that and would try to attack Naruto however he would avoid his attack and in a second he would leave him unconscious, everyone would be surprised to see this, well Naruto says I'm sorry, but it's for your own good, you'll understand Chinese and. Hinata couldn't believe what they had just seen while Kangaroo says wow, this is a surprise it seems that not all the ninjas in this village are useless however, don't feel so strong, because not even you will be a match for us, but at the same time Gaara says, what is your name to which Naruto responds saying I am Naruto Uzumaki, and if I am not mistaken, you are Gaara right to which he responds. Saying wow, not only are you skilled too you have knowledge there is no doubt that you are someone different from the rest, I hope to be able to face you and finish you off what Naruto says that we will see after all I also plan to face you and defeat you, since there is something I plan to show you after all you and I are not that different, the latter gets upset and says. Never compare yourself to me again. You and I are not the same in any way, but Naruto responds by saying that. You say that because you don't know me, but we are more equal than you think, after all, we both have had to go through the same thing, Gaara is surprised, but at the same time gets upset. Hearing that, he says, close your mouth, and after saying that, Gaara was about to attack Naruto, however, his brothers, realizing this, would stop him and remind him that no they could risk being returned to their village because they had to demonstrate the power of the sand ninjas in the exams, and after that tell Gaara if you want to face him. They will do it in the Chunin exams there you can kill him and all of them without problems just hold on a little to which he responds, saying you're right so you better be in them, to which Naruto says well it will be we'll see each other, then the sand ninjas would leave, well Naruto says that it was close a little longer and I don't know what there would be past here, to which Shino says what do you mean by that you seriously think we won't do anything after you left our partner on the ground, to which Naruto says I'm sorry, but like I said it was better that since continue now I would have liked it to have finished with you without many problems, he is more dangerous than you imagine, to which China says still seriously do you think we would lose, you don't know what we are capable of. To which Naruto responds saying you're wrong because yes I know and that's why I intervened I didn't want to. That they died so when I went wake up tell him that it was the best and not to bother Gaara because next time he might not be there to save them like that, after that Naruto would start to leave, but at that moment before he left Hinata says wait a minute you are Naruto no that's right that boy who became a ninja without going through the academy, you are part of Team 7, along with Sakura and Sasuke, to which Naruto responds by saying that's right I am Naruto Uzumaki, the one who will become Hokage you must, and you are Hinata, it is not well one of the most ninjas powerful of the entire Hyuga clan, Hinata is surprised hearing that, well Naruto continues saying don't give up I know you can become a great ninja even the strongest of your entire clan, so don't think that you are weak, no matter how many times if you fall. The important thing is that you get back on your feet, but well now I have to go, so we'll see each other later, and so Naruto would leave, well Hinata would only watch Naruto walk away and feel like he was someone different, but also someone special someone like I had never met, in addition to having shown to be different from what he seemed, but at that moment, if not Hinata reacts, we have to help. Here goes don't fall for that guy's words he may be a member of Sakura and Sasuke's team, but that our partner doesn't do it after all we don't know him. He's someone very strange from the looks of it, but Hinata laughs when she hears that and then says that's kind of funny coming from you, but I don't know about you although I think we can trust him after all, it seems that he saved us from what Chinese says that's what he said, but we don't know if it's true or if he has some plan after all, it seemed like he already knew that ninja from the sand so. It's best not to trust him in it for now so help me with Kiba and let's leave this place, but Hinata couldn't stop thinking about the words that Naruto had said to her because he was the first person who recognized her as a true ninja and he didn't believe that she was useless and now after that the hours would pass and the night would come for this moment the Team 7 had met once again because Shisui had sent an important message and so once the four of them together, Sasuke says what happens if Sui, why did you call us because of what your message said, it was an important meeting it's not so tell us what it is about what Shisui says well, it's about the exams and after that, I would tell them everything about the exams so after that I would tell them if they wanted to participate or not because this was a decision that they had to make now. That depended on whether they felt ready for it or they preferred to train for the next occasion, warning them that they would face very strong enemies. So they had to think about it well, and after that, Shisui says, well, having said that, now it is time for them to make their decision, and then he would give them their registration forms, telling them that if they accepted, they had to show up tomorrow at the academy, and after that Shisui would leave the Senate of Luck, and whoever would support them would choose what they chose, and thus they would end up staying only in the play Sakura, Sasuke and Naruto, but the latter says very well, so that's how things are. This will be interesting. To which Sakura says, wait a moment, what do you mean by that? Maybe you already know what decision to make, to which Naruto responds by saying, that's how it is, at least for me it's an easy decision. But at that moment Sasuke says, so if I'm not wrong you will participate. That's not what he says, that's after all, if I want to become Hokage I must defeat the strongest, but at that moment Sasuke would remember those moments in which Naruto had proven to be stronger than normal. For after that, Sasuke, yes, you are right, it is not a difficult decision after all. It is the best way to test my power. Sakura is surprised. Well, even though her classmates had already made the decision, she was not sure of what to choose, but since it was already late the three boys would separate. Naruto would be on his way home. But as he advanced he said to himself, soon we will face Gaara so I can help you, while on the other hand Sasuke said to himself, I am Sasuke, Uchiha, son of the leader of the clan and younger brother of Itachi, the one who will one day become Hokage, so I must prove that I am worthy of belonging to the Uchiha clan. I would also like to face you, Naruto, since during all this time we have always been great friends, but also I have always seen you as a rival. However, I always thought we would have more or less the same strength, but lately you have shown to be stronger than I thought, so what better test to see my level than with you, my friend, so I hope I can face you. While on the other hand, Sakura was very confused because she did not know what to choose, since she did not feel that she was strong enough, so she was afraid, but she also did not want to continue being that weak girl, since she had met Naruto she had changed, and now I wanted to be like him, so when I had both thoughts, I wouldn't know what decision to make. But on the other hand, Orochimaru said to himself, very soon my plan will begin, and the Leaf Village will fall to my power, and thus the night will pass. The next day, Team 7 would meet with Shisui outside the academy. Once there, he says, so guys, you have already made a decision that you will choose, to which the three would respond by saying to participate in the Chunin exams. This would surprise Shisui, especially for Sakura, since she didn't. I was expecting that response from him, but upon hearing that he says he is so sure of it, I remind them that it will not be easy at all, but the three would respond that they were sure of it, so the Uchiha could see the determination of his students, and then that says very well, so before you continue on your path, there is something I want you to know. I am very proud of you, I am sure you will do very well, so good luck guys. And so Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura would advance with their path. Well, the first part, the exam, was close to starting, so once inside the academy, everything would be the same as the original story. Team 7 would meet the Gate team, and after that Rock would challenge Sasuke to a battle which would end in a draw, because both had achieved surprise his rival, this thanks to the fact that Sasuke was more skilled and stronger than in the original story. However, even though they would stop their battle, they would promise to fight again because they were not finished, so a pause. But after that, Team 7 finally they would reach the room where the test would be carried out and where all those who would participate in the Chunin exams were. But upon seeing Naruto, Kiba would go and confront him, telling him that he would make him pay for what he had done to him the last time, because he would not forgive him, but Naruto would respond by saying that he should be grateful because he had saved his life. However, Kiba did not believe that and would start bragging about how strong he was, saying that he would be the one who would win at the end of the exams, and after that he would be the one who would become Hokage. But Naruto, he would respond by saying, don't make me laugh, I'm sorry, but the only one who will become Hokage here will be me. Who was going to get upset when he hears that and says, someone like you can never be a Hokage, understand it, weakling. And after that he would try to attack Naruto, but before he could do it, he would be paralyzed. He didn't understand what had happened, but at that moment, Shikamaru would show up saying, I better give you the slip. I used my shadow possession YouTube so you wouldn't cause problems. Remember what they told us. We can't fight in this place, so don't lose your mind to what Kiba says. You're right, very well, you were lucky this time, Rubio, but the next time it won't be like that, and you better control your partner Sasuke, otherwise you're going to end up dead like this. Then from that Kiba starts to leave, but at that moment Naruto would manage to see Hinata, and when doing so he would approach her and say, good luck Hinata, I know you will do well, but still be careful, the exams are more difficult than they seem. However, Kiba seeing this says, who do you think you are? Stay away from Hinata, to which Naruto would respond by saying, calm down, I just wished him luck. Well, see you later. And then Naruto would leave. Well, Hinata would have turned red and says, you too, good luck Naruto, but at the same time she was beginning to feel happy and she said to herself, but this has never felt anything like this. Maybe, but before it finished, Vicky and the censor would appear, and after a few moments the first part of the exam would begin with the written part and so on. It would be the same as the original story and calm, because there would be no problems in the exam and during the day, but the next day the second part of the Chunin exam would arrive, which would be the Forest of Death, in which once the test would begin the teams would enter the forest in search of the scroll they needed, but as they advanced on one side, Kiba said to himself. I just hope to find that Naruto guy. I'll take it upon myself to teach him a lesson, while on the other hand, just like Kiba, Gaara was waiting. Find Naruto because since their meeting he had been wanting to face him, but at the same time Naruto knew that Orochimaru could appear at any moment because even though things were different from the history he knew, and there were possibilities that if that did not happen, Naruto would be alert for it, and after that a few hours would pass. Team 7 would encounter a group of ninjas from the Leaf Village, who, upon seeing them and recognizing them as a group of rookies, would try to defeat them in order to take their scroll. However, this would be the biggest mistake they would make because Naruto and Sasuke would not let that happen, while Sakura would have been a little afraid at the beginning. However, during the battle, Naruto had given her the necessary support and encouragement, telling her that he trusted her and was sure that she could become a very strong ninja, so Sakura would lose her fear and at the last moment she would be the one to give the final blow to the others, Miles of the Blade, so they, having been unconscious, would have lost the scroll. At the hands of Team 7, who at this moment would have managed to obtain the 2 scrolls. Therefore, they were now preparing to head to the tower to finish the second part of the exam, however, on the other hand. Kiba, Hinata and Shino would hear Rubio say which one would draw attention so they would investigate, and when they did so they would be surprised that it was about to start a battle between the Sand Ninjas against some Rain Ninjas. Let's see this, Kiba says very well, this is our chance, we have to attack them by surprise, also it's time to take revenge on those two, but Hinata says, are you sure? About this, Kiba, we don't know how strong they are, also from what Naruto said they are strong, especially the Reed, so we must be careful. What Shino says, Hinata is right, especially since we don't know what his abilities are, we can't let them take us by surprise at what he says like. They can say that they really believe that the word of that fool that they didn't think could fool them, so it seems that boy is just trying to surprise you, Hinata, so we can't trust what he says, plus as I told them we will take them by surprise, this is our chance, they won't even know what hit them, so let's go. Once they have their guard down, it will be our chance, so 3 would be observing the situation, waiting for the moment. However, at that moment they would get a big surprise because the 3 Rain Ninjas would start their attack, but Gaara would easily stop them by creating a wall of sand, and after that in a matter of seconds he would trap them using the sand coffin jutsu of this form. The Rain Ninjas would be immobilized at that moment, the 3 would acknowledge their defeat by surrendering and saying that they would hand over the scroll, but to their surprise and that of the Leaf Ninjas who were watching, Gaara says they seriously believe that his rifle is needed here, blood is needed, so die, and then he would use his sand burial jutsu, but at that moment before losing his life at the hands of Gaara, the 3 ninjas would scream with all their might and from one second to the next everything would be silence for after a few moments Gaara say they were just rubbish, while on the other hand Kiba says no, it can't be that guy, he finished them off by moving his hand, he didn't even have to touch, he's a monster, well Hinata says Naruto was right, we have to get out of here, well Shino says you have reason, no, we can win a battle against them. We have to leave without making noise. In this way, the 3 ninjas of the leaf would have been shocked and afraid, but just when trying to flee, Kiba would end up gathering, and the ninjas of the sand would be able to hear him. Which is why Tamari says, it seems. Maybe we have some unexpected guests, and after that he would use his cutting wind jutsu in this way, discovering the 3 ninjas of the leaf and kangaroo. When he saw them he said wow, but if it's those 3 I remember especially that brat so unbearable, maybe this is my chance to finish him off after all. Now no one will save them, and there will be no problems, and we eliminate them, but Kiba says. Wait a minute, we don't want problems, it's okay if you want our scroll we will hand it over, but he laughs and then says we don't want super scroll, I want blood. This would make the 3 leaf ninjas try to escape from the place, however they would not succeed as Gaara would create a wall of sand, so the leaf ninjas were trapped. However before about anything kangaroo says Gaara, let me face them, I want to make them pay, especially that brat dog, to which he says very good, just don't be late, otherwise I will be the one to tear them to pieces. But upon hearing that Tamari says hey, let me fight 2 kangaroo with you and me, it is more than enough, it will also be a good warm-up, and thus a battle would begin between Chino, Kiba and Hinata against Kankuro and Tamari. However the leaf ninjas could not fight seriously since they were afraid to grab and could not stop observing him, therefore the 2 sand ninjas would have a great advantage in the battle. However, a few moments later, screams would be heard from the leaf ninjas, especially from Hinata, while at the same time Team 7 was advancing, but at the same time hearing that Naruto would have and says they heard That to which Sasuke says that's it seems that someone is in trouble. For a few minutes the screams began to be heard, to which Sakura says I wonder what is happening, I can't imagine what those people is happening, but at that moment a scream would be heard again, however Naruto would be paralyzed upon hearing it because he would be able to recognize the voice, and Hinata says this would surprise his companions, but his surprise would be even greater to see that Naruto would leave without saying a single word. Well, the only thing he had managed to see was a worried face on Naruto and him moving forward at full speed. Therefore, Sasuke and Sakura would wonder what was happening to him, since it was not normal for him to run away like that. However, since they did not have an answer and Naruto was their partner and friend, they would go after him to help him and find out what was happening. While on the other hand, Chinese Kiba and Hinata were on the ground because they had not been rivals for the Sand Ninjas. Well, that Kangaroo and Tamari would make fun of them, saying that they were weak and pathetic, and then tell them that they did not deserve to live and that they would end them, since such weak people only deserved to live. The three Leaf Ninjas were badly injured and weak, but just at that moment Hinata would manage to remember those words that Naruto had told her. He who was not weak trusted her and believed that she could be a great ninja and one of the strongest, she just had to make an effort and never give up. Therefore, Hinata, despite being in a bad state, he would be able to stand up, and with a weak voice he says this is not over yet, I will not give up, nor will he run away, that is my way. Ninja. The Sand Ninjas are surprised to see this, recognizing Hinata's willpower, but after that they would say it was a useless one, because in the end, she would end up dying while Shino and Kiba say, "What are you doing?" Hinata runs away. "You have to leave," but she responds by saying I won't leave them, as long as I can fight I will protect them, which Kangaroo very well, that's enough, it's time to finish you, and so on. He would make his puppet attack Hinata, he would try to defend herself, but at the last moment she would begin to fall to the ground since she was very weak. However, before Hinata was injured by the puppet, a yellow lightning bolt would be seen, and after that a smoke screen. Everyone would be surprised to see what was happening. Well, no one understood it, but at that moment a voice was heard saying it seems like I managed to arrive in time. There is no doubt that you are very brave. Well done Hinata, now rest and leave the rest to me, I will defeat them. But upon hearing that, Tamari says who is there, and then he would use his fan to clear the place, and everyone would get a big surprise, because there was Naruto who had protected Hinata, although his arm had been pierced by the puppet Kangaroo. Everyone was surprised to see this, and quickly Kangaroo would bring back his puppet and says wow, so you are here too. It is the second time he saves them, but don't think that now you will have the same luck as before. Also, since you received the attack from my puppet, you are now poisoned, so you will soon fall lifeless. But upon hearing that, Naruto takes out a kuna and opens the wound, starting to bleed and letting the vein come out while saying you are wrong, the veil is outside my body. But everyone is surprised when see this, while Hinata says why are you doing this? Because you saved me. But Naruto looks at her and says because you are important to me, I would never let something bad happen to you. Hinata, she is surprised hearing that and says I, because to which Naruto says because I love you, I'm in love with you, that's why I will always protect you. Hinata is surprised hearing that, while Naruto says now stay away, you better stay safe. But at the same time Kangaroo says you're a fool, you might have gotten the poison out of your body, but with a wound like that you will die of bleeding in the end. Your destiny is the same. To what Naruto says, what wound are you talking about? And at that moment, everyone would be even more surprised since Naruto's wound had disappeared. Kuro gets upset when he sees this and says no, I know what you did, but I won't let you continue making fun of us, and so this would make her husband come in and attack Naruto. However, just when she was in front of him, Naruto would hit her with a Rasengan, managing to destroy her without problems. This would surprise everyone about everything at Chiba, who saw that Naruto was stronger than he imagined, but also understood the reason for what he had done, and thus recognizing this, Kiba says Naruto, I'm sorry, excuse me for everything, to which he would respond by saying calm down, you don't have to do it, after all, we are Leaf Ninjas, and the Leaf Ninjas take care of each other. Kiba is surprised. Well, Kangaroo says this, I will not forgive you like this. He was about to attack Naruto, but before he did, Gaara says stop, don't do it, you have given count, but he is much stronger and you will never be able to defeat him, so I am in charge. After all, I wanted to face you, Naruto Uzumaki. Last time you said that we were similar, it is time to check that, although in the end, the result will be the same as all my battles, you will end dead. To which Naruto says that we will see, so these two would stare at each other, but just at that moment Sasuke and Sakura would arrive at the place, saying that they had finally found it. However, at that moment and for the first time they would be able to appreciate seeing to a serious Naruto, a version of the one they had never seen, and he says Sasuke, Sakura, keep Hinata and the others away, I need you to protect them, keep your distance, this will not be an easy battle, be careful, but above all, do not intervene. No matter what happens, I will be fine. Don't worry. Both Sasuke and Sakura are surprised to see and hear that. However, at that moment Naruto says, trust me. Maybe he would remember a moment in the past when Naruto had saved his life and had said the same words to him. Same look, so Sasuke knew he could trust him, so he would take Shino and Kiba and they would walk away while Sakura would take Hinata. But while they took their distance, Kiba and the others told Sakura and Sasuke that they should help Naruto since the sand ninjas were not simple Genin, especially Gaara, thus telling them what they had seen of his battle against the rain ninjas. While on the other hand, the battle between Naruto and Gaara would begin, in which Naruto could not do anything at first of the battle because Gaara's barrier would stop all his attacks, while Kangaroo and Temari said that he could never win this battle because no one could kiss or touch Gaara. Likewise, the latter would end up saying he expected more from you, but now I see that you are a simple ninja like the others, so I will finish with you, Naruto Uzumaki. In this way, Gaara would start his attack. However, just when he thought he would manage to hit Naruto with his sand, he would manage to avoid his attack because at that moment he had entered Sage mode since during the battle he had begun to gather natural energy and was finally ready, but after avoiding Gaara's attack, Naruto would launch against him, saying it was time to start the real battle. Gaara would mock, saying that it didn't matter how many times he tried, he would never be able to touch him, and so Naruto would launch a blow, but Gaara's sand would manage to stop him. However, at that moment, and to everyone's surprise, Naruto would manage to take Gaara by surprise by managing to go through his sand and giving him a blow that would leave him on the ground. Everyone was surprised, seeing what had happened, especially Kuro and Temari, because it was the first time they saw Gaara receive damage, while Naruto says, "What happens? I thought you said he would never make it, Gaara, so get ready, because this is just the beginning." Gaara quickly turns away. He stands up and says this will not happen again, and thus the battle would start again, and the battle would be with a clear advantage for Naruto, who despite being using the wise mode, would not be fighting with his strength because he was simply trying to provoke Gaara and use all his power because he knew it was the only way he could help him, and thus the battle would continue for a few more minutes where both but especially Naruto would show their great skills until finally Naruto would manage to leave Gaara on the ground. But not only that, but it would also make him bleed for the first time, and when he saw his own blood he said, "This is blood, it is my blood. How can it be possible that someone like you makes me bleed? I will not allow this. Is enough. I will finish with you, you will not be able to defeat me." And just at that moment Gaara would transform into the Shukaku, but in a small size. This was his form with the chakra cloak, and once in this state Gaara would launch himself against Naruto, saying, "I will finish you," while Naruto smiles and says, "Come on, keep it up Gaara, this will end soon." But on the other hand, Kankuro and Temari were afraid because they would recognize Naruto's great strength. However, upon knowing his brother's power, he believed that he could not have defeated so Naruto would end up losing his life, and if not they were careful too since Gaara used to lose control in that state. Well, Sasuke says, "Wow, I didn't imagine that Naruto was so strong, I have never seen him fight like that, it is surprising." But at the same time, Hinata said to herself, "Naruto, you have to win, no better," said, "I know you can win, so defeat that guy." But at the same time he couldn't stop thinking about what Naruto had told him before, and so the battle between Naruto and Gaara would continue. But despite the transformation he had, Gaara was no match for Naruto because the latter still had all the advantage in the battle, so Gaara would end up on the ground once again, while his brothers couldn't believe what was happening and wondered what kind of monster Naruto was. Well, just a monster could confront him and defeat Gaara, who had never received harm in his entire life. However, upon seeing the situation, they would also begin to worry about his brother, so he intervenes in the battle. However, Gaara would stand up and say, "What do you think you're doing? This is my battle, stay away or else I'll finish you off too." But Naruto says, pushing away whoever is with you and tries to help you, "Gaara, that's not very smart, after all, they care about you and try to help you. You can see it, they're afraid of you, but even so, they are here for you because they care about you, you are not alone as you think. As much as it seems like it, you have never been." Kangaroo and Temari are surprised to hear that, while Gaara says, "Shut your mouth, you don't know anything about me, you don't know anything, I'll finish with you forever." And after that it would begin to transform into the real Shukaku, but in the process a great giant avalanche would be created, which would cover the entire place including Naruto, Temari and Kankuro. But Sasuke seeing this says, "Naruto, what will you do to get out of this guy? Gaara is not a normal person," while Sakura says, "Naruto, don't give up," and finally Hinata said, "Naruto, you can't lose, no, after what you told me, come on, I trust you, I know you can." But at that moment laughter begins to be heard, that everything would start to rumble, and then a monstrous voice saying, "I finally did it, I finished you, I told you that you couldn't beat me, no one can do it, you put up a good fight, but I am the strongest of all, and now I will finish off your friends Naruto Uzumaki, it's a shame that I didn't. You can see how he eliminated them." Hinata and Sakura get scared hearing that. Well, Kiba says, "So even he couldn't defeat him? For a moment I thought he would make it, but it seems that this monster is stronger than we thought, it's the end of us." But Sasuke would activate his Sharingan, and he says, "I find it hard to believe that Naruto died that way, I don't accept it, but even if it were true, I don't plan to lose in this place now, you will have to face me. Gaara, Sakura, Naruto wanted us to protect them, so go with them. I will buy time. I don't know if I will be able to defeat that guy. But still, no matter what happens, you must live for Naruto. Sakura is surprised hearing that. However, after a few moments of silence, she ends by saying, I don't refuse to do that, it may not be so strong like you are Naruto, but still I'm also part of Team 7, and I won't let this stay like this after all. If I've learned anything in this time, that I won't abandon a partner, so I'm not going to leave you alone in these. Sasuke, let's go together. Sasuke surprises hearing that, and Sakura says it's not better that you leave. I understand what you're saying, but we could die in this place, to which she responds by saying thanks to Naruto I learned a lot of things, and if I want to be at least a little bit of what he is I can't leave, so I'd rather die here than run away. Sasuke is surprised because he would never have imagined hearing Sakura say that, and so he ends up saying very well, let's do this for Naruto together. But on the other hand, and without anyone being able to see, Kangaroo and Temari were safe because they had been saved by Naruto, which at the last moment had entered chakra mode thanks to that he had managed to save them. But at that moment, upon seeing that their enemy had saved them, both would ask why after all they had tried to kill him, but Naruto would respond, saying it is difficult to explain. But we are not enemies. Also, I don't want to finish off Gaara, rather I want to help him. After all, I know what he feels, I can understand him. Since I am the same as him, I am also a Jinchuriki. I am Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails Kurama. That's why I can't abandon Gaara, but they'll be fine here. Now I'll take care of this. And after having left them in a safe place, Naruto leaves while the two brothers were surprised and confused because they couldn't believe what they had just heard. However, they would have realized how much of a person Naruto was, which is why they both ended up saying Naruto helps Gaara, while on the other hand the Shukaku was in front of Sakura and these two were ready to fight. But at that moment Gaara says you are not nothing against me, and after that I would attack them with an avalanche of sand. Well, I plan to finish them off quickly, so these two would be covered. While Hinata, seeing this, already shouted their names because she had not even been able to defend herself. But in that moment, and to everyone's surprise, Naruto would appear next to Hinata, Shino and Kibai. Along with him were Sakura and Sasuke, because Naruto had managed to save them. The latter two were surprised, and they both say Naruto is really you. If after that Sasuke says he knew you couldn't die so easily. However, what happened to you? What is this? Because you have this yellow aura, to which Naruto says well, it's hard to explain, we'll talk later, for now, stay here. I'll take care of this, is something that only I can do it. But before this, Hinata, how would you like to go eat ramen once the Chunin exams are over? Everyone is surprised to hear that, while Kiba says how can you do that, you don't realize the situation if you are strong. But it's a monster, I doubt that you can do anything, we should run away. To what Naruto says, don't be afraid kitten, I will protect I don't plan to lose. Also, if you think that Gaara is a monster, then you should think that I am too. But at that moment Gaara, he says, so you're still alive, very well. Now I will take care of finishing you off forever. And after that he would stop it with a burst of sand. However, Naruto, seeing this, would use a giant Rasengan as a shield in this way, managing to protect his friends. And after that, Kurama says come on, it's time to fight together, and at that moment Naruto would transform into the Kyuubi. Everyone is surprised to see this, well Kiba says he's also a monster. No, it's not a simple monster, it's the Kyuubi, and fear would begin to invade her body, while Sakura says to herself Naruto maybe you, but at that moment she would understand why her parents warned her a lot about Naruto and why they rejected him so much. While Sasuke says Naruto no, imagine that you could do something like that, without a doubt you are only friend. But on the other hand, Hinata shouts Naruto you better win, since I do agree to go for ramen, it's a date. Everyone is surprised hearing that, but Kiba says how can you say that, Hinata, you don't see that he is also a monster, to which Hinata hits him, and then he says how can you say that after all the times he has saved you? Naruto is not a monster, he is our companion from the Leaf Village, and our hero, my hero. I trust him that he would understand Hinata's words and realize that she was right, because she would think that without Naruto they would no longer be alive, and that he ended up saying, you're right, he's not a monster, he's a companion. He may be strong, but he's also a fool after all. It happens to invite on a date middle of a battle, and after that he starts laughing. But on the other hand, Naruto says can you see it, Gaara, you and I are the same, we are both Jinchurikis, we both have suffered for them, and neither of us asked for it. That's why I know how you feel, and that's why I say that you don't have to be alone anymore, since I'm not going to abandon you. While Gaara would be confused, he couldn't believe that Naruto was also a Jinchuriki, but at that moment, he would remember that first time when Naruto had told him that they were more similar than what I believed, without however being confused, upset, and with many emotions at the limit. Gaara ends up saying let's see that he is right, and after that he would launch himself against Naruto, while the latter says open your eyes, Gaara, and thus he would also launch against him in this way. starting the final battle, and after that a couple of minutes would pass. By this time the battle had come to an end and Gaara was on the ground while Naruto was standing right in front of him, and at that moment he says, "Now what you understand, Gaara?" You can see the reality, to which he responds by saying, "Naru Uzumaki, you are truly unique, I hope one day you can come to consider me your friend." But upon hearing that, Naruto puts his fist in front of him. Gaara did not understand why he did it, however, he would start raising his fist like this until they would end up colliding both fists, and at that moment they would both reconnect, because during their final battle, they had done it, and after doing it one more time and seeing what the other had gone through and what their lives had been like, Naruto, he ends up saying, "Can you see it, Gaara, you and I are already friends." A tear comes out of Gaara's right eye and he says, "Thank you, Naruto, I hope I can repay you for this one day," to which Naruto responds, saying, "You don't have to do it, after all what are friends for?" But at that moment, Kangaroo and Temari would arrive. Who would be surprised to see their brother on the ground and in tears, while Naruto says, "Well, it seems that now you will be fine, they will take care of you, I have to go, so we'll see each other later." So Naruto was about to leave, but before he says it, "Excuse me to your friends," and so on. Hearing that, Naruto starts his way, but first he says, "Temari, Kangaroo, take care of him, he needs you more than ever," and so Naruto leaves towards where his friends were while Gaara would apologize with his brothers for everyone, as well as the one who had planned to be a better person now, since he did not want to disappoint his first friend, and they would say that he did not have to do it, but at the same time they said to themselves, "Thank you, Naruto." But on the other hand, when Naruto arrived with Sasuke and the others, they were all surprised by what they had seen of him, recognizing that he was very strong. Although Naruto really didn't feel well because he was afraid of what they would think now after having discovered that the kiwi was inside him, but at that moment, before they said anything to him, he would apologize for having kept them a secret and finish by saying that he hoped it wouldn't affect their friendship. But Sasuke would respond by saying, "Don't worry, it's not a problem. I know who you are, and that's what does it matter, although I'm surprised, you're stronger than I imagined, but that's not why I think about giving up, I still think about getting stronger." Well, Kiba would recognize him as the strongest Chunin as well as apologize once for his previous attitudes. While Hinata would say, "Calm down, Naruto. That's not a problem. Besides, you and I already had a date. So don't think that you can escape from it." Naruto laughs when he hears that. And he responds by saying, "I would never do it. It's what I want most now," but at that moment, Sakura lowers her gaze and turns away. I would apologize to Naruto by telling him that now I understood all the reason for his change of attitude that moment when telling him what happened with his parents, and after that say, "However, I also want you to know that I do not regret having defended you against them. I am happy that I did it, and I will do until they realize that you are not a monster, but the one who will one day become Hokage, I am sure of it. I trust you, Naruto." The latter would be happy and would thank everyone for their words, but at one point Chinese says, "Well, I was missing, although I think everyone already said everything they had to say, so I want you to know that I consider you a partner Naruto counts on me for everything." But Kiba says, "You always falling behind Chinese, but we still love you even if you are slow as a worm," and so on. Everyone laughs after hearing that, and moments later, after helping them with their injuries, both teams would separate, promising to meet again in the finals, and thus Team 7 would be ready to now continue on their way to the tower and end the second part of the exam. But on the other hand, Danzo was in his cell and he says to himself, "There is only very little time left, soon I will leave this place and I will have my revenge against them, I will finish them all, especially you, Sarutobi, and I will never kill them with that brat. I will forgive myself for locking myself in this place." After that time would pass and Team 7 would finally reach the tower. They would spend the rest of their journey calmly and luckily without encountering enemies. Once in the tower, they would dedicate themselves to resting and recovering their belongings, energies, until finally the second part of the tuning exam would end and all those who had managed to pass the test would meet, these being these 5 teams. One of which was the Sand Ninja team, and the other 4 teams were all from the sheet, being for them their first time in the Chunin exams, and leaving everyone surprised, by which all the Chunin and Jounin as well as the Hokage recognized that they had not seen a generation as strong as the current one for a long time, and after that he gave a speech and congratulate the ninjas who had reached this point. Everyone believed that by this time phase 3 would be announced, however to their surprise, the Hokage would announce that it would not take place yet since more ninjas had passed than they imagined, so it would have to decide who would advance to the finals in some preliminary battles. After that the censor would appear and say, "Very well, since the Ho given the announcement, they have half an hour to rest, since in 30 minutes the battles will begin." Meanwhile, all the genin met with their teachers since they were also in the place, and one of them would be Shisui, who would be congratulating his team because they had managed to go very far and show that despite being rookies they were very strong and skilled. Therefore Shisui would finish by saying, "Once these battles are over, I will invite you to eat to celebrate, guys, you have earned it." Although good luck now since these battles may be more difficult than everything the Genin have had to go through, they would appreciate this, but at that moment the censor would call everyone saying that the time had come and it was time to start the battles. These would be like this first and don't hire Mary where the Sand Ninja would win, and then Chow and Tell where the CJ would win very easily and without showing all his power. The third battle would be between Sasuke against Kiba, where the Uchiha would show himself to be very superior, demonstrating why many considered him the strongest of the academy and of his generation. And then the fourth battle would begin, which it would be between Sakura against Shikamaru, where the latter would manage to use his jutsu to make Sakura surrender. Although for a moment it had seemed that the victory would be his, however, Shikamaru had managed to be smarter. Alfina. After that, the next battle would begin, which would be between Kangaroo against Chinese, where the Sand Ninja would emerge as the winner, and at this point there were very few battles left, so the atmosphere felt more tense, especially because of the ninjas who still had to fight, but thus, by continuing with the schedule, the next battle would begin, and this would be between Hinata against Neji, where Naruto, seeing this, knew what would happen. So he would ask Hinata not to do it because Nilly was stronger than her. To which she would respond by saying, I know, but still I'm not going to give up because you already forgot Naruto, you already forgot what you told me that time not to give up. I know I can be as strong as him, so tell me, do you trust me or do you think I have to retire? Naruto was afraid for Hinata, however I knew that she was right, which is why Naruto ends up saying very well. Would I trust you, Hinata? It won't be easy, but I'm sure you can defeat him, show him who you really are. Hinata is happy hearing that, and thus she would advance to the confrontation field. Well, Kennedy said you should have retired, but now you will pay for not doing it, and thus their battle would begin, being the best so far, because the two would attack with everything, but ending the same as in the original story, with Ai as the winner and Hinata being badly injured. Naruto felt bad. Well, I thought it was his fault, but at that moment Hinata, before going to the hospital, says, don't be sad Naruto, I gave my all, and I feel happy, thank you for believing in me, but now concentrate since you still have to fight, and so does Gaara, so more okay, you win for both of us, for you, for me. But right after saying that, the doctors take Hinata away. Well, Naruto says that's how it will be, it's a promise, I'll go to the finals, and then I plan to defeat you, Nelly. But just at that moment the censor says, well, only there are 3 people left without once fought. Only one of them will go to the finals without having a battle, well the other 2 will have to face each other like the others, a lot of luck, and at that moment the names would be announced. The final battle would be delivered against Tenten. Everyone would be surprised because half of those who they were in the place expecting a Naruto against Gaara, especially those who had seen their previous battle. Well, the censor says things are clear, Naruto, now you are in the finals, well you too Gaara, try everything of yourself, and thus the battle would begin. Tenten would use all her YouTubes and scrolls, proving to be a girl worthy of being on the gay team. However, this would be nothing against Gaara. Well, thanks to his sand barrier, he would be unharmed afterwards. Of all Tenten's attacks, well, Kiba and Shino were afraid because they thought they knew how the battle would end. However, it would end in a different way, because Gaara would manage to defeat Tenten without problems, but in doing so, he had been careful to do him the least amount of damage, since unlike before, now he didn't want to finish off his enemies because Naruto had made him see another world, so the battle would end, and Naruto says, well done Gaara, you did great. To which he responds by saying, don't get excited, I hope I can face you in the final. We may now be friends Naruto, but I don't plan to lose to you again. To what Naruto says, I don't plan to lose to anyone either, and after that the Hokage would announce the finals, which would take place within a month. In this way all the participants could train and become stronger. After that the Hokage would wish everyone luck. Thus the second part of the Chunin exams would finally begin, and after that a few hours would pass. By this time Team 7 would be I was eating ramen just as Shisui had promised, but once there Shisui says, Sasuke, Naruto, they have already thought of something. After all, I imagine they were training for the finals. That's not what Sasuke says, that's how it is during these days. I've realized that I'm not as strong as I thought, so I plan to train non-stop. So Shisui-sensei, could you train me? I want to be stronger. Shisui is surprised and looks at Naruto, but the latter says, calm down, don't worry about me. I had planned to tell the old man that he will help, so you can train Sasuke, plus you could take him with Kakashi. If he trains with both of them, without a doubt, he will become stronger. As Shisui says, you are right, although that also depends on Kakashi, but at least count on me Sasuke, and I'm sorry Sakura wanted focus on your training, but given the situation, I hope you understand what she says. Of course I understand sensei, after all, they are in the however once they finish now it will be my turn, and so after that the night would pass being calm and happy for the 4 of them. But without anyone noticing, Gaara had started training. Well, he planned to become stronger, but unlike before, now he wouldn't do it alone because he would train together with the Shukaku as well as with his brothers, and that's how the days would pass. Sasuke He would train with Shisui, but also with Kakashi, this at the request of Shisui, but also Itachi, since the latter wanted to help his younger brother, but since he had a lot of work due to his current position, he would ask Kakashi for this after all, this had once been his teacher. The Nihonbu, while on the other hand Naruto would spend his days with Jiraiya Nagato Konan visiting Hinata, as well as managing to have his date with her, but also with habit, and so the days would pass until the night before the finals would arrive. At this time, Naruto had left Hinata at her house because he had a date again, but since it was late, he would now be heading home. However, on the way, Naruto would meet Gaara, which was somewhat strange. Well, despite being in the same village, these two had not seen each other since the Chunin exams. However, seeing each other would be something good for both of them, since they would both begin to talk like good friends, so much that these two would end up on the top of Mount Hokage, and after a long talk Gaara ends saying, "I am glad to have had this talk with you, Naruto, however, do not think that because of this something will change tomorrow. After all, I already told you that day I plan to defeat you, I will not lose to you again, and that is why I have been training all this time." To what Naruto responds by saying, "I will be waiting for our battle Gaara, that the best one wins," and so Gaara would leave while Naruto would continue observing the village from Mount Hokage, but a few moments later Obito would appear saying, "I finally find you, Naruto, I have been looking for you everywhere." This last one is surprising. Hearing that, he asks what was happening, but Obito responds by saying, "I simply wanted to wish you luck tomorrow, as well as that I hope you win all your battles after all. I will be there supporting you, and so are these two." They would spend the night chatting. Well, in recent years, Obito had managed to understand Naruto, and these two had formed a great relationship as brothers. Although without realizing it, the hours would pass and he would end up leaving alone. Therefore, Obito would go out. He would start to apologize, saying that it was his fault that he hadn't rested and he wouldn't be at his 100% during the exams, but Naruto would respond by saying to be calm. Well, he was fine after all. It wasn't the first time that he didn't sleep, so that wouldn't be a problem for him to after that say also, "I don't know if I would have managed to sleep after all. Today is a great day and I don't plan to lose to anyone." To which Obito says, "This is how you talk, Naruto, we will be supporting you," but at the same time, and without anyone knowing, Orochimaru was on the outskirts of the village of the Eastern Leaf. They were advancing without attracting attention, and as they did so he said to himself, the day had finally come. The day the village of the Leaf would fall before my power, no one could stop me, and after that a few hours would pass, Naruto would be ready and would leave for the stadium. Well, the moment of the finals was very close. He would advance through the village having a quiet path. However, when he arrived at the stadium, Naruto would get a big surprise because there was Hinata who was waiting for him. For wish him luck and tell him that if he won she would invite him to the next outing, to which Naruto would end up saying, "That's how I don't plan to lose," and after that Naruto would continue on his way, and once there he would be reunited with the other 7 finalists, thus the 8 that had arrived. In the final they were gathered, and the censor would announce that everything was ready and the time to start had arrived, so it would explain the rules, but Naruto would ignore them since he would be surprised and since he would be able to see Jiraiya in the stadium. Nagato Konan killed Shisui and even Itachi, all of them being important people to him, but at that moment he would begin to remember that moment when he had won his battle against Nelly, so Naruto would raise his hand and say, "Today I don't plan to lose, it's a promise." But the censor says, "Hey, you should save your energy. This would just start very well, everything is ready, the fights will be like this, the first battle will be between Naruto against Nelly, well the second will be against Kankuro, the third will be between Shikamaru against Temari, leaving lastly, Sasuke against Oak. Having said that, those who will have the first fight, stay here the rest. It would be better if you move away until your turn comes." So Naruto and Negi would stay on the field while people would start shouting Neji's name, and this the last one says, "From what I know, you are very skilled, however, no matter what you do, you will never be able to beat me. My destiny is to win here," but Naruto would respond by saying that, "We'll see since I don't plan to lose. But it's also time for you to learn a great lesson, Neji. Who chooses his destiny and can change it at any moment." Nelly gets upset. Hearing that, this went against everything he had believed throughout his life, but at the same time at that moment the censor would finally start the battle for which both Naruto and Nelly would launch themselves at each other at that moment. In this way the battle would begin. But while the battle between Naruto and Nello would be taking place, Orochimaru was already in the Leaf Village because most of ninjas of the Leaf were in the stadium, the village would not have so much security at this time, so Orochimaru would be touring the village without anyone noticing, because he had waited all these years for the perfect moment, because this would be the one in which he would completely master his jutsus. And he felt that he had the power to destroy the blade, as well as to defeat Naruto, because he knew that that boy who was responsible for the destruction of Akatsu would always be a big problem. But now Orochimaru was ready to face whatever it is like. As he advanced through the village he was also heading to the stadium, because he had planned to surprise everyone in that place, but at the same time, The battle between Naruto and Neji continued, however it was about to come to an end, and after a couple of more minutes the battle would finally come to an end with Naruto as the winner, and with Nelly, realizing that he had been wrong all this time, and after that the second battle would be announced, however before it began. Kangaroo would surrender because he knew that he was no match for his brother and would only be hurt. In addition, it would also tire him out for his real battle, which was against Naruto. Therefore, the third battle would begin, this being that of Shikamaru against Temari, which would be same as the original story, the result being Temari's victory, but only thanks to the fact that Shikamaru had surrendered after having defeated her. Once this battle was over, the last fight of the first round would begin, Sasuke against Oak. Battle would begin, and at first the battle would be very even, since neither of the two would be using all their power, since both would be testing the other, since they would remember their first battle, which had ended in a tie. However, after a few minutes, both would recognize that there was the time has come to fight seriously, so Sasuke would activate his Sharingan, while Lee says very well, show me what you can do, so these two would launch themselves against each other, once again resuming their battle. However, unlike before, now the battle would not be so even. Well, make sure that he would be the one who would have the advantage, since thanks to his eyes, he was able to see the law's movements. Thanks to his training, he was able to avoid them, and so after a few moments Rock would finish him off. Ground while everyone in the place shouted Sasuke's name, but at the same time Shikamaru said, wow, it's surprising, it seems that Sasuke is about to win this battle, to which he says no. He's strong, but don't underestimate the CJ, he still doesn't use all his strength power, but at that moment everyone hears Guy saying, Red, the moment has come, you can take them off, it's your time. Red, hearing that, he quickly stands up, he would take his distance and thank his sensei. Well, Sasuke wondered who was about to do, because I didn't understand anything, but at the same time and without anyone realizing there was a guy on top of the stadium, this guy was completely covered and he had been watching the last battle, but right at that moment he said, wow, that boy has a lot of potential, without a doubt he is a worthy heir to the Uchiha clan. I just wonder if he managed to survive the next thing, and then from his place above the stadium, he would attack everyone in the place with the Sea of Flames jutsu, but it wasn't a simple YouTube Sea of Flames, if it wasn't of the most powerful Sea of Flames, and with greater power, while everyone in the stadium would see the flames from one moment to the next, and everyone would see this. However, at the last moment Itachi would manage to see the person who was doing but when he saw this, he would be extremely surprised and says, this is not possible, while on the other hand, Naruto was about to use Kurama's power to protect the people. However, before that happened, the whole place would be covered by a layer of sand made by Gaara, being a great test of his change, while the Hokage and the Kazekage could not believe what they saw, because being in another place they would only see the situation, but at that moment Hiruzen tells his guards, what is happening, stop that guy. But at the same time the Kazekage was surprised at see how Gaara was using his sand to protect the people of the place, and he says to himself, Gaara, it's really you, but what has happened? Have you changed? I never thought I would see this, you, my son, the owner of the sand, saving people. Well, I think it's worth trying after all. I want to know what happened to you, but at the same time Madara, wow, that power is amazing. However, they will need more than a sand barrier to stop me, and after that I would increase the power of his jujutsu. Gaara couldn't hold it anymore because his sand began to fall, but at that moment a second layer would appear, but this would be golden dust, the special and unique sand that the fourth Kazekage used. Gaara, upon recognizing this, says, father, really you? But at the same time the Kazekage says out loud, don't give up, Gaara. Well, Hiruzen seeing this, he would thank the Kazekage for his help, but he would respond that he did not know what was happening, but they were allies, so he could count on their help. But at that moment the fire jutsu would stop because Itachi had arrived with the subject. And when I am in front of him, he says, I will not let you continue with this. Although I must admit that if I were not looking at you, I would have a hard time believing that it was you who did this. Madara Uchiha, the latter, is surprised when he sees Itachi and says, wow, you are also an Uchiha, you are good. After all, you managed to take advantage of everything to come to this place, no one else did. However, no matter what they do, they will never be able to defeat me. After all, I am the most powerful Uchiha in all of history, so you and the clan better not get in the way. In my way it is, but if they join me I will forgive them. But Itachi says that will never happen. Madara laughs when he hears that, and then says it's a shame, but you don't leave me any choice. And after that Madara would take Itachi by surprise using Susanoo, with which he would send him to flying. Like this, Itachi would end up falling right in the center of the battlefield while everyone was watching. Madara's great Susanoo. Likewise, the civilians began to flee from the place, while Naruto would manage to recognize him and says, this can't be he, it's Madara, how is it possible? In addition, that body is Tensei Kurama, we have to do something like this. Naruto would create a clone to inform Kaguya of Obidus and the others, but at the same time coffins would begin to appear all over the stadium as well as in the village, but in the center of the stadium, they would only appear. Three coffins while everyone was wondering what this was, but Naruto knew what it was and he would worry about the people, so he would start telling everyone to get out and run away because things were going to get ugly. But right at that moment Orochimaru would show up behind the coffins. Everyone was surprised to see him because after so much time looking for him, he knew he had been taken by surprise in his own village. However, once Orochimaru would appear, Madara would join him, increasing everyone's surprise. But at that moment the Sunan of the Snakes says it's better for everyone to surrender and kneel in front of me. If you do, I won't end everyone's life, but if you refuse to continue, you'll all fall along with your village. So it's your decision, but I also want you to let me know. Hand over the two Jinchurikis to Nagato, Obito and Shisui. You have 5 minutes otherwise. Well, you'll see, people would be surprised, nervous and afraid. After all, Gold Goku was together with Madara, but while that was happening, Naruto's clone would be with Jiraiya and the others telling them how dangerous Madara could be, as well as how the Ito Tensei worked. But 1 minute later, and to everyone's surprise, Iruka says that will never happen. I am not going to hand you over to Naruto or anyone else. After all, they are our companions, they are members of the Leaf, so if you want them, you will have to go through me. But after saying that other ninjas of the Leaf would also say the same, which is why no one had planned to surrender or follow Orochimaru. However, a few moments later Fugaku would appear, and this would end in front of Orochimaru and Madara, the latter seeing what he says, finally an Uchiha with sense. This is the new era of the Uchiha clan. They just have to join us, but he ignores them and continues on his way because his objective was to help his son Itachi, which was on the ground. And once there, Fugaku says they are wrong. This is the new era of the Uchiha clan. We have reached a true union with the village, and that is why I will not let them do what they want. We are going to stop them. It does not matter that you are Madara Uchiha. Now I am the leader of the clan and I plan to finish you off. Mater laughs and then says you are a shame. I will enjoy finishing you off. But right at that moment around 20 members of the Uchiha clan would jump onto the field. All of them were ready to fight alongside their leader, but Orochimaru, he says it seems like they don't leave me any other option, and after that the three coffins that were in front of him begin to open. But when they see the people who were there, they are all even more surprised and speechless because they were the previous Hokages. No one could believe what they saw, while Naruto says no, this can't be dad, while at the same time, Jiraiya says my Minato, but Obito says Minato sensei, it's really you and yourself. Kakashi says sensei, but on the other hand Hirusen says no, this can't be the previous Hokages. But the Kage says it seems that things are going third Hokage. This will not be an easy battle, after all his predecessors and successor are here on the enemy's side. While Orochimaru says that they say now they still plan to fight with this power on my side, they will not be able to stop us. But Naruto, he says, how dare you do this, I won't forgive you. But at that moment Orochimaru would let Minato speak and he says Naruto is really you, it's been a long time son, but I want you to know that I'm proud of you, you've managed to pass all of them. Your tests, you have managed to do the impossible so far, but it is time for your final test. You have to stop us, you have to stop me, don't worry about me, you know what you have to do, so don't hold back. Also you still have to obtain all your power, so this is your chance, don't hesitate at any time since Orochimaru controls us, and I won't be able to do anything to help you, so good luck son. But at that moment Orochimaru would make Minato shut up, and Sandy says what he meant by that. Well, it doesn't matter. What, they don't have a chance, I will finish them all off. And after that the rest of the coffins that were in the place would also open, showing that they were more ninjas. Most of them were from the Leaf village, but many others were powerful ninjas from other villages like this. As well as among them would be the fallen members of Akatsuki. But on the other hand, Naruto knew what he had to do. All of this was very hard for him, but he had things clear because despite having the body of a child, he had the knowledge and experience. In addition, Naruto had understood Minato's words perfectly and knew that it would not be easy, but he knew what he had to do to obtain the half of Kurama that he needed, and he had to take advantage of the opportunity since Orochimaru and Madara did not know anything about him. But on the other hand, Hashirama says, well, it seems that we will have to attack this village that we took care of and protected so much. All our power in this way is able to keep us under his command. For now we can speak, but not move by our will. It seems that you managed to perfect my YouTuber Orochimaru. However, I trust the ninjas of my village, and I am sure that they will stop us, but above all, they will stop you. To which Hashirama says, listen carefully, everyone, do not hesitate to attack. Do not hesitate to use all your power because we cannot do anything, so this depends on you. We trust the future of the village and its people in your hands. But Orochimaru laughs and then says that's enough, they've already talked a lot, and no matter how hard they try, they'll never be able to stop us. So why didn't we start with this? And right after saying that, the ninjas who were revived would attack the Leaf ninjas. Well, that in the same way Shisui, Nagato, Konan, Jiraiya, Def, Kakashi, Jirusen and the Kage would try to stop the previous Hokages, as well as Orochimaru and Madara. However, the latter two would walk away, leaving the three Hokages will fight well. Despite not having all their power thanks to using a revived body, they could stop them all perfectly, while on the other hand, Fugaku would ask Sasuke to take care of his older brother and Tachi, because he had to take care of Madara. And thus, leaving his son with his other son, Fugaku would launch himself against Madara. Taking advantage of the fact that the other Leaf Ninjas were distracting the Hokages, Madara upon seeing him says, "I think I'll try it. Let's see how strong the current leader of the clan is." Uchiha, and thus a battle would begin between Madara, the first leader of the Uchiha clan, and Fugaku, the current leader of the clan. However, Madara would not use all his power. He wanted to test the power of Fugaku. But on the other hand, everywhere there were battles, including Gaara, Kankuro and Temari, would be helping the Leaf Ninjas in the battle, as well as Nilly Rockley, and the rest of the village ninjas would be fighting while Naruto, a couple of clones. In this way his clones would be in charge of protecting him, as well as helping his companions. While he began to gather natural energy he was going to need a lot of chakra to continue with what he wanted to do. Extract half of the Kurama that was inside his father, and thus a couple of minutes would pass. By this time Madara would manage to leave Fugaku, and says, "Wow, you are a disappointment, you are strong, you even managed to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, but that is nothing against me if that is your level. I can't imagine what the clan's level is, they are a shame, and after that I would throw it into the stadium." Like that Fugaku he would be badly injured, while Sasuke, upon seeing his father in his current state, would help him, and thus he would end up taking care of both his brother and his father, but at the same time he was furious and wanted to finish off Madara because he would not allow him to continue making fun of his family and his clan. But at that moment a clone of Naruto would arrive saying, "Calm down Sasuke, you can't let your emotions win over you, after all. He is one of the strongest ninjas in all of history, but together we can defeat him alone, don't lose your mind." But at the same time the Naruto clone would pass some chakra to Fugaku Itachi. In this way, these two would be able to react and stand up once again. Both would want to go for Madara, but Naruto would tell them not to do it. Well, the result would be the same, and what had really happened what to do was to make Kabuto stop Tensei's ego, because he was the only one capable of that. But on the other hand, the real Naruto would have finally gathered enough chakra, and he was ready to take half of the Kurama that his father had, and thus he would launch himself. He achieving taking him by surprise and starting a battle between father and son, in which the only thing Naruto would say would be, "I'm sorry, but I have to do this, Dad," and thus he would attack his father mercilessly. But while that was happening, Orochimaru says, "Very good, now is the time, use that YouTube, make them know the true terror of what Madara says very well." And after that Madara the Rinnegan and would make a meteorite appear from the sky. Everyone in the village was afraid, everyone felt that the end was near, but at the same time Gaara and his father would try stop this using his sand. Likewise, Nagato would use the power of his Rinnegan to do so. Therefore, they would be able to make Madara's attack stop. But this would attract Madara's attention, which says, "Wow." So there it is. If after that the Uchiha would launch against Nagato, and once face to face Madara would tell him that those eyes were his and he planned to recover them once he returned to life, but to do so, he had to make sure that he did not cause problems. But just at that moment Death would intervene, saying, "No, you are mine. The time has come for you to pay for what you did to me." But Madara laughs and then says, "Well, you're still alive, Death, I didn't imagine this, I must say that it's a surprise after all. You're a simple loser, but don't worry, I'll finish in a moment with your miserable life." And so Madara launches himself against Obito and Nagato, in this way starting a new battle. But on the other hand, Orochimaru would be observing everything, and at that moment Danzo would arrive, which says, "It's good to see you, Orochimaru, it seems that you have become stronger than before, you have a large army to the Hokages and to the same mater to Uchiha with this R. Victory is safe," to what Orochimaru says. "So it is, however there is a change of plans, now I will be the one who becomes the leader of this place. I will be the one who guides the new village of the Leaf, but don't worry, Danzo, I will leave you as my right hand, after all the village will need a true leader, and it can only be me." Danzo did not agree with this, however he knew that he could not do anything, at least for now, since try to face Orochimaru at this moment would be death for him. So Danzo ends by saying, "Very well, I accepted, after all you have saved me, so you have my gratitude." Orochimaru laughs and then says, "Now all that remains is for Sarutobi sensei to realize the same thing and surrender to me power." But on the other hand, and without anyone noticing, Naruto would have finally obtained half of what he needed, this thanks to the fact that during the battle with his father Minato, he would have used the jutsu of the Flying Thunder God, with which these two they would have away from the Leaf Village being on the outskirts, and Naruto had taken advantage of the moment to obtain the half that he was missing. Now Naruto was complete and had also managed to defeat his father, although this was only momentary, but Naruto knew that he could not waste the time, so I would take advantage of this to return to the Leaf Village as soon as possible. But by this time the terror in the Leaf Village would start from Madara, as he would begin to use Wood Element YouTube, destroying much of the village and leaving many ninjas and civilians badly injured. Madara was showing that he was the strongest ninja of all, but this was thanks to the fact that before reviving him, Orochimaru had modified his body by integrating Hashirama cells into it, so no one could stop Madara, even at some point in the battle. The Leaf Ninjas would face the first two Hokages and Madara at the same time, ending in two groups. One of Madara against the strongest Uchihas of the village Fugaku Shisui Itachi Sasayabito, while Nagato would be together with Jirasen Kakashi Konan and Jiraiya, facing the first two Hokages, and after a few moments Nagato would manage to leave them neutralized using the black bars like this. Now they would join the Uchihas in their battle against Madara, but despite the ninjas they were no match for Madara. Thanks to his Ito Tensei body and the skills he now possessed. Likewise, the rest of the Leaf Ninjas were facing the others revived by the Ito Tensei, these battles being very even though many were strong, they did not have all their power, since Orochimaru believed that if he gave them all his strength, they could get out of control. But Madara being the only one of all those revived who would have all his power, and thus the battles would continue, and it happens in a few more minutes until now Madara would get tired of playing so he would take his distance, and then he says it's time to end this, I will finish all of you with my next attack. However Orochimaru would realize what Madara was about to do so he says wait don't use. But it will be better that you finish them off otherwise if you use that power not only they will die, but everyone around them even many civilians, and they are important since they are the ones who will serve us once this ends at least Madara says seriously do you think their lives matter to me? I came here with one goal to capture the Jinchuricus back to life and put an end to this village and all those who are here that includes the Uchihas so don't think that I will stop for your pathetic goals. Orochimaru gets upset hearing that and says how dare you talk to me like that if it weren't for me you're not here, I'm the only thing you have, so you better think things through you don't want to be against me. Madara you know well I can send him to sleep at any time after all, I am the one who uses the Ito Tensei so you better listen to me if you want me to do my part, but send him to laugh and then say you are so insignificant and after that he would free himself from control of Daunts and control of Orochimaru being now independent of him, while Orochimaru would be surprised and says that it was what you did is possible, but Madara says there are many things that you do not know. Orochimaru you are young, you believe you have knowledge and power you have ambitions and the determination to achieve your goals after all, if it weren't like that we wouldn't be in this situation however my goal is much bigger and I can't let you intervene. Orochimaru gets upset hearing that and would try to make Madara stop however, his jutsu would not work. Orochimaru could not believe the situation while Madara says, I am not under your control and I will never be, I will never follow anyone's orders and after that Madara would finish off Orochimaru, while everyone would be surprised to see this, no one could believe what was happening, but his surprise would be even greater since Naruto had managed to arrive by that moment and upon seeing Orochimaru's death he said no, this cannot be if Orochimaru dies, no one will be able to stop the Ito Tensei. Only way we have left is to seal their bodies, but Madara is different with him that won't work. Everyone is surprised hearing that because Orochimaru's death had only brought more problems however, because Orochimaru had died all those revived would regain control of their bodies. Many would leave the place because they had intentions of living. In addition to the fact that this battle was not of their interest, while others would regret what they had done, but on the other hand, there were the Hokages who they would ask them to resist a little more, since once they recovered they could fight again, so they would take care of Madara. Well, they were the only ones who could stop him, especially Hashirama, but at that moment and to everyone's surprise, they would see Danzo launch himself against Madara, well. He knew that his plans had been ruined and now that Orochimaru was no longer alone, he had one thing left to do. Protect his village from Madara, the biggest threat they had ever had. However this would be useless because Madara was much stronger than him and would end up with him quickly, so Branso's body would begin to fall, but before hitting the ground he says I'm sorry Sarutobi and after saying that Danzo would also lose his life, well Madara says well, now that I'm done with the inconvenience it's time to finish everyone off and after that it would make another meteorite appear. The Kage and Gaara couldn't believe it. They had barely managed to stop the first one, but now there were two of them, however the second one would collide with the first one, so it would begin to destroy itself, turning into a large number of pieces, and they would begin to fall from the sky, but before they could do any damage. Nagato would manage to stop them using the power of the path, however this was not over yet, because the second meteorite was still missing, but Naruto, upon seeing this, knew that his companions were not there. In the best state so this ends by saying Kurama we must have this and at that moment Naruto would enter Biju mode, taking the form of the Kyuubi managing to hold the meteorite with his arms and at the same time he says Madara, I will not let him continue with this, it's time to finish this battle, but Madara laughs and then says, you're skillful boy. Now I understand why Orochimaru considered you a big problem, but let's see what you can do against this, so at that moment more meteorites would begin to appear. 6 more to give a total of 7 with which Naruto was holding. Everyone was surprised with what they saw because they could not imagine how they were going to stop them. But Nagato says there is only one way to stop this and avoid the destruction of the village. I have to use all my power. To what Conan says Nagato, are you sure of that? You know what will happen, your body will not resist it, also it is not certain that you will be able to save everyone from what Nagato says. I know, but it is the least I can do. After all, this village and its people are my home and I do not plan to lose them. Thank you third Hokage for trusting us and giving us a new opportunity. Thank you Jiraiya sensei for taking care of us and for everyone in Naruto. Thank you for not abandoning us. But at that moment Naruto says, seriously, do you think I will leave you? Die so easy? Nagato, I will not let anyone die. I will protect them all. I am the future 7th Hokage of the Leaf Village and as such, I do not intend to lose to anyone. And at that moment, a large number of clones of Naruto would appear and this would come out of the Kyuubi, but upon leaving they would quickly establish themselves in points of the village and once ready everyone would begin to use Kurama's energy while Naruto says, let's show everyone your full power friend, and thus Naruto would be able to completely protect the village by creating a shield with the Kyuubi and all its chakra while all the meteorites would end up falling. But despite this Naruto's plan would work because the village and all the people would be saved. Although due to the wear of chakra Naruto would have been unconscious, while Madara says, surprising, you used the chakra that I place as a shield, although it is also a great waste, but you still have my respects Ginkiriki. But this battle has come to an end now. What would have been mine, and after that, Madara would launch to try to extract Kurama from Naruto. However, before he could touch Naruto he would see Akuna and pass by him, and seeing him Madara laughs and says, seriously, they believe that Akuna will be able to do something to me. They must be desperate to attack like that. But at that moment, Madara would get a big surprise because Minato the 4th Hokage would appear right next to him and manage to hit him with a Rasengan, so Madara would fall to the ground while everyone was surprised seeing what had happened, and Hashirama says, wow, the 4th Hokage is surprising, while Tobirama says it was to be expected. After all, he is someone who managed to improve my jutsu, he does it very well. But Madara will not fall with that, while on the other hand Minato, this is not over yet. Naruto is not yet defeated, that I know well, because I trust him, my son. Maybe I can't defeat you Madara, but I know that Naruto will, and that's why I'm going to give him enough time to return to the battle. Everyone is surprised hearing that, but a few moments later Obito appears next to Minato and says, no, we'll do it alone sensei, count on me. To what Minato says, I'm glad to see you here Obito, it's good to see that in the end, you managed to get back on track. You don't know how happy I am. But Obito says, I'm sorry sensei, but Minato says, I know, but this is not the time. Also, I already told you. Naruto said, I'm not mad at you, but it's better because we didn't show him the power of our team. But Kakashi would come to his side and says, I hope they don't want to leave me behind. However, moments later Fugaku, Shisui, Itachi, Sasuke, Konangara the Kasukage and finally Jiraiya would join Minato, saying that they would all buy time for Naruto. Well, they were confident that he would manage to defeat him. Madara gets upset upon hearing that and says they don't know who they are talking to, but it's okay, I will finish off all of you, and thus a fight will begin in which everyone they would face Madara. But despite the large number of ninjas they were and the level they had, they were not able to let swim out of battle because he was using his Rinnegan as well as the Susanoo and his best jutsus in the battle. But despite this, Madara was not able to defeat any of the ninja in front of him, because they were all fighting together and in a combined way that they all supported each other, in this way having a very even battle. But at that moment, Hashirama says that Naruto, I know he is a special boy, so we must help Tobirama, to which he responds by saying, I know, we can't stay without doing anything, and once the two of them have recovered, they would join the battle against Madara. But on the other hand, Naruto was still unconscious. Or at least his physical body, since his spirit would appear in another place, a place where he had already been in his past life. However, Naruto could not see anything, but a few moments later he heard a voice saying, let's meet again, Naruto Uzumaki, this one. He surprises and says, who is there, who said that? But at that moment he would get a big surprise. Well, the sage of the 6 paths would appear in front of him, while Naruto upon seeing him says, you are the old Rikido, to which he responds, saying, it has been a while Naruto, it seems that just like the last time we met you are in trouble again, although things are different, now it is not like that. Naruto is surprised hearing that and says, wait a minute, you know who I am, you are the same old Rikido that I met in the battle against Kaguya, to which he responds saying, that's right Naruto, it's me. I imagine that you must have many questions. To what Naruto says, that's what happened because I returned to my body as a child, but I have my memories. How is it possible that what Agoromo says? I would like tell you everything boy, but that would take a long time, and now you don't have it. It's time for you to return to the battlefield and stop Madara. What Naruto says is true, but it won't be easy. Orochimaru is no longer there, what Agarin says, that's why I plan to give you my power. Naruto is surprised hearing that while Agarin tells me it is the only way you will be able to stop the enemy. Naruto, you need to be stronger. To what Naruto says, you are serious, old man, but what about Sasuke, you were supposed to give us part of your power. To the two of them. To what Hashirama says, things are different now. Naruto, you are the only one who can have my power. The world depends on you and more people than you think, so tell me, are you ready for this great responsibility? Naruto thinks about it for a few moments, but also I knew I didn't have much time, so he ends up saying yes, I accept, old man, however we have a lot to talk about when this is over. To which Idoro tells me, I'm sorry Naruto, but that won't be possible. I would like to be able to help you more, but for now it's the only thing I can do due to time. However, I trust that you will manage to find those answers and save everyone after all, as well as your friends. I also trust you. And after saying that, the wise man of the six paths begins to disappear, but his last words he says, goodbye Kurama, goodbye Naruto. Take care and good luck. So Naruto would be left alone, but with more doubts than before. Well, there would be things that he had not understood, however he knew that he did not have time to think about it, so he ends up saying, are you ready Kurama, it's time to go back to the battle. To what he says, come on boy, let's do it. For the old man on the other hand, the battle continued between the Leaf Ninjas against Madara. This battle was still very even, but at that moment Naruto would appear, managing to stop an attack from Madara, but to everyone's surprise, he would do it as if nothing had happened, and Madara says, what happened to you, boy, there is something different about you. Well, Nagato says it is true, something has changed in Naruto, but Naruto says that's right. Now I am the one who possesses the power of the Sage of the Six Paths. Surprised to hear that, but his surprise would be even greater to see that Naruto would manage to activate the Rinnegan in his eyes, but at the same time he would enter Sage mode of the Six Paths, and at that moment, Naruto says it is time to end this battle, but Madara, seeing him, he gets upset and says that power should be mine. And after that he would launch himself against Naruto, but the latter would manage to leave him on the ground without much effort, and then he would manage to leave him immobilized thanks to a new technique. After that, Naruto says it's time to finish this Ito Tensei release, but Madara, when he sees this, says, seriously, do you think that will work? You can't stop me. But at that moment his body would start to glow, and little by little it would start to unravel. Madara did not understand what was happening, and he says, how is this possible? Who, it's you? No one should do something like that. To which Naruto says, I'm the one who inherited the powers of the Sage of the Six Paths, and with this power I plan to stop you, and thus Madara would disappear. Well, the Ito Tensei had ended, however, when Naruto turned around he would see how his father and the other Hokages were also about to disappear. They were all surprised to see this and would ask what he had done, and Naruto says, I have cancelled the Ito Tensei. Thanks to the old man, Rikido can do this, however by doing so, no one else will be able to use this jutsu. After everything is a jutsu that has always brought problems, although it is not so bad after all. I was able to see you once again. Dad Minato smiles hearing that and says, I am proud of you Naruto, you are the best son, and although maybe not everything will be easy or happy, never give up. What Naruto says, I know, thank you for always trusting me. Well, Tobirama says, Naruto, without a doubt you have made a great choice. I was wrong creating the Ito Tensei, so thank you for fixing my mistake. There is no doubt that one day you will be a great Hokage. But Hashirama says, a great Hokage will certainly be the best. After all, he has something official. I wish we could talk longer Naruto, but this is goodbye, so take care of this village. To which Naruto responds, don't worry old man, first I have many friends for that the village is in good hands. Hashirama smiles and says, we will see each other later, and so Naruto finishes saying goodbye to his father, but Minato's last words would be, we will see each other again Naruto, and thus all those who had been revived thanks to Finger Tensei would finally disappear, and the battle would finally end. It would have been over, but at that moment and to everyone's surprise Naruto's stomach would growl, and he says, how I'm dying to eat a bowl of ramen. Everyone laughs hearing that, while Shisui says, I'm glad to see that despite all this, you are still the same as always Naruto. And after that a week would pass. The finals of the exams had been cancelled due to what happened, although Naruto and Gaara had a better relationship, but now the latter was already in his village with his father and his brothers, but now things are different. Well, the Kasukage had stopped seeing Gaara as a monster and would see him as a son, and they would try to make up for lost time, although it wouldn't be easy. Likewise, Gaara had things clear, and he planned to become Kage someday. On the other hand, Naruto had become a hero for everyone in the village, especially for Sakura's parents, who now saw him as the best boy and wanted Sakura to be his girlfriend, although she didn't want that, as well as the clan. Uchiha would be even more respected than before due to his performance in the attack, and Hiruzen had everything ready to soon leave his position as Hokage and had already thought about who his successor would be. This was Itachi Uchiha, who would soon become the 5th Hokage. Well, for other side Sasuke, he wanted to become stronger, so he would have started training with his father. Kakashi was still working to help the village, as well as Nagato and Konan were looking for the same thing, But the latter two would start dating for the first time, while Shisui would take over as the leader of the village. Team 7 was very happy with his team. But on the other hand, Naruto was asleep in the forest. He was resting and along with him was Hinata, who would be taking care of him, but a few moments later, Naruto finally he would wake up and the first thing he would say is I wonder what the old man meant at that moment, but Hinata upon hearing that she says what is happening Naruto are you fine, but he would respond, saying that he was fine, he had simply thought out loud, but after that Naruto I would tell Hinata that once I returned I had planned to have one more date with her, to which she would respond saying very well, I will be waiting for you so you better come back, but at that moment Jirai would appear saying it's time to go boy like this Naruto says goodbye to Hinata and leaves with Jiraiya, because these two had the purpose of finding Tsunade and making her return to the Leaf Village while on the other hand Shisui met with Sakura because just as he would also train him with her so that she could be stronger, but while he was training Shisui said to himself by this time you must be leaving the village, so good luck Naruto we will be waiting for you, and so at the same time Naruto and Jiraiya began their journey, but while doing so, Naruto says to himself this is not over yet, but regardless of the fact that I will never truly give up this way, Naruto started a new adventure with Jiraiya the end well that's all for this video, I hope you liked it, if so don't forget to leave your I like to comment and share the video with your friends so that more people can see it well. I also want to thank you for supporting the channel. Lastly, I remind you to subscribe and activate the bell so that you get rewarded every time I upload a video. Well, I hope you have a great day, morning, afternoon or evening. Bye.